Welcome back and happy holidays, everyone. If you do celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas. If you don't or don't have anything better to do today, then here is almost 5 hours of me talking about video game myths and urban legends. This is a compilation of 3 of my recent videos covering the video game myths and urban legends Iceberg, in which this video I've compiled all parts and layers into one video. So if you haven't seen those, this is a great way to consume all the parts in one go. If you have already seen the parts, it is unfortunately mostly the same content without much change besides a few small corrections here and there from the first releases of the videos. But I've heard many of you say that, you listen to my videos in the background, and I personally love putting on long ass videos before bed to help me sleep. So if that's your jam, stick around because we have quite a long video to get through today. Before we hop into it, I hope you guys have a great holiday season, along with a huge thanks for rocking with me throughout 2024, my most successful year on YouTube, with me getting to 40K subscribers with the help of you guys. Huge thanks, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the video. Without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into it. Herobrine is easily one of the most recognizable video game urban legends, and for good reason. He's mysterious, eerie, and in most representations is just a straight-up nuisance. Since the initial creepypasta popularizing the entity Herobrine has been referenced countless times, even by Mojang themselves in an update that they stated they quote-unquote removed Herobrine from the game, stoking the flame of mystery even more. Alas though, unless modded or using custom Herobrine skins, you can't naturally run into this guy in vanilla Minecraft. But maybe in Minecraft 2, the sequel. I don't know, man. That Minecraft movie might just be bad enough to kill everything Minecraft ever. I did hear, though, and this is top secret information, that they are casting The Rock as Herobrine in the sequel. The Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas dates back to be one of the earliest internet video game urban legends to really blow up and have a lot of people believe it. There was countless searches, video documentaries, forum posts, searching for an entity that never even actually existed in the game. That is, without modding it. Rockstar Games would come to later reference the urban legend in Red Dead Redemption's Undead Nightmare DLC with a side mission involving a race of Bigfoot, and upon neutralizing the last one, you get a trophy called 6 Years in the Making, referencing the time in between San Andreas and Red Dead Redemption's release dates. They would later again reference Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto 5, but nothing compared to the late nights trying to find out if Bigfoot was part of the already hundreds of Easter eggs to run into in San Andreas. Maybe not hundreds, that's hyperbole, but it felt like it. The L is Real 2401 is, for me, one of the first urban legends I fell for when I was a kid. If you don't know, my favorite game ever, still to go back to even today, is Mario 64. It's my comfort food, man. So of course I would end up falling for the myth and putting in many attempts at unlocking Luigi in the game, given he was also my favorite of the Mario brothers. And of course, that's where the star fountain in the courtyard comes into play, and the plaque reading L is Real 2401. Back in the day, many assumed the number had something to do with how many times you needed to do something in the game to unlock Luigi. Me personally, I remember attempting to run around the fountain that many times, and I got all of about probably 7 times before I gave up on that theory. There was no map pat to back that one up. With no new information or headway in unlocking the secret second player Luigi, the theory fell by the wayside. Years would pass and more information pertaining to the early development of Super Mario 64 would be revealed through excerpts in a 1996 Japanese strategy guide for the game. These would prove that there was actually plans to include Luigi in the game, but was cut due to memory issues, with Miyamoto even stating then we were going to include him in a Mario Bros style minigame, but because most users were only going to have one controller when they first buy their N64, and for that reason and others, we decided not to. So based on this, it seems Luigi was planned for the game from the very beginning, and many believe that the L is Real 2401 was a reference to the cut Luigi character. However, that still didn't explain the number 2401, which wouldn't reveal itself until just a few years ago during the huge Nintendo leak of 2020. In this leak, we got some really interesting stuff pertaining to specifically Super Mario 64, and even more specifically, Luigi. Things like early voice clips for Luigi and an early model for Luigi were found, cementing the fact that he got super close to being in the final game, at least closer than we could have ever imagined. With Luigi's model now being able to be accurately placed back into the game, we can finally see what he would have truly looked like had he been included in the final game. The cherry on top is the leak happened exactly 24 years and 1 month to the day, on the day the Nintendo 64 parts of the leak happened from when Super Mario 64 released. 24 years and 1 month. Now, if that seems too good to be true, it might be. Maybe I'm not fully convinced that someone deliberately did this, and it wasn't more of a really strange coincidence, but many are convinced that this was the origin of the 2401 on the statue way back in the day. If you want more coverage on this, I recommend the legendary YouTuber Swanky Box's coverage of the urban legend come true, and hell, just watch Swanky Box if you are anyways. In hindsight, with all the new information confirming Luigi was meant to be in the game but was cut, it adds even more weight to the theory, and in some ways it turned out to be true with the information finally releasing 24 years and a month later. The idea of extra hidden Pokemon in the series has been happening since the first set came out to the original Game Boy. Given that there were so many in the game, it was just natural for people to think there were more hidden ones in the game, even going as far to start creating fake guides on how to get these ultra rare Pokemon, but we'll talk about that more later. Missing No was one of the earliest and most popular of these Pokemon urban legends. He first appeared in Pokemon Red and Blue as a jumbled bunch of code and textures making up his name and appearance. The glitched asset form of Missing No isn't the only version of him you can run into in Red and Blue, with others including fossilized versions of Aerodactyl and Kabutops sprites from the Pewter City Museum. There is also another version that uses the ghost sprite from the Pokemon Tower, making it pretty creepy to run into this glitch in these forms. Since then, Missing No has shown up in a few more Pokemon entries, and it seems like it's just consistency in the development of the games to include some form of a Missing No character for memory purposes or something. None have been as impactful as the first iteration of Missing No, and for that reason it's gone down as one of the most popular video game glitches of all time. Speaking of Pokemon Red and Blue, there was another infamous urban legend in which many players believed you could find a secret legendary Pokemon in a place otherwise inaccessible. The Pokemon in question was Mew, who is already one of the rarest Pokemon to get in the original game, and this was seemingly an easier way to get Mew. Before getting on the SS Anne ship, you can find a small ledge near the ship with a lone truck on it. Since you don't get to move Surf until much later, this piece of land would be impossible to reach, causing theories to start cropping up that told of trading a Pokemon that already learned Surf before the ship left and using it then to reach the island. Since the ship needs to be in the harbor to access the water in this part, this was likely the only lead to get to this island. That is, unless you were willing to hack the game, of course, granting the ability to surf, whether or not you've learned it yet. Alas, if you do, there is no Mew or anything at all on the island or under the truck. The origins of this rumor are unknown, but many speculate it came from one person who propagated the rumor, and it eventually became infamous enough to be talked about online. Due to the strange nature of the lone truck, it's only natural players' imaginations would take it to a level like believing there is a rare item or Pokemon underneath. But alas, the only way to get Mew back in the day was to befriend Miyamoto himself, and he'd send you one of the 20,000 he was hoarding in his Pokebox. You'll find that a lot of entries on this iceberg that turned out to be true are now considered glitches in the respective games, as these are usually easier to see the myth's origin since they are achievable in the game rather than a creepypasta taken too seriously, making people believe there is an arcade machine that kills its players. One of the oldest urban legends on this list turned infamous glitch is from the original Super Mario Bros. That told of a mysterious minus world. The game having 8 worlds, the premise of a mysterious extra world sounded intriguing to many players' favorite game back in the day, so the rumor began to spread quickly, along with strats on how to get to the negative world. The glitch became so infamous it was even covered in a very early issue of Nintendo Power, making it even more well known. The glitch itself isn't the hardest to pull off, but it is a little tricky as it involves clipping Mario through the ending wall in 1-2, where you'll be able to take a warp pipe to the minus world where it takes place as a copy of the stage 7-2 that infinitely loops, making it unbeatable. This has something to do with some technical mumbo-jumbo jargon that Miyamoto could only decrypt himself, so who knows how much more they can unearth from this fossil of a game. It seems like it's infinite. There's no bottom to this barrel. There is a bottom of the bottle and Miyamoto reaches it every night. It's too much. Too early in the video to be flaming this guy this much. We got way more. The E.T. Atari game is known for a lot of things, but perhaps the most popular was the rumor of the failed game's overstock being buried in a large landfill. This was such an absurd concept that the rumor quickly fell into internet urban legend status, but after a few decades, an effort was made to dig up the old landfill to finally find the truth. There turned out to be over 1,000 recovered copies of the game from the New Mexico desert. I don't think you could get this to be an urban legend status nowadays with how bad video games are selling. I mean, holy shit, thank God Concord didn't have any physical copies. We'd be filling potholes with Concord overstock. Listen, games about aliens that should have been dope, but definitely were not. That was overpriced for what was offered, expected to sell way more than it did. There's too many comparisons. I think the big dogs are playing Russian roulette with the whole industry again with every release. And man, I feel like history is going to repeat itself really soon. We're really diving into the dumbass theories I 100% believed and bought into as a kid. As a kid who grew up with the cartridge era of video games falling out of style, I still played a lot of these forms of games, and man, they were really unreliable, at least the ones I had. This was a strange fix that originated out of the simple idea of getting dust off of the game's connectors, but most of the time the games didn't work due to faulty connectors or pins. Even with this, it seemed for a while that the blowing into the cartridges, it worked. I was there, it worked. This method, of course, was as unreliable as the actual game cartridges themselves, but if you gave it a good 3 or 4 tries and heard that start up Donkey Kong Country 3, man, woo, that was clean living. In reality, it was likely the pins being reset in a better position with each reinsert, but you couldn't tell me otherwise as a kid. I was blowing into the back of the video games like I was breathing, and it turns out to be worse for your games than being beneficial. Listen, if you're playing the games enough, it doesn't give it a chance to really get dust on it, making it useless to blow into it. Now, not only do you have a faulty pin, but you've also crusted the corner of the chip with Cheerio coated saliva. Good luck getting that copy of Contra 3 The Alien Wars running now, buddy. We are now entering the creepypasta era of video game myths and urban legends, at least on this iceberg, and this is one of the best and most popular from the beginning of this trend. The story tells of a certain section of the original Pokemon games on Game Boy, specifically the section Lavender Town, which housed this ghost Pokemon in the game along with a Pokemon graveyard. Already with a creepy theme, this area needed a pretty creepy backtrack, and only being equipped with the insanely intricate and high-tech Game Boy soundscape, it ended up being ear-piercing. It still achieved what it was supposed to, which was unnerving the player, and it was so creepy that the theme inspired the story of the Lavender Town Syndrome. It was a story covering a syndrome, an incident if you will, where a bunch of young Japanese kids who played the original Game Boy version in the 90s were driven to mass psychosis, often committing acts like suicide and complete loss of sanity. Obviously, today this is as transparently fake as Sony's consumer interest department, but back in the day, this disturbing concept didn't set off any alarms in my young brain as I watched a young Mutahar covering the game in the classic Creepy Gaming series on YouTube. Shout out. I don't know what did it, if it was the creepypasta itself, Mutahar's soothing but equally unnerving voice, or Ice Demon by Kevin MacLeod clanging in the background, but this stuff used to get me back in the day, man. It was a time and place thing, I think. You know, nowadays you have to artificially manipulate decade-old vines to get a reaction out of even me. I mean, I'm pretty desensitized that the 21 kid running in on himself has to... That does something to me. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 had a bunch of stuff not making it into the final game due to memory limitations, a common theme back in the day. This unfortunately limited the number of levels that they could put into the initial release of Sonic 2, with the developers even cutting out all but finished stages. The most popular was the Hidden Palace Zone, a level that would have taken place in an underground cave and was basically fully finished, but was the first on the chopping block for cutting levels. The level would later serve as the foundation for the level by the same name in Sonic and Knuckles. Not to mention, the level finally returned to Sonic 2 in the 2013 remaster, where they added an entrance to the level, where in the original you'd fall into a deep spike pit, with the level being used in advertisements and such before the game's release. Since it was so close to being complete, players were pretty surprised to find the level missing, and rumors began on how to access the level. Of course, there would be no way to access this level in the original Genesis and Mega Drive versions of this game, just a strangely out-of-place death pit that players couldn't get out of. I'll take a nice courtyard fountain any day compared to this, man. Like, Tails couldn't even get his ass out of that thing, man. Diablo 2 goes down as a classic for many reasons, but one of the biggest reasons for me being a big meat guy is the secret bovine level. If you're unfamiliar, this was a once rumored, now confirmed secret Easter egg level located in Diablo 2 that featured a unique enemy. The enemy in question is the Chick-fil-A cows, aka, as the game denotes them, hell bovines. To get to the secret area is actually pretty simple, as all you need to do is combine a Wurt's leg with a town portal, which will transform your portal to access the mysterious beef land. Before it was nerfed, this area actually was used by players to farm experience and items, as the cows were more of meme enemies featuring slower attack and being weaker overall, dropping rare items and a lot of experience for how easy they were to kill. It was a no-brainer. It was eventually patched out, and the level now lives on in references to the level in future Blizzard games and other companies referencing this notorious cow level. Give a gamer a toy gun and a dog on the screen and give them enough time, they're gonna get bored shooting the ducks and start taking pot shots at the mutt. It's fucked up, but it's true. It doesn't help that the dog was made to be one of the most annoying characters in the early NES days, constantly snickering at the missed shots and ordering the player around. Listen, it's only a matter of time until you turn the zapper on yourself or the dog. One's gotta go, and it ain't gonna be me, alright? Unfortunately, in Duck Hunt on NES, the one most played back in the day, you weren't able to actually shoot the dog on the screen, cultivating rumors on how you could. I'm not sure how dark these got, but today you can find images of the dog's head being blown off, which is pretty classy stuff, guys. Jesus. The dog was actually able to be shot in the Versus Duck Hunt game that was playable in arcades, but unlike the realistic fan depiction, he would simply show up with gunpowder covering his face, angry at the player. So I guess technically this myth turned out to be true in a way, just not in the way everybody wanted. If you really want to do this nowadays, just load up Smash Ultimate and shoot the Duck Hunt dog with the RPG Snake has, and it's the same thing. It gives the same effect. Ocarina of Time is a perfect game to many. Not to me, but to many it's the perfect Zelda experience. It may come as a surprise to those who fell in love with the game and its large world that there were actually some major plot and gameplay elements that were left out of the final release of the game. Ocarina of Time, like other Zelda games, as the early screenshots of the game suggest, the Triforce would have been an item the player could collect, and it would have likely played a larger role in the story. There is also a strange grayed out Triforce on the inventory screen that's never made use of, making many players believe it was actually still in the game. And to obtain the Triforce, you need to play a song by the name of Overture of Sages on the Ocarina. It's unknown what this would have done in the final game had it been included, but it 100% would have been used to forward the story in some ways, as we've seen the Triforce in every other Zelda game. The myth finally came true in a way during a sGDQ run of the game in 2022. Runners used a method known as arbitrary code execution, and it sounds as complicated as it is. Basically, this was still technically a ROM-hacked version of the game, but without tampering with the original copy of Ocarina of Time externally. Don't worry, I'm just as confused as to what I'm talking about as you guys, but maybe if someone with more knowledge of how this was actually pulled off can leave it in the comments, and I'll pin it or something. Whatever it took to do this, it's pretty impressive, even adding in a post-credit sequence where we get to see an N64 version of Tears of the Kingdom, with it serving as Link being able to look into the future of sorts. But yeah, in terms of playing this back in the day, finding the Triforce wasn't something that could be done, at least collecting it in full like the game seemed to present in early developments and screenshots. Sometimes myths and urban legends in video games don't even come from anything in the game itself, but from something equivalent to mass gamer hysteria. Nah, but there are many cases of confirmation bias with things like catching fish in Animal Crossing or catching Pokemon, or pressing A in Mario Party to save your coins. I'm pretty sure that last one actually works, but it feels like it fucking doesn't.
Are you kidding me? 25 fucking coins?
The idea is that rapidly pressing A during the catching sequence in Pokemon games will enhance the chances of a successful catch. However, thanks to looking at stuff like the game's programming, it's determined that many things like Pokemon's remaining health, ball type, and other factors that actually affect the capture, and pressing A a bunch it doesn't do anything. It doesn't actually help. However, you tried to tell anyone that back in the day, and they could probably disprove you, since it did seem to weirdly work every once in a while over doing nothing anyway. This tactic has been burned into the minds of players for years, and even with newer games, they're still liable to do it. Hell, I was smashing the fuck out of my phone screen the first time I played Pokemon Go, but nothing that actually helps you capture in that game. I feel like turning your phone off and throwing it into a river is a better way to get Pokemon in that game than actually trying. The Mount Chiliad mystery is the first we'll discuss in the Iceberg that is still kind of up in the air as to the original intent of the mystery, along with if there's actually more to discover or not. If you're unfamiliar, there is a lot that makes up this mystery, but basically the highest point in Los Santos is Mount Chiliad, where you would find the origin of this mystery, which is a large marking on the wall of the cable car station. The drawing shows different objects like UFOs, eggs, and what looks like to be a jetpack. A little throwback. There's been a lot of investigation into this mystery, with several theories cropping up, and one that is most likely the actual answer to the mystery. During the early development of GTA 5, before they realized just how much GTA Online is a moneymaker, there were plans for GTA 5 story DLC that might have cleared up this mystery after all. However, with the success of GTA Online, it seems the focus of Rockstar shifted for DLC for GTA 5, putting all their eggs into the online basket. This, of course, means they would have likely moved content planned for the single player DLC and translate it into online content. This is why many believe the answer to the Mount Chiliad mystery lies in the online heist modes, specifically the Doomsday heist. There are many ties to Mount Chiliad in this mission, like the intro to certain missions taking place on the mountain, and your main character using a jetpack to take out the main antagonist of the heist. Others believe the mystery is simply to show where to see the UFO you can encounter upon 100% completion, but with how deep the mystery goes, this seems a little too simple to be the only purpose of this giant mural. At this point, there is likely never going to be an actual answer to this convoluted riddle unless something more is found in the base game, and that's because a lot of the developers who worked on GTA 5 and this mystery don't even work there anymore. They don't work at Rockstar. And if it were truly solved in GTA Online, there's no way this was the full version of the mission, and the true purpose of the mystery may never fully be revealed. We should have got a jetpack in the single player. That's all I'm pissed about. The original Portal does a lot of showing and not telling in the story, to a point where one of the main characters in the game, who is making all of the gears turn in the background, isn't actually ever shown to the main character. That, of course, is Doug Ratman, a scientist who was working at Aperture upon the development of the advanced technology they were working on, and GLaDOS, and was outspoken about his worries of the technology turning on them since it had already begun to show violent signs. It turns out his prophecy was true, and after most of his coworkers succumbed to GLaDOS, it was up to him to stop her and escape the facility. He had a few struggles with this though, as he was slowly losing his mental as he is diagnosed with schizophrenia, and after the lockdown he was no longer able to take his meds. GLaDOS ends up attempting to use this against Ratman, framing the lockdown and the deaths of his coworkers was all a simple hallucination on Ratman's part, but he knew better, and with his extensive knowledge of the facility, he was able to hide in quote-unquote rat dens, where the player can see different drawings and scrawlings on the walls, and even see Ratman slowly delve into a dark place due to his mental disorder. The famous phrase from Portal, "The cake is a lie," was a telltale sign Doug left behind for the main protagonist, Chell, in Portal 1, to let them know not to trust GLaDOS, the one running the trials. This was due to the fact that the cake was always promised as a reward for completing the trials. Even though he's never actually seen in the game, he was always constantly making sure to help the player along the way, as he specifically chose Chell out of a lot of other subjects. Her main trait that stuck out to him was her resilience and stubbornness, making her perfect for the strenuous tests ahead of her. The inclusion of these rat dens and the spoon feeding of information throughout the story of how this whole thing started is really impressive, but can be a little confusing at times. Randomly running into strange scribbling on the walls by some maniac may seem a bit strange to run across at first, but after realizing the purpose of it all, it brings everything together. Due to time, I'm not going to go into every little bit of detail surrounding Doug Ratman, but just know that the David Bowie Starman meme is this meme in a video game character. He's the guy. He's a G. If you want to know more about Doug, check out Skyrayon's lore video, which goes into much more detail about Ratman's backstory and roles in both Portal 1 and 2. It's a very interesting watch and goes much more into the character than I did here. The Hell Valley Sky Trees are some of the most covered pieces of video game urban legends online, so I'm going to keep this one pretty short. The Hell Valley Sky Trees are strange, long shadow beings that peer down at Mario in the Shiverburn Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. There are 2 that are visible, but the pattern repeats with 2 more being behind the cliff texture. They don't have anything to do with the level, the game, or anything else in the Mario universe as it seems. They are simply a 2D texture that only appear in this certain part of the game and have creeped many players out over the years. The mystery of why they were included is almost as intriguing as the sky trees themselves, but it's likely we'll never get an explanation because we still haven't gotten one officially. Many players have speculated that they are a simple Easter egg referencing Japanese folklore creatures known as kodama, which are creatures that inhabit trees and curse those who try to cut them down. Perhaps these are just keeping an eye on Mario to make sure he doesn't come up there with a fire flower and recreate that one Far Cry 3 mission where you burn all the weed. I do think they are some of the creepiest things you can find in the Mario series because they seem to be deliberately made creepy and hidden away from plain view to only be seen by those who have the sixth sense. You know the sixth sense, the one that tells you when trees are mugging you down from several hundred miles away. I've talked about the Lumiose City Ghost Girl before in a video, so I'll quickly recap it here again in case anyone didn't hear me talk about it there. In Pokemon X and Y, after entering this building in Lumiose City and taking the elevator up, you'll be witness to a pretty unnerving cutscene. The lights will start to flicker as a ghost girl shows up right behind the player before walking by, or I guess sliding by the player in a pretty surreal way. There's no explanation for the Ghost Girl, and since they share the same trainer type as the Hex Maniac trainer class, there are many mistaken other Hex Maniacs as the Ghost Girl. While this version of the Ghost isn't seen again in X and Y, and an eerily similar version of the same Ghost Girl can be found saying the same thing the original did, but in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. These hauntings are nothing new for the Pokemon series, but this one is one of the most forward-facing ghost events, meaning it happened to a lot of players, and with no explanation afterwards, it made the event stick out even more to players who had experienced it. And with all the Pokemon ghost entries I've covered in the past, this one still stands out to be one of the creepiest to me. The world of anti-piracy screens has taken on a whole new life online after the initial viral anti-piracy screens that started to pop up online a few years ago. This trend would take off with many doing super impressive mock-ups of creepy anti-piracy screens and some that took the creepy elements a little too far, making them very obviously fake. One of the biggest heavy hitters was the Mario Party DS anti-piracy screen that people still believe to be true even today. A mock-up video was made that was super convincing, hitting all the perfect notes for something Nintendo would have done for a screen like this if it were real. It even has the element of the gameplay being glitched out before bringing the player to a screen with all the Mario Party characters behind bars looking upset at the camera with the text reading, "It's a serious crime to pirate video games." All while creepy distorted music with demonic laughing is playing in the background. It's the perfect fake anti-piracy screen referencing things like the fun is infinite with the music choice and mocking up a really convincing screenshot. Doesn't hurt either. Great work on this one, and it really encompasses the feeling players had when they did run into these sort of screens back in the day. Everything from fear of the law responding to guilt for not ethically playing the game. These screens will always invoke some strange feeling in me whenever I see them. Which, hey, I totally don't naturally see these screens all the time. Buy your games, guys. Support developers. Unless they're Ubisoft, in which case you don't own them anyway, so get after those games, guys. They're all free. Petscop is a creepypasta that became bigger than itself with really convincing evidence to go along with the original story. The story started off as a gamer who supposedly found a super rare unreleased PS1 game that featured unique dark gameplay. The character in the story, Paul, decides to unveil this unreleased game upon the world in the form of gameplay videos uploaded to his channel on YouTube. Being one of the earliest ARG creepypastas with this much evidence behind it, it was hard to decipher early on if this game actually existed or if it was created simply for this story. As the series went on, it got less believable, but this doesn't take away from the effort of the project as a whole. The creator, Tony, came out later and also confirmed it was created for artistic purposes, and even admitted to changing certain certain story beats and when to reveal them to maintain the mystery of the initial few gameplays. There are a number of great videos covering the creepypasta in full you can check out, plus you can still watch the original uploads of the game on the Petscop channel. Been drown walked so Petscop can run, even kind of admitted to by the creator, but I must say the effort by Tony goes above and beyond most other creepypastas back in the day, cementing this as one of the strangest video game internet legends. Polybius is an internet urban legend that is so old that the original mention of the legend is even uncertain. It tells of an arcade machine that is supposedly super addictive and gave players side effects like nausea, migraines, seizures, insomnia, and BBLs. After these incidents, men in black, government agents, were seen coming into a few arcades this machine was present in to supposedly collect data and information about the player's statistics. The story told of the machine only being present in an arcade for 1 month before they were all removed and never seen again. While this all sounds super fake and hyperbolized nowadays, it still worked just enough to be believable, especially when it resurfaced in the early days of the internet. With no way to verify reports by tracking down original machines or incident reports from 81, the story is just a story. However, many have tried to make the case that the story may have been fabricated not on purpose for internet fame, but just misremembering incidents like a couple of cases from gamers passing out while playing long sessions in arcades trying to beat world records, and a case of FBI seizing arcades in relation to reports that the owners were using their machines for gambling and an unfair personal gain. So these two may have been remembered as the same event, adding to the authenticity of the Polybius story, but alas, it seems like a complete fabrication, and until an original Polybius machine crops up, I'll believe that it is fake. Even if, though, at this point it would be really hard to verify as there are many mock-ups of the machine out there being featured in things like the AVGN Polybius Special. If you somehow never heard of Polybius before, there are plenty of great videos online covering the full story and even replicating it in dramatic form. The every copy of Mario 64 is personalized theory is less of a theory and a dumb trend online that went a little too far and started something that, man, it may never end. Now, I do say dumb, but I do appreciate everything that came from this urban legend, including a lot of horror mock-ups of different surreal things happening in the game through various means of video and analog horror channels. For the uninformed, the personalized Mario 64 theory tells of a special AI that was being tested in the game's backend that basically made each and every copy of Super Mario 64 unique in its own way. This was a basic way of kind of explaining the many strange things that people claim are in the game, yet it's absent from other people's experiences. While this is 100% bullshit, we can all agree, it can be explained kind of by the school playground chit-chat where kids' imaginations kind of went further than what was actually in the game. Kids trying to one-up each other, you know. It's no surprise something like this came to be a huge theory online. I've had my own strange, unique experiences in the game, like a memory that I'm sure was just a bad dream looking back, but where I was in the upstairs mirror room and I was just staring into Mario's beautiful reflection, and after a few long minutes, the Big Boo from Big Boo's haunt showed up and slowly started to float towards Mario. Before reaching him, the N64 lost power, and I was just staring and looking at a loud, fuzzy TV screen. Now again, it's something I remember as memory, but perhaps I'm confusing a bad dream or mistook what actually happened that day. I don't think this adds any more weight to the theory for me personally, but it helps me understand maybe how this dumbass theory came to be super popular online. For many gamers in the 90s, seeing Aerith's death in Final Fantasy VII was one of the hardest things they had to deal with. It really messed them up. It really messed up a whole generation. So much so that rumors began to spread that there was a way to actually revive Aerith in the game after the fact. This was 90s copium to another level, man. Hey guys, she's not really dead though, right? A few of the theories including using a random item known as the underwater materia, which only helps against the boss fight emerald weapon, removing the time limit from the fight. However, many speculated that maxing this materia out would allow the player to enter a secluded underwater section in the Forbidden City, wherein they would find Aerith and be able to revive her from there. This and other rumors were obviously proven to be fake, and fellow content creator Oddheader actually got wrapped up in a few of these rumors rumors, as he had made a video titled revealing the way to finally revive Aerith. That was obviously a prank for April Fools, but it pissed a lot of people off. Come on, man, you can't play with people's trauma like that, bruh. Nah, I'm just joking. People are dumb and get mad when they fall for something. It's an impressive piece and is probably the closest thing we'll ever get to seeing the theory come true, so... I've never really played Roblox all that often. You know, I'll sometimes go in there to check out the random really good user creation like Robot64. Other than that though, there are several thousands of other creations you can find in Roblox, and the whole thing seems like a pretty unkempt jungle gym of road people doing whatever the fuck they want. I mean, have you ever scrolled past a Roblox TikTok and had no idea what the hell was even going on? And it's got like no likes or comments, and you feel like you walked in on something you shouldn't have. Regardless, Roblox has a lot of strange corners, and this entry touches on a strange account by the name John Doe. If you're not familiar, John and Jane Doe are used as name placeholders for people who don't have a name for whatever reason in real life. These mantras were used by Roblox developers for testing accounts where 3 different accounts were made: John Doe, Jane Doe, and the original Roblox account. This all seems pretty typical for a large online game like this to test different aspects of the game. However, the mystery of John Doe is a bit stranger. Due to the mysterious nature of these Roblox characters, like the fact they were rarely ever seen online or in the game, this caused many players and online coverage of the game to vilify the John and Jane Doe accounts. It was rumored that on March 18th, 2017, a large hack would take place with these accounts on Roblox. If you logged in at any point on March 18th, you're getting hacked, buddy. This was largely propagated for cheap clicks online from children by YouTubers who definitely added the most weight to this theory, but in reality, nothing happened on March 18th besides Roblox making an official statement and resetting their own users on the platform, proving the rumor was untrue. It seems like for a while, from 2015 to 2017, the John Doe account was a regular boogeyman for the Roblox servers, but thankfully none of it turned out to be true. It wouldn't be the last strange occurrence with Roblox, but you know, that's for another time. Stop and Swap was one of the most ambitious ideas for the earliest versions of DLC and shared content between games. This was being developed back in the day for a few games exclusively developed by Rare and started with their flagship. Sorry, Banjo, it's not shit. I meant flagship. Their flagship game, Banjo-Kazooie. The Stop and Swap feature would have added extra items that are still present in the game but are inaccessible naturally and are only revealed after the player 100%s the game, where a cutscene of Mumbo Jumbo showing the mysterious items is played out. These items would have worked through Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, and there's even evidence of the feature in Donkey Kong 64. It's like this Banjo-Kazooie fridge in Donkey Kong's treehouse. The feature was later added back into the game in a way to the Xbox arcade versions of Banjo-Kazooie that gave exclusive items and car parts and Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts, so, I mean, yay. Overall, it seemed like the feature was too ambitious for the hardware at the time, as it would have required something known as a hot swap, where you literally swap cartridges within a 10-second time limit. It's pretty intriguing to look back on this to see these developer trends starting all the way back in the day in this infancy and see how they tried to work around the old hardware they used back then. Had this become a thing back in the day, it might have launched the trend of different games communicating with each other a little bit earlier, but you know, they started to figure that out with the next generation with things like the Game Boy Advance connector to the GameCube. It seems like after the popularity of GTA San Andreas' Bigfoot mystery, every other subsequent game release had their own strange urban legend to look out for. In Grand Theft Auto 4, one of these oddities many players claim they've seen and run into deep beneath Liberty City is known as the Rat Man. The Rat Man supposedly lives under the city in the subway tunnels and stays alive by feasting on the homeless population down there. Damn, they can't catch a break. The accounts of Ratman differ a bit, with some players believing him to be a humanoid rat and a unique asset in the game, while others believe him just to be a geeked up homeless person who can run super fast and is very hostile to the player. There's a few pieces of evidence floating around the internet, but they are so low quality that you can't even tell what's going on in them. Many skeptics believe this was done intentionally to hide the fact that it was so obviously fake, but this was also back in the day of shitty cell phone cameras, so who really knows? There are references to rats in and out of the game, like like a cut line from a train conductor that would have read, "I just saw the rat of size of a pit bull down in the subway," which many believe was a subtle reference to the Rat Man, but in reality this was likely a humorous line poking fun at New York's real-life rat problem. Like all of these Grand Theft Auto urban legends, this one is still purely speculation and is likely not actually in the game, especially with the limiting amounts of evidence being presented since the game's release over a decade ago. Shit, I don't even know if anybody bothered to make a mod of this guy, I'm gonna be honest. Gygas, in my book, is one of Nintendo's most surreal final bosses. I mean, just look at this guy. He's not even in the same ball field as King K. Rool or Bowser. Gygas is so powerful that Ness and the gang have to go back in time to a time where he's less powerful, a time where he's emotionally damaged from the ending of Mother. So Gygas' power is already pretty evident that when you finally get to the boss battle, it's like staring up at a 100-mile long impassable wall. Gygas was so impactful that rumors began to spread that his presentation on Earthbound is a lot darker than it first seems. The running theory is that Gygas represents an abortion and abandoned, even with some finding that in the pattern that makes up Gygas, you could see a repeating pattern of what looks like to be a baby in the womb. This theory was backed up even more when the creator of the game stated he was inspired by a film he'd accidentally walked into where he witnessed what he thought was a sexual assault scene, but in reality the film just featured a woman getting murdered. Many tied this incident to support the fact that Gygas was an aborted fetus, but there are just as many people disproving this theory with some great points. Like this post in the Creepy Gaming subreddit that offers a few points to disprove this theory, stating, "Earthbound may be dark at times, but do you think HAL and Nintendo would allow an abortion as a major plot point in an E-rated SNES game?" While we don't know much about Gygas' race, fetuses are seldom known for being physically powerful to forces of evil. Yeah, we'll likely never get an official confirmation of this from developers since, you know, they're locked away in a dungeon somewhere, never to make another game again. That, and like the poster's first point, I don't think it's in Nintendo's best interest to confirm this rumor. What do you guys think? Is Gygas a fetus or just a giant flesh wall? Let me know down below. Fun is Infinite should be in Layer 1 in my opinion, since it's really well known if you're a pioneer of early internet horror, but I don't have the wherewithal to gather all the information just to research and talk about it, so until I make my own Iceberg, I'll shut the hell up about it. Regardless, Fun is Infinite was a suspected anti-piracy screen for Sonic CD turned disturbing Easter egg, and was one of the main inspirations for the popular creepypasta Sonic.exe. After the screen was found in Sonic CD, the anti-piracy theory dissolved quickly, but finding the screen is super convoluted, so I don't blame anyone for thinking it was fake or something else entirely. In reality, you can find the screen in the sound test menu, and it presents players with a creepy image of Sonic and what appears to be a comically creepy face/mask that reminds me of the Anonymous masks.
What's up, brother?
Text in Japanese at the bottom when translated reads, "Fun is Infinite with Sega Enterprises, Majin." Due to some mistranslations, Majin was misinterpreted as Majin or Mashin, which means devil in Japanese. This misinterpretation, along with the creepy-ass background music they chose for the American version of the screen, went down in infamy for being just downright bone-chillin'. This version of Sonic today is known as Majin Sonic and is often referenced with fans even modding him into modern Sonic games, and the official Sega Twitter tweeting art containing Majin Sonic. Today he's less of a boogeyman and a strange part of Sonic's history, but a really cool one to look back on with the full story. Now we're getting into the straight up silly and dumb creepypastas of the early internet days. These started cropping up when I was just young enough to still be creeped out by them, given the right setting. But man, even back then I knew some of these were dumb as hell. Tails Doll is a character from Sonic R Racing, which is a robot doll made to look like Sonic's friend Tails in order to fool Sonic into falling into one of Eggman's traps. There were several stories online that told of the Tails doll being cursed and the fact that you could get a dark ending with Tails doll if you 100%ed the game. These were told through creepypastas mainly, with one of the earliest ones being a short story where a dad gets Sonic R for his kid, and after a few days the kid beats the game, and his dad decides to play it after the kid goes to sleep one night and finds Tails doll to be playable before the game turns itself off. Later that night, the dad saw a shadowy figure under his bedroom door, and it turned out not to be his son, but but Tails' doll. This story started a number of stories that told of Tails' doll curse that is obviously as fake as Luigi's mustache. Still though, it's pretty nostalgic and fun to look back to what we found creepy in the early days of the internet, because this is dumb as hell. For a long time, the rumor of jumping over the flagpole at the end of certain stages was merely a rumor on a rumor boat floating in the sea of other rumors, you know what I'm saying? It was harder to actually confirm if these claims were true back in the day without actually pulling it off yourself, so for a long time the idea of jumping over the flagpole was merely thought to be a myth. After many years though, it is no longer schoolyard rumors and more of a glitch that can occur in the original Super Mario Bros. You can pull this off in a few stages in the game, and it requires nailing a jump that you kind of have to glitch a Koopa and jump over him over the flagpole. It's not that easy. If you do succeed in making it over the flagpole instead of hitting an invisible wall, you'll continue to play an endless level that only lasts as long as you have time left. The area past the flagpole is empty of enemies, items, and Mario's will to live. He's losing it out there. And if you make it far enough, with some even going as far to disable the time limit with Game Genies, the game will start to glitch out the further you go out. Maybe Super Mario Bros. Has its own far lands we haven't found yet. You just gotta go far enough into the glitch. Now we're getting into some of my favorite video game urban legends and myths belonging to the character rumors in the Super Smash Bros. Series. Ever since the first Smash Bros., the idea of extra characters being hidden in the games has been a trend, and it's a natural assumption to players when there is already a bunch of unlockable characters. Fighting games in general had some hype-ass rumors to them, but Smash Bros. Specifically are on a whole nother level. That's because Smash is already a huge collaboration of video game characters, so the roster already seems as limitless. Melee was and still is one of the strongest Smash Bros. In the lineup, and it's because of how much the team put into the game. They had so much they wanted to put in the game that the developers have spoke about characters that were going to be in the game, but were cut due to time constraints. With this and the crazy ass things you had to do to unlock certain characters, it was only natural for rumors to start for characters who weren't actually in the game. One of the most popular for Smash Bros. Melee was the rumor that Sonic and Tails were included, and was first started by an April Fool's article by Electronic Gaming Monthly, which stated that Sonic and Tails were hidden characters in Melee that nobody had found yet. To unlock the two characters, you'd have to defeat 20 wireframe enemies in Cruel Melee before having to fight off both Sonic and Tails to finally unlock them. The rumor was believed by many due to the expert level photo manipulation showing not only Sonic and Tails on the character roster screen, but also having an image of them in the middle of a match. Looking back, this would have been hype as hell, but with Sakurai already confirming there was a few more characters who were already lined up next in line, it's unlikely that Sonic had a chance to be in the game, much less Tails. Luckily, in the next iteration, we'd finally see some Sonic representation, and that was the beginning of the end of it. They needed more room for Fire Emblem characters, you heard? Similar to the Sonic and Tails rumor in Melee, another popular rumor was floating around Smash Bros. Melee that seemed very real but nearly impossible to get. Toad is a character who is technically already in the game thanks to Princess Peach's standard B move, using him as a meat shield, but was once rumored to be playable as his own character. To unlock Toad, you'd have to shoot down all of the names in the credit sequence, which is extremely hard to do and has only been done once outside of tasks. I remember attempting this when I was a kid, and it was difficult, so I gave up on it fast since you really only get one chance at it per run, and missing one name spells a restart. This sucked as a challenge and is one of the reasons the rumor was believed to be true for so long, since nobody could shoot down all the credits. Another thing that helped the authenticity of this rumor is the fact that Toad's model is already technically in the game, even if limited. Why wouldn't they have polished him up a little bit and tossed him in as a meme secret unlockable character? You know, it's starting to make sense. Looking back, it's clearly not real even from just reading what you'd have to do to unlock him, but the hope of unlocking Toad as another Jigglypuff type of character where he's pretty much useless besides one move that hits really hard, that would have been cool as hell, man. And I really hope we see some iteration of Toad in Smash one day, even if it's like Toadsworth or Captain Toad or something like that. Totaka's song is a really wholesome and nice Easter egg to run across in the mini games it's presented in. If you're unaware, Totaka's song is more of a jingle than a song, but it is made by Kazumi Totaka, who is a longtime composer for Nintendo's biggest projects. The song is known to be inserted in almost all of his projects he works on, dating back to a game called X on Game Boy in 1990 to the most recent Animal Crossing entry, New Horizons. The jingle goes like this. If you heard it before, then it's likely recognizable since it's such a short and catchy melody. My favorite times Totaka's song has shown up is when they tie it into the theming of the game, like the original Luigi's Mansion. Damn, that one's really good. What makes Totaka's song a great Easter egg is the fact that it's often not a singular track in the game, but a section of a song several minutes in. That means players usually have to track the song down when there's a suspected Totaka song, whether it be waiting on the pause menu for a few minutes or trying to decipher a humming Yoshi over Mario Kart 8's bombastic-ass soundtrack. I still don't know how people found that one. I first heard the song way back in the day in Mario Paint, and if you don't know, I'm already a huge fan of the game, and it's super nostalgic to hear the jingle, even in completely different sound fonts. This is one of my favorite recurring Easter eggs in games. Like I stated a few entries ago, some of the hypest urban legends came from fighting games, and one that predated even the first Smash Bros. Was the rumor that Reptile was a secret fight in the original Mortal Kombat. This is actually the earliest example of a secret character in a fighting game and paved the way for this trend to continue on in the genre. Reptile was often hinted at in the game before fights, where a green reskin of Sub-Zero and Scorpion would come down on the screen and give a number of hints, all of which combined would spell out the way to get to the secret boss fight. The requirements to fight Reptile are pretty ridiculous, as it includes the RNG with the map The Pit, having shadows cross over the moon, get 2 perfect wins without blocking, and finishing the match with a fatality. If you're able to achieve all of this, you will end up fighting Reptile in the bottom of the pit of spikes, where somehow they are perfectly dodging each spike, even when they get thrown back on their back. What the hell? Many may have expected that Reptile would have been an unlockable character as well as after the fight, but unfortunately it just ended up just being a secret boss fight. To be fair though, it is just a recolor of 2 other characters in the game and seems to have both Scorpion and Sub-Zero's abilities. After this rumor turned out to be true, the developers thought it would be best to honor the secret fighter and add him into future iterations as his own character, and even fleshing him out, making him further resemble an actual Reptile in more recent games. It's a legendary video game rumor that ended up being true, even if almost impossible to get to, at least for me. It reminds me of the Cranky challenge, but if you ended up completing the challenge, you had to fight Cranky mano-a-mano and bludgeon him to death with his cane as your finisher. I want to do that anyway. If you're a big enough fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, chances are you have tried out the custom night mode when you're able to set your own difficulty for each animatronic. There was a rumor for a while that after the game released, if you enter the date 1987 into the lineup of difficulties, it'll unlock secret content like unseen areas in the game. In the original iteration of the game, this wouldn't do anything, but due to this rumor spreading, the creator of the game decided to update it to actually include something if you inserted the code. But instead of more content and lore hidden away, he instead put in a Golden Freddy jump scare that would crash the game immediately. Curiosity killed the FNAF fan is what they say, right? It's worth noting that the date 1987 plays into the lore of FNAF, as it's not just a random number, but rather may be a reference to the bite of 87, which is a whole other rabbit hole of lore that I won't go into at the moment here. It is funny to think that players trying this urban legend one day results in nothing, then the next day you get shit on by Golden Freddy and he does the fucking Fortnite L dance on you before you have a heart attack and die. Animal Crossing is home to many strange and eerie Easter eggs, but the creepiest secret was pretty well hidden for a while. The gyroid face, often thought to be a glitch, is actually part of the game and serves as a punishment for not saving while visiting a friend's town. You get a lot of warnings about this before setting off, so unless you're deliberately trying to get the gyroid face or your power goes out, you'll likely not ever see this throughout your natural gameplay. I never found this because I didn't have any friends. Not only is your appearance hollow and empty permanently, but you also all lose all your items you had in your pockets. So yeah, don't go gallivanting and forget to save, because the consequences are really brutal. Super Mario 3D Land features another one of the Mario series' strangest mysteries, and it fittingly lies inside a ghost house. Behind the flagpole of the level 4-4, if you wait 30 seconds, you can see a strange figure hit a nasty cross dissolve into frame before fading away after a few seconds. This ghost can also be seen in less obvious places throughout the level, but if you want the clearest view, the end of the level is the best place. There's a lot of speculation online of what this thing even is and why it's here. Many think this may share some relation to the aforementioned Hell Valley sky trees, but my bigger question is, why does the ghost appear to be human-like and not like a typical Boo? The Mario universe has clearly shown what their version of ghosts are, so what the hell is this thing? Well, much like the other mysterious oddities in Mario games, we'll never get a clear answer, and it's probably just something as simple as an overworked developer adding in something for fun, just so he can make it through his workday. It's definitely one of the creepier things to see in a Mario game, but this one's been covered to death, so let's go ahead and move on. The Jolene Cranley ghost is a mystery from Grand Theft Auto V that appears near and on Mount Gordo. The story behind the spirit actually goes pretty deep and is hidden within the game pretty well. If you go to a website in the game about another mystery, you can find an ad that links to a newspaper clipping from the late 70s that told of a husband and a wife who went hiking on Mount Gordo before the wife supposedly slips off the mountain to her death, with the husband eventually being acquitted of any suspicion with the accident. However, you could tell by his response with him saying things like, "I would never kill my wife, even if she was trying to ruin my stunt career," which isn't usually something someone would say who's grieving. In current day Los Santos, you can actually hear and find evidence that Jolene hasn't moved on quite yet. If you go to certain sections of the map, you can hear voice lines from a ghostly woman's voice saying, "Please don't do it," and pleading with what's supposedly her husband Jock. At the top of the mountain, where she likely fell off the cliff in the 70s, between the hours of 12 to 1 a.m., you can see a projection of Jolene's ghost. Her spirit takes the form as a flat 2D texture and really reveals how messed up she must have got from falling to her death, even with a permanent frozen shocked look on her face. Not only can you find her spirit, you can also find evidence that finally confirms her husband killed Jolene, wherein right under her spirit spawn, you can find the name Jock written out in blood. This has to be one of the most surreal and disturbing Easter eggs to find in GTA 5, and the fact it's completely missable, not tied to a side mission or anything, it's hard to know what you're running into when you first find Jolene's ghost. I agree with fans who say that this probably should have been a deeper side mission that perhaps Trevor would go through, seeing as Michael and Franklin already have side missions where they conduct investigations similar to this one, and this seems like the perfect candidate for one of those. The original Metroid game had some interesting programming, specifically when it came to the password system the game used. Instead of hard-coding passwords into the game, they instead implemented a 2-point checksum, where it would actually only check the last 2 letters of the passcode. This means that passwords would just have to pass the last 2 integer checks, and the one for changing Samus into her leotard and out of her armor was known as the Justin Bailey code. For years, there was a lot of speculation on who Justin Bailey was and why the code worked in the game. It seemed very random, and before the checksum was known about, having a kid named Justin Bailey be a hard-coded passcode for a Japanese-developed game didn't seem right to some. In reality, it seems like a kid probably named Justin Bailey back in the day just so happened to be messing around with the password system and plugged in his name, and it worked, and it naturally spread like that. Of course, this is just speculation, but it quickly became the most popular code people would use to get the armor swap cheat. In reality, if you played around with your name in the password section long enough, it's likely you'd stumble across a working password yourself. The only hard-coded password in the game is NAR password, which gives you all the power-up items, but other than this, all the other passwords can be anything, and this Justin fella just so happened to get his 15 minutes of fame, or I guess years of fame, because we're still talking about him several decades later. Shouts out to Mr. Bailey. I really hope you're not a piece of shit by now. I hope you're a good guy, because I'm shouting you out and I don't know who you are. The Pokemon Black Hack is an early Pokemon creepypasta that was grounded in reality and told of a very believable story. This is because it didn't tell of anything outside of the game itself and delve into the typical horror tropes you'd find in these stories, especially back in the day. The synopsis of Pokemon Black Hack is someone buys a hacked copy of Pokemon Red after explaining he is a fan of buying and playing through Pokemon bootlegs he finds online. After finding Pokemon Black at the flea market, he quickly realized that the hack was unlike any other he'd played before. The starting Pokemon were the same, but there was an additional starter known as Ghost, who takes the form as a ghost from Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town. The player, of course, chooses the Ghost Pokemon, and its only move turns out to be Curse. This was odd since the move was not added into the series until after Pokemon Red, so it seems like someone went out of their way to intentionally add the move in. It turns out the move not only kills the Pokemon you are facing off against, but also the trainer, and it permanently kills them with a gravestone even showing up in their place outside of a battle. This all culminates in the end of the game where the player is now older and without Pokemon before finally facing off against the ghost Pokemon yourself, where it will end up killing the player, forcing a restart. The story was so believable and grounded in reality to the actual game that someone was able to make a pretty accurate ROM hack to play in real life, and it captures the creepiness of the original story. I think often it's hard to match the craziness in some of these stories to real life pieces like ROM hacks, but the best of the best creepypastas were always the ones like this one that kept it realistic within the parameters of their game they're talking about. This was one of my favorites back in the day, and it really makes me want a full-fledged Pokemon game where it's set in this darker tone and is a little bit more mature. In terms of Smash Bros. Leak, this next one for Smash Bros. 4 was one of the most convincing of its kind and fooled many and me back in the day. The Rayman leak, besides the Grinch leak, was one of the biggest newer Smash roster rumors that had a lot of weight and evidence around it. This is due to a perfectly doctored video showing Rayman on the roster screen even with his own player icon. This was done so well that it fooled a lot of gaming outlets and fans, with many getting extremely pumped for the newest third-party Smash member. But as we know, equipped with the hindsight goggles, Rayman would never make it into the game as a playable character, and what a damn shame. The leak was made by Curiomatic on YouTube, where he would eventually come out and reveal the leak was fake and show exactly how he did it. If you're into video editing and photo doctoring, this is a pretty cool watch, and the tactics he used seemed pretty annoying and repetitive as fuck, so big props to him seeing the project through, and it seems to have paid off for the wanted effect. The initial origin of the leak came from a series called Smashified, where Curiomatic would create art for video game characters as if they were in the Smash universe, and it's a super satisfying series to watch, so I recommend to anyone who liked this entry. In terms of all-time popular Smash Bros. Leak myths, the Grinch leak has to be number one, man. If you're unfamiliar, the Grinch leak refers to a large leak that occurred in 2018 during the final few roster choices for Smash Bros. Ultimate, and it was an image that supposedly showed a final version of the large mural showing all of the fighters. The post was originally uploaded to 4chan and showed a few choice characters on the mural that hadn't been announced yet, like Banjo and Kazooie, Chorus Kids, Geno, Isaac, Ken, Shadow, and Mach Rider. The mural being manipulated wasn't anything new for fake Smash leaks for Smash Ultimate, but the biggest piece of evidence to prove this leak had some weight to it was actually a render of the Grinch from the newest at the time Grinch animated movie, giving its name the Grinch leak. The render had yet to be seen by the public since the film hadn't had much promo material at the time, and people had noticed. Mainly because why the hell would someone go out of their way to create a Grinch render to fool a whole lot of people on the internet for a completely different thing? This was still a stretch, but the fact that this looked super official coming from someone who appeared to work for a company that would have access to renders like this was a promising lead. In hindsight though, obviously the leak was fake, and it only got 2 out of the 7 characters right by the end of the game's roster DLC packs. It also included a lot of most wanted fighters throughout the years, which should have been the biggest red flag, but hey man, what about that sick ass Grinch render? That's gotta be something, right? Dude, I'm still disappointed that Grinch was never actually in the game. His final smash would have been the Whoville Hoedown, where he'll ride down the mountain at full speed and wreck into other fighters, much like Captain Falcon's final smash. Yeah, I put some thought into that one if you can't tell. Catastrophe Crow is an internet ARG that was heavily believed to be real in the early days of the project, with proof of gameplay, and the initial showing of the game was covered as if it were a real game nobody ever played. In reality, the whole thing was created for entertainment purposes, and the original author, Adam Butcher, continued the project for a while until there was a playable build of the fictional game. The basic synopsis of the game and its creation comes from the developer creating the game in memoriam of his daughter who passed away at his workplace while visiting him. These themes can be seen throughout the game, with characters in the game reflecting real-life people in his family. The game is playable to a point, and it really has been filled out as time has passed, and the work up top proved to be beneficial in selling it as a real cursed N64 game. It's such an unnerving genre of game, and to put a dark backstory like this behind it makes it even more impactful, not to mention how surreal the game gets near the end. If you haven't heard about Catastrophe Crow, there are a lot of great videos that go into way more detail that I'd recommend, like Night Mind or the original Adam Butcher video, and even the Game Theorist coverage on the game. There's a few for you. Hot coffee led to one of the biggest setbacks in video games since the Columbine Doom map leaks, and it was fully on the mishandling of the situation by Rockstar Games. If you're unfamiliar, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas included some cut content, including a sex minigame denoted as Hot Coffee, in which for the time it showed explicit sex acts in the game. However, due to not wanting the risk of a higher rating than M for mature, they hid the mission inside the code, unavailable to anyone playing the base game. However, due to them not removing the minigame in full and locking it behind the back end, when the game's PC port was released, modders were able to restore the minigame to its full extent. Looking back, the scene seems so tame to what we see nowadays, even in video games, and it makes it even more ridiculous on the outrage and backlash that came from this. To be fair though, Rockstar probably should have removed the content altogether, but hitting them with the full course of the law for not properly advertising the content is also kind of dumb. It was a witch hunt, and the higher-ups at Rockstar and Take-Two staying silent, well, it wasn't a good look. They of course recovered, and it wouldn't be the last piece of drama they got themselves into, but looking back, it was such an interesting time for games and the games industry and how the rest of the world responded to stuff like this. Of course, it's lame as fuck when the government entities try to get involved, and with no real way to access the content without knowing to mod it. I truly think this was an overreaction, and if you're truly worried about your kids seeing this scene and totally okay with them doing everything else in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, maybe you need to reprioritize a little bit. GTA 6 they'd have to show full penetration if they wanted to stir up anything nowadays, you know what I'm saying? The theories behind if Michael Jackson had any involvement in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 soundtrack were raging in the early 2000s, and the story behind it only brings up more questions than answers. Today, it has all but been confirmed by Sega themselves that Michael Jackson was present and had a hand in creating quite a few tracks in Sonic 3. The theory cropped up that Jackson was involved due to some similar sounding tracks in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 to Michael Jackson's music, even sharing some riffs, and the fact Michael Jackson was uncredited in the game's credits, making it seem pretty fishy. More years would pass without any new information until 2009, where Brad Buxer, the credited composer for Sonic 3, would reveal that he did indeed work with Michael Jackson in developing the tracks for the game. Specifically, the tracks Knuckles Theme, Hydrocity City, and Carnival Night Zone were apparently worked on by Buxer upon Michael's supervision, while the only theme Michael actually worked on himself was the staff roll theme. Upon showing Michael the finished demo clips heard through the compressed chiptunes of the Sega Genesis, Michael, the diva he is, decided his music was too good to be desecrated by the chiptune sounds the Genesis produced. This was the main theory presented by Buxer himself as to why Michael Jackson went uncredited, as he stated the following: "I've never played and I do not know what the developers have kept the tracks on which Michael and I have worked, but we did compose the music with Michael calling at some point to give him a hand on this project, and that's what I did. And if he was not credited for composing the music, it's because he was not happy with the result sound coming out of the console. At the time, game consoles did not allow an optimal sound reproduction, and Michael found it frustrating. He did not want to be associated with a product that devalued his music." Another interview with Roger Hector, the executive coordinator on Sonic 3, stated the reason for Jackson's uncredited and early termination from the project was due to the following. "Sonic 3 was a lot of fun, but it was also very difficult. Michael Jackson was originally brought in to compose all the music for the game, but at the very end, his work was dropped after his scandals became public. This caused a lot of problems and required a lot of reworking, but the game turns out great in the end." While both are likely options for Jackson's removal from the project, I'm more inclined to believe Buchser since he was boots on the ground with Mr. Jackson himself, and it just seems like a Michael Jackson thing to do to hate video game music. I mean, you can't really blame him, really, you know? Imagine being a musician your whole life, only dealing with real instruments, then you go work on a project and it turns out sounding like this. I mean, you do the math. It's not that hard to see that this guy wasn't a fan of something that sounded like this. I totally disagree, as I find this era of games had some of the best soundtracks, and oftentimes I'll take this shit over real music any day. Ever since the initial release of Sonic 3, the re-releases have had a lot of trouble with music rights, and often will replace the music with beta music before Jackson's involvement, or completely redoing the music altogether. This all culminated recently during the pre-release of Sonic Origins, which would include recreated music to resemble the original tracks from the original game. This was frustrating not only for fans of the original, but even for the co-creator of Sonic, who stated on X, "Oh my god, the music for Sonic 3 has changed even though Sega official uses Michael Jackson's music." This was referencing a clip that the official Sega Twitter tweeted out, including Michael Jackson's Billie Jean as a backing track, yet they're not allowed to use the original tracks by Michael Jackson. I don't know, man. What kind of wacky dumbass world do we live in? I'm with you, Yuji. I'm on your side, dude. This is bullshit. Sometimes video game Easter eggs don't even have to be in a video game. Take the Hall of Tortured Souls from Windows 95, for example. This was a strange rumor turned Easter egg from Windows 95, in which if you open Excel and went to the 95th row and selected the whole row, tabbed over to the B column, go to help/about, tap and hold Control-Alt-Shift, then click the tech support button, then this Easter egg will appear. The small game isn't even really a game and more of a humorous take on a developer's credits. The game starts in a pretty vibrant room and presents the user the controls to move in 8 directions and to look up and down. Throughout the hall, you can find messages and names of developers who worked on Windows 95 before finally finding a large mural of a very pixelated picture of all the developers standing and sitting together. The Hall of Tortured Souls was always talked up to be creepier and bigger than it was, and while the visuals are a little off-putting, reminding me of something like LSD Dream Emulator, there really isn't anything that unnerving hidden here. It's more of a unique way to show the credits of an operating system, which is already likely going to go unnoticed by many users. I mean, who's thinking about checking the credits to an operating system? I don't even stick around for the credits at the end of a movie. Think I'm going to go find out who made my OS? Club Penguin was never in my rotation of games, but I do know the impact the game had on its fans in the early 2000s. The game had quite a few rumors going around, but the most popular is easily the rumor that you could tip the iceberg off the northeast coast of Penguin Island. It's unknown where the rumors first started, but the basic idea is that if enough players stood on one side of the iceberg, it would tip over and sink. But no matter how many people tried it would never even get close. Some of the rumors went deeper and stated that you needed extra gear to pull this off, like the Jackhammer 3000. That's why a lot of the early footage of this phenomenon, you'll see a bunch of construction worker penguins looking like they're about to drill straight to China. They're really just trying to flip the iceberg. This remained a myth until the final days of Club Penguin servers being open, wherein during the final party event, they updated the iceberg to finally be able to be tipped over. To actually do this, it was a bit more involved than just offsetting the weight of the penguins, in which you'd have to get 5 players in the room who are blue and walking a blue puffle, while also dancing and wearing the hard hat, referencing the rumor of the Jackhammer 3000 rumor. It's super cool to see this finally happen, and I'm sure for fans that fell for this rumor back in the day, this was super satisfying to finally do. Shout out to the Club Penguin devs, man. I can't imagine if they updated Super Mario 64 with Luigi back in the day, reversing all that wasted time in my childhood. Good for you guys, man. Possibly one of the best mysteries of recent gaming news was definitely the Nier Automata's church mystery. In June 2022, a Reddit post was made to the game's Reddit asking if they knew how to open the church doors in the game. This was followed by many users questioning where and what the player was even talking about, as nothing sounded familiar to what they were describing. After the user came back and hit them with receipts in the ways of photos, it started to perplex many, with some questioning if it was even real, claiming if this was a hoax, it was incredible. As the user started to share more about the mysterious church area through footage and more images, it seemed like this was a legit area in the game that had yet to be discovered. After many attempts to find and unlock the church, it was beginning to occur to some that this may be an insanely detailed ARG, which it turned out to be, sort of. The original creator of the mystery revealed on a live stream that the evidence was the works of a mod they created, and the entire Reddit post was fake and used to trick people. The mod was even talked about and shared by the creator of Nier, Yoko Taro, who shared videos of the mod and even played into the mystery, not directly answering fans' questions about the mystery. Apparently Taro liked the mod and liked the mystery so much that they even added a reference to it in the official Nier anime, making this entire thing technically somewhat canon. Shout out to everyone involved, the creators for making one of the most impressive video game urban legends of recent times, and to the creators for not immediately dispelling the myth and playing into it more. Just saying, if this was Nintendo, it would have been hit with a cease and desist, and the creator would be paying 50% of every paycheck directly to Miyamoto's Venmo for the rest of his life. I gave him too much credit. He's definitely a Cash App type of guy. The Purple Prizes myth from Super Mario 64 DS was created to be a newer version of the L is Real mystery after many assumed that Waluigi would be playable in Super Mario 64 DS for a number of reasons, including the fact that Wario was present, and since there was already 4 playable characters, there was a good chance the game had a 5th secret character to play as. The initial post was made on a DeviantArt account from a user claiming they found a mysterious Purple Prizes ad from a video game magazine that showed Waluigi playable and revealed a pretty vague way of unlocking him, stating, "Find all the stars and be the fastest foot racer in the land. Afterwards, a secret switch will reveal my door, brother. All that remains is a challenge from the Rabbit King for its key." Alright, what the hell does being the fastest foot racer in the land even mean? I know the fastest foot racer, and I ain't him, bruh. I'll never be him. Looking back, it's shocking that this fooled anyone, as some of the renders of Waluigi are very obviously fake, and the presentation is definitely a little odd. It was just enough to fool people though, as people started to run with the mysterious flyer and started the hunt for Waluigi. History was repeating itself. Why do we keep making the same mistakes? A few of the theories to getting Waluigi included 100%ing the game, then going to the top of the castle where Yoshi was chilling in the original, and you'd find Waluigi there waiting to be unlocked. Another theory involved a purple rabbit. The main fuel behind this theory was the fact that Nintendo accidentally left an image of the purple rabbit in the instruction booklet for the game, making many people believe it was still there and it just hadn't been found yet, including the aforementioned Rabbit King from the flyer. Obviously, this would all culminate into being fake, with the original creator even coming out and revealing the truth, but it wouldn't stop some future hoaxes surrounding Waluigi's involvement in the game, which he just isn't. When are we gonna learn Nintendo hates Waluigi and only uses him for roster fodder in sports games? Oh, what's that? We're doing Super Mario Badminton? He's the baddest badminton player in the lands. SpongeBob Saves the Day was a click-and-find flash game that came out in the 2010s that seemed to have quite a fan base. So much so that fans took it upon themselves to go into the game's backend files and found that some of the environment scenes contained sprite sheets right off the side of the screen, and these contained a pretty strange entity. Well, it didn't belong in Bikini Bottom, I'll tell you that. This guy would come to be known as Yummer by fans online, but according to the developers, his name was just simply Yum. This character was apparently being used as a placeholder in the game, made to be disturbing to the point it would be obvious to replace him by someone reviewing the game scenes. However, they mistakenly left the abomination in the sprite sheet of the game, and so close to the game that I wouldn't be surprised if kids felt like they were being watched while playing this game, because technically they were, you just couldn't see them back. I don't know, you could find this guy hilarious, but to me he looks like No David took an acid bath. Noki Bay is already one of the most unnerving levels in Super Mario Sunshine, featuring a boss battle that I hate going back to even to this day, but it also contained one of the strangest red coin missions in the game as well. The mission starts where you talk to the Elder Noki, who then voodoo shrinks Mario down to size, breaking every single bone in his body along the way and shoving him into his old used Jack Daniels bottle. After that, you are now tiny and searching for red coins inside the bottle, which is pretty barren, only containing ruins at the bottom of the bottle. Inside the ruins is a strange door that Mario can't interact with directly, but curious players decided to try and clip the camera behind the door, and what they found was pretty strange to say the least. A book entity can be seen placed in a very small room behind the inaccessible door, and after this came to light, the theories started to pour out, and a few of them are just straight up crazy, and I'm here for it. The most likely theory is this was a leftover scrapped mission that may have used the book as an item during said mission, but instead it was scrapped for a much simpler red coin mission. A crazier theory references a quote from our main man Miyamoto, in which he stated, "What if everything that you see is more than what you see? The space that appears empty is a door to another world. What if something appears that shouldn't? You either dismiss it or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Wait, you either dismiss it or accept that there is more to the world than you think. Perhaps it is really a doorway, and if you choose to go inside, you'll find many unexpected things." So many believe the door here is what Miyamoto was referencing in this quote, and I just gotta say, that's hilarious. I don't know if we should be quoting everything Miyamoto says all the time, especially late at night after he's had a few. I do see a kind of loose connection, but this is such a stretch that there's no way it's true. In reality, the book will likely never be explained, because why would it? It's such a nothing object that just so happened to be accidentally discovered by curious players. Listen, I'm no expert on FNAF or the lore or anything FNAF. I wrote this entry before I fucked up on the last one, just so you know. Obviously, I don't know much about FNAF, but I do know the significance of the purple guy, and it was once rumored that he appeared in animatronic form in the second Five Nights at Freddy's. This rumor started off from a video that was uploaded in 2014, which showed a quick flash of what appeared to be an animatronic version of the purple guy. Looking back, it wasn't the best edited video, and the purple guy literally only shows up for a frame, making it really hard to believe and even see, but it was just enough for players to buy into it. Plus, with the game already having strange RNG within the gameplay itself, it wasn't super far-fetched to assume that there was some super hidden Easter egg like this. However, it was revealed to be a hoax, as the purple guy animatronic was an edited version of the Golden Freddy animatronic, and I must say, it's a pretty convincing repalette here. The video itself is pretty rough to go back to and watch, but I do give it the benefit of doubt with time. But listen, I could make a more convincing video right here. Luigi's Mansion is already an off-putting enough game if you were young enough playing it, but there was a lot of small things that made the game particularly eerie. One of these things was a glitch that occurs in the game when Luigi answers the phone in the telephone room. With a strike of lightning outside, the wall will light up with Luigi's shadow, revealing that his shadow is levitating, making it seem like Luigi's shadow itself is hanging. I remember stumbling across this rumor online and thinking it was actually a real Easter egg that Nintendo included, maybe even implying Luigi is dead throughout the whole game. It was truly unnerving when I first ran across it, but I don't know, dude. I was spooked out by Squidward's suicide. I wasn't able to handle Luigi offing himself like this. However, this is a simple lighting glitch that accidentally casts Luigi's shadow a bit higher than it should be on the wall. It was never meant to imply Luigi had hung himself. I mean, I get it. I know that beta Game Over showed Luigi really down bad, but I never took him to do something like this, man. Final Fantasy VII wasn't the only Final Fantasy playing with people's emotions, as the next in line, Final Fantasy VIII, has a moment that stuck with players for years. This particular moment in question comes when Squall is hit with a large icicle at the end of the first disc, and seemingly dies as he is sent into a pit behind him. However, upon starting disc 2, it seems Squall is fine, and the strange moment is seemingly overlooked by the game's story. The out-of-place scene made many players believe that Squall actually did die during this cutscene, and the rest of the game takes place as a final lapse of consciousness in the way of a dream. There is a lot of evidence to support this theory, like the fact the second part of the game after this is starkly different from the grounded environments and enemies in the first disc. Not only that, but Squall is seen without any injury, and the game does little to explain how he healed himself without so much as a scar left over. During the ending cutscene of the game, the Death of Squall cutscene is randomly shown again, hinting at the fact that this was Squall's true ending as he passes, with this disturbing ass scene taking place. Many believe this is a visual representation of Squall's last breaths as the game finally ends. While the theory is really convincing with several pieces of evidence adding up, the series developer Yoshinori Kitase stated it's not true, but he found it very interesting and poked at the idea of reworking the story if they ever remade it to include this little twist. Unlike the reviving Aerith myth, this one kinda works in the opposite way, attempting to reveal the true fate of the main character Squall, but it appears he got the same treatment as the Emperor did in Star Wars, you know? He fell down a pit, but somehow he's straight.
It probably hits the asphalt, implodes,
Yeah,
right?
explodes.
Then, whatever, right? Whatever he does, then you hear, in the fucking trailer,
He's alive.
He's alive?
Super Mario Galaxy DS was a rumored port of Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii that promised a full-fledged version of Super Mario Galaxy that was unlockable through the Wii version. This rumor started when a trailer for the DS version was uploaded online, and it looked really convincing, showing gameplay of both Mario and Luigi playing simultaneously. Most impressively was the upload date of the video, which came out a month after the game initially released. It turns out this was fake and was actually made as a project for a design studies class, in which the goal of the project was to make a viral video. Pablo Belmontes decided to use the hype around Super Mario Galaxy at the time and made a super convincing trailer for a port of the game on one of the most popular handhelds at the time. The time spent and impressive showcase would only land Pablo a fucking B+, as the story is told, which is honestly highway robbery. That should have been an A+ easy. There are a few points in the project that reveal that it's obviously fake, like how to unlock the version of the game would be to collect and feed all 121 power stars to a secret Luma, who would then unlock golden Nintendo DS's, which would unlock the Nintendo DS version of the game. Not only is this just extremely unrealistic, the nail in the coffin is the point that every star collected in the DS version would grant the player 10 Wii points to spend on the eShop, which is a giant stretch, thinking Nintendo would ever give away free money like this. Overall though, the project is super impressive and has spawned a full-blown passion project to make a playable version of Super Mario Galaxy on DS, which there is a playable demo floating out there on the internet right now if you're interested. Just don't expect any of the cool parts of this rumor to be in there, like the multiplayer or the free Wii points. I mean, shit, you could technically give out free Wii points now because they don't do anything, so I guess have them all. One of the more obscure urban legends from San Andreas was a bit less known than the Bigfoot legend discussed in the first episode. This one features an antagonist from another Rockstar game known as Manhunt, in which players have claimed to see Pigsy roaming around parts of San Andreas. This all started back during a separate investigation back in the day of the Shady Creeks creature in 2008, where near the end of the video a strange creature can be seen staring the player down. This sparked a hunt for the creature, and many players started to claim it was Pigsy from Manhunt. There is a bit of evidence supporting this claim, like the fact Pigsy is already technically in the game, featured as an action figure located at Zero's RC shop. Unfortunately, due to heavy modding, it's impossible to tell if there was any evidence that this is actually real. People have searched the back end of the game too, and there's no Pigsy. But it's still cool that Pigsy could make it into the game in some way, even if it's not as an actual base NPC. By the way, I think that Pigsy is also way more terrifying to run into in the middle of the night in the woods of San Andreas than Bigfoot. I probably wouldn't stand as much of a chance against the Bigfoot, but man, at least there's a chance he won't eat me. He might just eat my babies.
You eat babies. You have to survive. Everyone knows that.
The 80s were a pretty rough time, dude. I wasn't around, but just the evidence left over from that time, I'm not jealous of y'all. I'll just say that. Some of the rumors that were going around back in the day were the direct result of no immediate access to naughty websites, and gamers were just left to their own degenerative minds. This is really how the Nude Samus rumor began for the first Metroid game on NES back in the day. The ending of the game already features a bombshell moment, or at least considered that back in the day, that the whole time Samus was actually a woman. While some people wanted to see a little bit more and started rumors that there was a way to see even more from Samus at the end of the game. And some of these methods included beating the game multiple times, 100%ing the game, and other methods that clearly never worked. While I think this highlights the desperation of the yesteryears, it's also not that surprising. I mean, leave a bunch of horned up gamers with the mental image of this before the game ends. They're gonna be searching for more, dude. Mew and Mewtwo, being two of the most powerful Pokemon, at least at their height, left room for players and fans of Pokemon wondering if there was ever going to be a Mew 3. While there still hasn't been a Mew 3 added to the series, there have been several references to the non-existent Pokemon throughout the years, making fans hopeful for a future appearance. There have been specific rumors surrounding Mew 3's existence in the Pokemon games throughout another theory we'll talk about further down the list, known as Pokegods, which are a rumored lot of Pokemon that are often just fan creations that are rumored to be very rare and hidden in the original games. The biggest semi-official reference to Mew 3 comes from a Pokemon manga that shows a combination of Clefairy and Mewtwo's DNA, which comes out to be Mew 3, and it even states this in the manga. While the Pokemon does switch back after the battle with Mewtwo, this is the closest we've ever come to a semi-official Mew 3 appearance. Other than this, an offhand comment is mentioned by a scientist in the anime that states that they are now done working on Mewtwo, that they should probably start work on Mew 3. It's a pretty throwaway line, but it's still one of the only official mentions of Mew 3. Some believe the appearance of Mewtwo in armor from the film Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, a great piece of cinema by the way, is actually Mew 3 since he was technically stronger than Mewtwo, but that's kind of a stretch in my book. Hopefully we will see a Mew 3 one day, and I hope it takes on a brand new look, the likes we haven't seen yet. Before the disaster that was the Halo Paramount show, the idea that Master Chief's face being a mystery was pretty much respected throughout most of the games. Now, I don't know where to fall on the effect of hiding Chief's face and how this plays further into the series and story and lore of the games, and I don't know, I don't think I'd die on the hill that he's never taken it off. He's got to take a shower or a huge runny diarrhea. The games do show that Spartans keeping their helmets on is a thing, as when a Spartan is about to die, they'll take it off in an act of defiance, and can be seen many times throughout the series when a Spartan is about to die. It's like in a TV show when the side character gets a little bit too much runtime. However, there are also scenes where other characters have seen Master Chief's face in the games even when the player isn't privy to it, so it's not like he's running around with the helmet on all the time anyways. The games have slowly revealed and teased more of Master Chief's actual face, showing close-ups like in Halo 4's legendary ending, but even though the show revealed Chief's face way too soon into it, I don't think it's the worst thing to maybe see what Master Chief looks like one day, because at the end of the day, it's just gonna be an old white guy's face, right? So it's not all that mysterious. What do you guys think? Would you rather never actually know, or do you think they'll just piecemeal Chief's face with each game release like they did with those action figures back in the day, where you get like a Wolverine action figure and you get Thanos' right foot or some weird shit like that? This is going to be pretty heartbreaking to dig back into for me, because I'm a big fan of Mario Odyssey, and the idea that there was a really good chance that Isle Delfino would have made it in as a kingdom but was scrapped, it still tears me up today. I already lost my shit in the game at the references to my favorite game ever, Super Mario 64, but Sunshine references would have sent me through the fucking roof. The worst part is, while this isn't confirmed officially, all of the evidence points to the fact that this was 100% planned for the final game, but was likely cut due to time constraints. Evidence left in the game and early promotion art show that Isle Delfino was definitely part of the map and located just off the left side of the Mushroom Kingdom. Not only that, but in the final game, if you get the lighting to hit the globe right, you can see a bumpy texture on the globe that clearly used to belong to Isle Delfino, and like a shitty apartment complex, they just painted right over that bitch thinking no one would notice, no one would be the wiser. Some think that this is an Easter egg, but the shoddy job to cover their tracks really proves to me and many that this was 100% cut content, and due to them pushing the release date up for the game, they decided to leave it out. Hopefully we'll see something including Isle Delfino, even if it's just a kingdom in the sequel, but hell, it's been so long, I'm not sure we're even getting a sequel at this point. But at least we have things like Super Mario Sunshine Eclipse keeping the Sunshine hype alive and well. I haven't got around to playing it yet because of hurricanes and icebergs, but I plan to get to it soon. It's looking pretty wild. As we've seen thus far, urban legends in games are often ignored or brushed off by developers, and rarely they are embraced and encouraged by the original creators. Perhaps the most surprising story of an urban legend turned into a real character happened with Ermac in the original Mortal Kombat. If you're familiar with the series nowadays, you've probably heard of Ermac, as he's a reoccurring character since Mortal Kombat 3, but before this, the character never even existed. Due to a pretty common error in the original Mortal Kombat game, the game would enter into a developer testing mode which would switch fighters' color palettes to their default red patterns, and their names would change to read Ermac. This led many players to believe that Ermac was a secret character in the game that was a fourth variation of the Scorpion palette. However, this wasn't a new character at all and was the default version of Scorpion with red, and the name Ermac comes from the paraphrasing of error macros. The fact that Ed Boon and the team were so aware of their player base that not only 2 years later Ermac was a playable character is honestly really cool, and man, I wish we still had developers like this nowadays. We do, but man, they are far and few between. The trophy system from Smash Bros. Is one of the things that made me fall in love with the game, as it made me feel like even though all these characters couldn't make it into the game as their own fighters, they're still represented in a small way. This often included secondary characters, and it was really cool to see them remodeled to fit the melee style. One of the ones that stood out to many was Daisy, and it wasn't because she's straight up slaying right here, alright? Maybe she is, but that's besides the point. If you clip the camera behind Daisy's hair, you can find a misplaced eye texture on the back of her head, making for a pretty gross image. I guess you could say she's got eyes in the back of her head. Yeah, there's never been an official statement from Sakurai or Nintendo on the mistake, but the game was known to be rushed, so errors like this shouldn't be that surprising. This is something Nintendo struggles with often, like when Donkey Kong's model in Mario Kart Wii had a misplaced mouth texture on his toe. Who knew a little body horror with Nintendo characters would go a long way? I remember people trying to say that the third eye was canon on Daisy and every iteration of her had it, but of course this was just taking the simple developer mistake to another level. The moon is one of the more mysterious places in the Pokemon universe, with urban legends of Pokemon only being able to be caught on the moons, starting all the way back in Pokemon Sapphire, Ruby, and Emerald. There was a rumor that you could take a spaceship from Moss Deep City to travel to the moon in order to catch the legendary Pokemon Jirachi and Deoxys. This was supposedly based on the number of successful rocket launches the station had, and when it reached a designated number, be it 50, 99, or 100, the player would then be able to use the rocket themselves to get straight up into space. This turned out to be fake, as there unfortunately is no way to get to space in these games, but this wasn't exactly the end of this rumor. In a twist of fate, this urban legend became somewhat true, as in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, you're actually able to go to space on the back of Rayquaza in order to fight and catch Deoxys. It's never been stated if this was a reference to the rumor from back in the day by the game developers, but at least it seems to be a slight nod to this urban legend. As far as Pokemon urban legends go, this one wasn't that wild and seemed like it had a good chance of being real, but alas, you can be no Rocket Man in Pokemon. The Diablo 2 chat gym is a legendary myth from the early PC gaming days that fooled everyone who ran into it, just about everyone. This occurred in the chat menus of Diablo 2, where a small gem could be seen and is clickable. After clicking the gem, it would change color with a text pop-up reading "Gem activated." With a pretty vague description, players were never really sure what the gem did, if anything at all. There was a lot of speculation that the gem would buff your other gems in your inventory when getting a perfect gem click. A perfect gem click occurred randomly and simply stated in the chat box "perfect gem activated" when it was obtained. This was thought to make every other gem in your inventory upgraded to perfect gems, but it turns out that this wasn't the case at all. And according to Blizzard at the time, when questioned about the gem's purpose, they simply stated, "The gem is working as intended." It wasn't until years later Jay Wilson, lead designer of Diablo 3, stated that the gem isn't coming back in that game and that it definitely didn't do anything in Diablo 2 in the first place. It seems that this was simply a troll on the part of developers to waste players' time and making them think they're actually doing something in the game, when in reality, it did absolutely nothing. It comes off as a pretty elaborate troll when considering the blunt response from Blizzard and the constant vagueness when discussing the gem itself. It's a pretty cool troll, pretty legendary. Now, only if they could troll the whole industry and release good games again, that'd be really cool. Maybe we'll work on that one, guys. It's time to hit an actual real phenomena from GTA San Andreas. It's about fucking time. And this one's actually pretty creepy if you run into it naturally in the game. The ghost cars in GTA San Andreas sounds like your typical fake rumor from a GTA game, but this occurs in a form in San Andreas, and if you're in the right setting, it can be downright creepy. There are several places across the map where old junker cars will spawn when the player is near them on top of a hill and will naturally roll down the hill, making it seem like the car is driving itself. This can only happen with certain cars, and it won't always happen in the same spots, but if you're lucky or unlucky enough to see it, it'll likely look out of place. The cars always, at best, look like they are drivers whose brakes were cut, and at worst look like a cult of sentient vehicles that are finally taking their independence. It's unknown if this is a simple glitch with unfortunate spawns for these vehicles or if it was done intentionally to spook the player out. All I know is it worked, makes me feel like I'm playing out a Stephen King novel, or perhaps I'm catty corner to a Mark Wahlberg in a The Happening.
What? No!
The number stations from Fallout 3 is one of the most infamous urban legends from the game and the whole series. It tells of a player who ended up killing the radio host 3Dog, then began to hear a strange code begin to play over the radio instead of the typical music. The code is read out by a pre-recorded 3Dog who doesn't sound as excited as he did when he was doing his regular radio show before you committed third-degree murder. The numbers seem to be random, but as the story goes, internet sleuths were able to decipher some messages from the seemingly random assortment of numbers. There are an assortment of messages mainly being loose predictions of future events, like a quote that states, "I can't believe Britney's actually won an Oscar. Keep not believing it because it never happened." This date was set for February 27th, 2023, and of course no one named Britney ever won an Oscar, most likely referring to Britney Spears. Another prediction wrongly guessed the death date of the Queen, predicting it would happen in 2014, just off by just a few years on that one. Just a few. If not for the dates not lining up, there is clear evidence in the game showing that this phenomenon doesn't happen after you kill 3Dog. For example, if you do kill him, he will be replaced by Margaret in the game, who will be an unenthused employee with her job and will constantly mention the murder of 3Dog, making you feel real guilty. This was a super interesting take on a creepypasta in the Fallout universe, and it kept it grounded in that universe, making it seem legit, but unfortunately all you get from killing 3Dog is lack of sleep at night. If there was one Smash Bros character that probably should have got a spot on the roster just due to how long he's been requested, is Geno from Super Mario RPG. I've never been much of an advocate for the homie, but I think he got robbed by just getting a Mii outfit to compensate for him never really making it as a full fighter. During the last DLC packs for Ultimate, the hype for seeing Geno finally making it into the game was so real, and was evident from fans biting onto any piece of evidence to hold out hope. Surely this time it'll be true. One of the biggest leaks pertaining to Geno was known as the Kako Malo leak, and it consisted of a leak of Mii outfits that included the Kako Demon and Malo from Super Mario RPG. This was all the proof people needed to tie these Mii outfits to either Doom Guy or Geno getting a spot as a fighter, and since this leaked at a time where Mii costumes were really hard to mod into the game, it seemed really legit. But a few days after the leak, more Mii costume mods had began to come out, disproving the biggest piece of evidence this theory had. Of course, the leak was fake, even though it was really convincing, and whoever did the mod did a great job, especially on Malo. Hell, this Mii costume is also the closest we ever got to getting Toad in the game too. Check out the drip. Let's do a quick drip check.
These are flame blue jeans. These are shoes that I picked up in Mexico. Ooh, this is maybe Prada. This is...
Chris Houlihan is supposedly a winner of an early Nintendo Power contest where if you won, you'd have your name entered into the newest Legend of Zelda game that would have been at the time A Link to the Past. This room actually does exist within A Link to the Past, but like the contest stated, it would be a very hard room to see, and man, they weren't lying. There still isn't a 100% foolproof way to access the room, and it's speculated that the secret room is actually only available after triggering a failsafe if Link's Y-axis returns an error in the game. Therefore, you need to try to kind of trick the game into triggering the failsafe, and while there is a few ways to increase your odds of triggering it, you need to practice it for sure. It basically consists of Link using the Pegasus boots and reaching the secret passage outside the castle in a certain way, consisting of maintaining the correct axis coordinates and ensuring you're dashing upon screen transitions. Nobody said it'd be easy. If you're lucky enough to trigger the entrance, you'll fall into a room with 45 blue rupees and a plaque on the wall that reads, "My name is Chris Houlihan. This is my top secret room. Keep it between us, okay?" There's never been an official statement from the Chris Houlihan, leading many to believe Chris doesn't even actually exist, but Nintendo has confirmed that the contest winner theory was correct, stating in a 1994 issue of Club Nintendo, a Latin Nintendo magazine at the time, stating, "Chris Houlihan is the name of a boy who won a Nintendo Power contest, and with it, he also won the right to have his name programmed in the Zelda A Link to the Past game." The most intriguing part of this mystery is that it doesn't appear as it does in the original US version in the international releases of the game, still featuring the room but without the Chris Houlihan shout out, and the room was completely removed from the Game Boy Advance remake. I guess that contest prize had an expiration date on it, Chris. I wonder if all this was in the fine print. Mr. Houlihan, we might have a case on our hands. I know a guy. He'll straighten you out. A game that is made by a guy who made Stanley Parable is for sure going to have some fuckery with it. Then you throw in that Sauce guy who made that cartoon and you'll get one of the deepest urban legends to ever grace virtual reality gaming. Accounting Plus is a VR game by William Pugh and Justin Roiland that featured quirky VR gameplay and was well received for being an early VR game that was actually polished and fleshed out. Initially, the game was just known as Accounting before an updated version was announced at the 2017 Game Awards, where the developers mentioned a secret zoo level. Other evidence of there being a secret zoo level in the game were seen in the gameplay and other hints during the trailers for the game. This is what would launch one of the most ridiculous ARGs in video games, dealing with sentient English-speaking frogs, tadpole sacrifices, and a bunch more. It sounds really dumb and cringe to me, but it's also a unique way to keep your game relevant with fans even after release. Since then, the search is still on for the zoo level, and it's only speculation if the zoo level is actually even in the game. It's not impossible that it hasn't been found yet. I mean, Stanley Parable had an achievement for not playing the game for 5 years, so who knows what this guy's capable of. For now, though, I know when my chain's being yanked, alright? Pause. But until I see proof, I'm a skeptic of the zoo level. This urban legend turned glitch was a creepy mystery from the Misery Mire section of A Link to the Past. The rumor stated there were ghosts that haunted the swamp, but they were incredibly hard to see and wouldn't harm Link, but would always be around, watching. The only way to see these ghouls is to use the Bombos medallion, which will set the ghost on fire, with the fire being the only visible aspect of the figure. This can and will happen in the final game, and is actually a glitch that occurs where invisible entities known as Fireball Zora, which are enemies that are otherwise in the game but have no business being in the mire and are invisible. This seems to be either an oversight from developers overall, or was purposely left in the game and just changed invisible to save time. But either way, the final effect this glitch has on the game is definitely spooky, whichever way you run into it, whether it be setting these guys ablaze or just sticking your sword out and running forward. Here we are again, guys, with another nude female character cheat code rumor from the 90s this time. It was a different time. What can we say? Regardless of how poorly the whole nude raider thing aged, it was still one of the most prominent gaming urban legends in the 90s. So much so that developers started to troll the community because of it. The main way it was speculated to see Laura's goods would be to input a cheat code with one of the video game magazine publications, even putting an article on how to access the cheat code. This included getting a buddy and plugging in a second controller, slamming the sticks to the rhythm of Spice Girls tune Wannabe, and apparently when questioned why it was included, a spokesperson stated they weren't worried about anyone under 18 getting the code correctly, since they, quote, said, "We don't think anyone under 18 has the rhythm to access this mode." This really should have been the point most people took a step back and realized they're being duped, they're being trolled, they're being pranked. But since the article included images of what these cheat codes supposedly did, many players believed it. The rumor persisted so much so that the developers added a more risque scene in the ending of Tomb Raider 2 where Lara Croft will shoot the camera when it almost gets a peek at her in the shower. This clearly bothered developers as they stated their distaste with the over-sexualization of Lara, even stating, "Even during development, someone in management perhaps half-jokingly asked us for something similar and we told them to bog off," suggesting that they were being slightly pressured by management to include more lewd imagery with Lara. Shouts out to these developers for sticking to their guns, their moral code, and letting the dumb rumor of dirty youngins back in the day die out. Gamers predicting what's next in the line of console gaming is nothing new and has been around since video games started numbering their consoles. About halfway through a generation, talks of a new console will begin to float around with speculations on all aspects of the console, including design, specs, and most fun, the name. Perhaps one of the most well-known name predictions was the Xbox 360 sequel, which many figured would double the 360's number, making it Xbox 720. This didn't really make a whole lot of sense if you took a step back and considered that the actual reason 360 is named 360, it's a full circle. So what are we gonna do? We're just doing circles now? What are we getting ourselves dizzy here? This was a dumb name for a console, but a likely option, and man, I don't think anyone could have expected that Xbox would have went with Xbox One. And I'm still not sure which one of these is worse, to be honest. It's worth noting that the Xbox 720 was so commonly used as vernacular back in the day for the next Microsoft console, it was even used as a fake advertisement in the film Real Steel with Hugh Jackey. This was a tactic used to fill out a futuristic stadium fully equipped with futuristic advertisements, including the Xbox 720. If it were actually true, there wouldn't be any video game console advertisement up there because with the way the industry is going, I don't know if it'll still be around by the time we get to boxing robots. Portal's backstory and lore is already a lot deeper than the game presents, as we've seen thus far in this Iceberg, but it gets even darker as we start to dissect the main antagonist of the series, GLaDOS, who's often been seen to resemble a woman being gagged and bound upside down. This rumor started based off a developer commentary in the game talking about the design of GLaDOS, wanting her to be powerful yet also feminine, and this was before it was revealed that GLaDOS was made up of Cave Johnson's assistant Caroline's consciousness. This rumor is still just speculation, with some darker rumors going around that voice actors refused to read certain lines as they related to sexual assault, and the game often being labeled as sexist as a whole because of this. Listen, I don't know about all that. I'm not here to say either or, but GLaDOS does clearly resemble either a bound woman upside down, or at the very least, as the developers have referenced themselves, this is a direct reference to the painting Birth of Venus. Regardless of what GLaDOS is, it's no surprise her story is one of tragedy, and it cements her as one of the best antagonists in a game to this date. You feel annoyed because of her constant monitoring and comments on your performance, but you also feel for her as her origin story is a very dark one. It's likely we won't ever see GLaDOS again, or even Portal again, because as we can recall, Valve takes their IPs out back and puts a 9mm to the backs of their heads when they reach sequel status. The children of Goldshire are infamous for being a group of creepy-ass kids that can be spotted walking in a strange formation near Goldshire in World of Warcraft. The group is made up of 6 kids who have a scheduled walk that starts at 7 a.m. from their house in Goldshire, then they'll walk a path all the way to Stormwind City before walking back to their house about an hour later. If you follow the children into their house, they'll go up to the bedroom where you can hear some creepy-ass sounds like a banshee screaming, a strange ghoul call, and the character Thun saying, "You will die, and death is close." Not only that, but there is a couple of small skeletons and bones near the house in the backyard, making many players believe that these kids are actually ghosts or something even darker. Demons. Demon kids. That and the fact that when the children are doing their scheduled walks, the formation they take upon is the shape of a pentagram. Something that the developers would later deny, stating it was just the way they were programmed to follow the middle child, Cameron. Specifically, John Stats stated that the children were actually a reference to the Blizzard Dungeon team, with the names of the children relating to an employee on that team each. While this was just a silly secret that players took the wrong way, it's still a creepy small Easter egg that reminded many of the Children of the Corn, wherein this group of kids was a strange cult who were known to sacrifice others, hence the bones in the backyard. Who really knows, but I believe the John Stats explanation because that's likely the only explanation we'll ever get, putting this mystery to rest. The shadow figures in single-player Gmod has been a strange mystery that has spooked many players who thought they were the only one in their server. Turns out they weren't. This phenomenon has been happening forever, and it seems to have weird popularity dips. Like in the past few years, there's been a lot of ARGs claiming that this guy does exist, but the urban legend goes further back than that. This is thought to happen on certain maps in the game and often startles players who aren't expecting another entity on these maps. There is an occurrence that can happen that reveals a shadow man by the name of Semper, who is a placeholder for the player character when the game is taken into third person. However, even with this actually being in the game, people still claim to see shadow figures outside of this function, and with the nature of Gmod, the evidence for these can't be taken at face value because it's so easy to fake this in this game, specifically. If you look hard enough through, you can still find people claiming they've seen the Shadow Man in their single player games, with most people calling them fake and seeking clout. I never played much of single player Gmod. I usually just, loaded up some gunfights with my buddies, but I do know what it's like seeing something that is unexplainable and attempting to make the case that you're not crazy. So I feel for anyone who might have actually ran into this phenomenon naturally. Good luck trying to explain it though, right? And for these skeptics, just keep your head on a swivel the next time you load up Construct, okay? You never know, maybe that's the time the shadow will show up. The world of 9/11 urban legends and conspiracy is a crazy one, and it's so extensive it even delves into the video game universe a bit. There have been many examples of different pieces of media predicting the attacks on the Twin Towers on 9/11, like The Simpsons, but one of the strangest was the exclusion of the Twin Towers in the first Deus Ex game. They were apparently left out due to memory issues when rendering the city skyline, and they explained it with the fact that the towers fell due to a terrorist attack. The game was released in the year 2000, making for a pretty shut and closed case that they predicted 9/11, right? I mean, the buildings aren't there. Where'd they go? Well, if you're not aware, before the one that actually worked, there were other terrorist attempts to the Twin Towers, like the one in the 90s where a car bomb leveled a parking lot in the building, so this could be a reference to the attacks before the big one on 9/11. Regardless, it is pretty grim whether or not the developers were actually time travelers or not. I'm leaning more not. It just makes it seem like the buildings were never going to be safe and the disaster of 9/11 was inevitable. Sometimes life has a weird way of predicting itself, and I think that this coincidence in this incident is a prime example of that. It's not often that someone comes across the Reddits known as Tip of My Tongue and the video game equivalent Tip of My Joystick and not find an answer to their search, but this time it happened. These subreddits are meant to help people find the obscure things that they are thinking of without knowing the original name. Oftentimes, it'll be things like obscure songs you heard when you were a kid, but the particular post we're talking about for this entry was for a strange-sounding farming simulator game. A post by the title, "This game was kinda like Harvest Moon," made by Sparta213, was made to the Tip of My Joystick subreddit, where they'd inquire about a farming game where they remember hearing about a Harvest Moon type of game, but the twist was you murdered your wife, and you had to constantly evade the police by hiding her body anytime they stopped by your farm. They stated they remember it around 2015 and was pretty sure it wasn't a browser game, as a lot of people suggested that the strange concept was likely a result of an unknown Flash game that didn't exist anymore. However, the truth to the mystery was a lot more humorous than it had first seemed. It turns out that Sparta213 didn't in fact play this game because it never even existed. The fabrication of the game actually came from streamer Vinesauce Joel during an Earth Defense Force stream, where Joel can jokingly be heard talking about the premise of the game to a crazily accurate degree to what Sparta213 stated in their post.
All the gameplay, you gotta hide a dead corpse. You know what? No, fuck. You know what it is? Harvest Moon. It's just regular Harvest Moon with your wife, and midway in the game, you have an argument with your wife, and you accidentally kill her.
After this was circulated, Sparta did respond and admitted that they used to watch and even fall asleep to Vinesauce Joel streams, and they must have confused the joke for a real game while falling asleep. It's crazy what the brain will do as you slip between conscious and unconscious. This guy just made a case for a crazy good farming simulator all by accident. Well, with the help of Joel, of course. At the end of it all, too, there is now a real evil farming game someone made based on the description that was given, which is available to play on Steam. Listen, I don't know if it's any good or if it holds up to the original description of the game, but to know a real game came out of this misinterpretation is really cool and something that doesn't happen often. In the early days of Fortnite, the rumors and myths were pretty tame and didn't involve who's the next superhero who's gonna get Fortniteified. Is it gonna be Danger Duck? You know, who's next? Is it gonna be fucking Big Wheel? If you're not familiar, the llamas in Fortnite were loot boxes of sort that often gave the player rarer loot than if they were just looting the map. There were only 3 that can spawn during one match of the Battle Royale, and the rumor surrounded the fact that if you were able to get all 3 of the llama loot boxes in one game, you get a rare cosmetic prize known as the Bright Bag. Well, I need that Bright Bag. I'm addicted to Fortnite cosmetics. This was an extremely hard rumor to disprove, as the chances of getting all 3 llamas in a game is extremely rare and only happened once on video, where this player got extremely lucky to run into all 3 which spawned right near one another and hadn't been touched yet. This was finally able to disprove the theory once and for all, as the player only got a bunch of rare gun drops and loot and no Bright Bag, unfortunately. Very unfortunate. It's unlikely that Fortnite would have hidden a way to get free cosmetics, as that's their main way to make money with the game, so it's no wonder that this rumor turned out to be fake. It was pretty smart by whoever started the rumor to make it extremely hard to disprove. It reminds me of the impossible task of trying to unlock Toad in Melee. You know, you can't 100% say it's not possible if you can't do it. It's not often that fans are so desperate for Smash Bros. News that they start theorizing about possible assist trophies even. Not fighters, assist trophies. But during the demo pre-release phase of Smash Bros. 4 for Wii U and 3DS, that's exactly what happened, as those who got to play the game early started to claim that Chunky Kong from Donkey Kong 64 would make an appearance as an assist trophy. A few fake images leaked to help prove the myth, but after some time passed, most of the legit assist trophies had been confirmed, with still no confirmation of Chunky yet. Of course, it turns out that this was a hoax, and the original creator even came out to say that it was a hoax and described the reasoning was to expose other hoaxes, as he'd know it was fake if they included the Chunky Kong assist trophy. We'll come to find later in the Iceberg that this isn't a new strategy that publications and other people have practiced for a while to seek out fake news. Even though it was a hoax, it still introduced a super cool idea for an assist trophy that I personally like to see one day. Get some Donkey Kong 64 representation. The main move Chunky would perform would be a bang on the bottom of the screen, dropping large quantities of bananas to fall from the top of the screen, either to block the player's views or as projectiles for the player to dodge or something. I love me some Donkey Kong 64, as you guys know, and the characters exclusive to that game don't get a lot of limelight nowadays, so I'm all here for this. And hell, if we're dreaming, let's get all the Kongs in there as fighters, Lanky included. He'd be like a Min-Min with his fucking arms. That's crazy. If you don't know, Dream Daddy is a dating simulator in which you play as single dads looking for love with other dads, and like many other dating simulators, it has many branching paths with different options to see in the game. One of these endings was suspected to be in the game for a while, but was really hard to find and came to be known as the cult ending. This would have happened during Joseph's third date, or the last part of Joseph's path. This ending would have seen your character awake in a dungeon with Joseph standing over you, explaining that what's happening is real. It's no dream. It's revealed slowly that Joseph has been working to feed a greater entity and was the reason that there were so many single dads in the area, as he was the one sacrificing their past loved ones. It turns out that Joseph was swooning over the player in order to get the perfect sacrifice, but before Joseph can carry this out, Mary saves the day by stabbing Joseph and saving the main player. In the end, Joseph is supposedly arrested for embezzling church money with no further mention of the sacrifices, and the player then has a chance to start dating the investigator into Joseph's case. Man, this, yeah, didn't take any time to get over that one, did you? So yeah, the best way to get over almost being sacrificed to an ancient demon, you know, go have a little shake and bake at Saul's place and see where the night goes. The ending was initially cut from the final game before it was found by data miners in a working form. After this, the developers then came out and made a statement before making the mission available as an Easter egg and a full circle of finally getting to play out the darkest ending in the game. Scrupulous Fingor was a rumored cut enemy that was featured in Mario games that went unnoticed by players for a long time. The few games the strange creature was supposedly featured in included New Super Mario Bros. DS, where he would seemingly appear in a ghost house in the game. Next, an image of the same creature can be seen where he seems to be from Super Mario 64 DS, with another image of the creature coming out online as recent as Super Mario Maker. The Scrupulous Fingor is a large disembodied head with cartoonish eyes and and one large hand with a protruding finger, hence the name Fingor. Of course, the entity is completely fake, having never shown up in any of these games, with lack of evidence that there were any entities that resembled these in these games' backends. The origin story behind the creature was pretty scarce online, with only a mention of any time Miyamoto was asked about the entity, he dodged the question and become visibly upset, which is, I mean, the guy is usually pretty jolly. He's a jolly good fella. Apparently this made him really upset. This shook him. Listen, to me it sounds like Mr. Shig had a little PTSD from his last doctor's visit, but that's just me, you know, you never know. This was initially made to be humorous with nothing particularly creepy about Scrupulous, but some find the creature still a little bit unnerving, especially from the Super Mario 64 DS render, where the creature directly talks to Mario saying, "You cannot ignore me forever, Mario," alluding to the possibility that Fingor has always been following Mario around, and was never visible until now. Shenlong is one of the most legendary and popular of the fighting game hoaxes of the early 90s. This originally started in Street Fighter II, where players misheard a victory phrase by Ryu, which really read as "You must defeat Shenlong to stand a chance," referring to Ryu's famous move, the Shoryuken. Many players assumed that this was a reference to a secret boss that Ryu was referencing, stating, "Hey, go shape up with Shenlong, then come back and let me kick your ass some more, cause you ain't nothing till you fight that old Long guy, huh?" If we were talking about Wukong, he might be right. That guy kicked my fucking ass. Rather, Ryu was stating you need to defeat his uppercut move to best him, but it was too much of a mistranslation and the rumors began going wild, ape, some might say. Much like Mortal Kombat rumors back in the day, the rumor that Shenlong was a secret boss to fight and or a playable character started to pop up all around the internet. The myth got even more legs when known print journalism troll EGM decided to take the legend to another level. They developed 2 ads that revealed how to find and fight Shenlong with methods including playing as Ryu and not taking a single hit until reaching M. Bison, where you would then have to survive 10 rounds by not attacking him, but also not letting him attack you. With this ridiculous task at hand, it was another nearly impossible task to disprove, and much like the earlier EGM hoaxes, they of course had images and photo evidence to help prove its legitimacy. Man, these guys were king trolls back in the day. They would again publish another article around the pre-release of Street Fighter 3 claiming once again that Shenlong was in the game and how to get him this time with an easier task of only needing to get 6 perfect wins in a row. These were taken at face value a lot of times since the usual audience seeing these were kids, so these articles only served to spread the rumor even further to the point where even Capcom started to notice. Capcom would slowly start to make more references to the character in public-facing interviews, but it wasn't until very recently with the release of Street Fighter 6 that players would finally be able to fight Shenlong, in a fashion. During the World Tour, players can find Shenlong during the Fighty Mighty side mission, where you end up finally going mano-a-mano with the legend himself. Fittingly, he is also one of the hardest opponents in the World Tour mode, living up to the rumors of his insanely difficult moveset to go against. To be fair, it appears they made him with the custom character creator in the game, and while it does look like Shenlong, he also looks a little bit busted. I mean, you can't really help it. I mean, I'm sure this is the best they could have done with a character creator that also lets you make something like this, but still, it is a bit bittersweet that this is when we finally get to fight the legend himself. And it's just kind of, it's like a balloon deflating, you know? Damn. There hasn't been a more intimidating final Smash boss than Master Hand in my opinion, and he still sticks out to me as to be one of the most simplest designs while also being weirdly expressive. The idea of playing as Master Hand has been around since the N64 version, but it wasn't until a glitch was discovered in Melee that this could actually come to fruition in a way. The glitch was done by making the game think you didn't select a fighter, defaulting to a default character 1A, which is Master Hand actually. To pull this off, you need to plug at least 3 controllers in and execute the glitch with the 3rd controller, and if done right, the 3rd player will start the match as Master Hand. He is pretty limited as he doesn't move around on his own and can only move around the match by attacking, so good luck with that. If you do end up winning as Master Hand, the game will crash as well, seeing as there is no programmed victory screen for him. This was a far cry from what we actually wanted from playing Master Hand back in the day, but it was good enough. It wouldn't be until the release of the World of Light mode in Smash Bros. Ultimate where players would officially play as Master Hand in a special match. It's not clear if this was already an idea floating around the development office or if this was inspired by the old glitch, but regardless, it's a really cool prospect to finally play as one of the coolest antagonists in the series. It's surprising we don't see more urban legends surrounding racing characters in video games, but I guess the characters matter less in racing games than fighting games. Still though, even with that in mind, there are still a few infamous urban legends that tell of secret unlockable racers from legendary kart racer games. Crash Team Racing was one of these racing games that had a rumor that you can unlock and race as the main antagonist of the game, Nitrous Oxide. Initially, this started out as your typical secret character unlock myth that asked the player to do a ridiculous number of things to unlock the character, of which you needed to collect all of the game's platinum relics, defeating Nitrous Oxide in the race against him, defeating all of the end trophy ghosts in a specific order, defeating all of the Nitrous Oxide ghosts in a specific order, and finally entering the code right circle triangle left down circle triangle left while holding both the L1 and R1 buttons on the game's menu. This wouldn't net any unlock, and like many other myths, this was just a way to troll players and waste their time. I mean, I wasted plenty of time just trying to fucking spell that code out. It wasn't until someone began to mod the game with a Game Shark device that they were actually able to swap out a racer for Nitrous Oxide, finally allowing players to play as this Squidward wannabe. To be fair, this method wouldn't work on every map and was known to crash the game at different intervals, so it's pretty unreliable, but still possible. Luckily, when the game's remake came out, they added Nitrous Oxide to the roster as a playable character and even cashed in on this urban legend and offered him up for immediate use if you pre-ordered the game. Gotta love whack-ass pre-order bonuses like this, man. Oh, you don't want to play the game to unlock this content? Get it free for now, and you don't have to play the game, the one you just bought and pre-ordered. It's ass backwards. The Golden Warthog was a prominent rumor in Halo 2 back in the day and spawned from a number of advertisements and billboards that showed a unique yellow-colored warthog for sale. This was quickly deemed the Golden Warthog, and players started to investigate to see if there was one actually in the game or not. Like other urban legends up until this point, there is a crazy convoluted way to get to where the Golden Warthog was supposedly hiding that involved crazy rocket jumping and precise aiming. Of course, this turned out to be a hoax, and after delving into the game's files, it was revealed that the Golden Warthog doesn't exist within the game and was a simple advertisement within the game, probably just to fill the background, let's be honest. However, the developers did add a version of the Golden Warthog to the Halo 2 Collector's Edition remake that could be found in the Forge and multiplayer, finally bringing this decades-old rumor to a rest. One of the most iconic Mario Kart tracks, in my opinion, is Bowser's Castle, which is one of the most filled out Mario Kart 64 tracks, fit with everything you'd expect to find in your typical Bowser's Castle, just converted into a racetrack. Sure, you know, you could argue today's Bowser Castle tracks are more impressive and more of a spectacle, but there's a certain feeling of claustrophobia and dread that I don't really get with any of these new tracks. One of the creepiest parts of the level for me as a kid that stuck out was the green thwomp held behind the bars in the entrance hall. He is the only thwomp secluded away from the others, and his green tint always made him stick out even more to me, and apparently to others. This guy's name is Marty, as he was nicknamed by fans, and he is a special thwomp that is, for an unknown reason, held behind bars. If you drive up to Marty, he will grimace or smile at the player, and that is kind of all he does. Marty sticks out like a sore thumb, so much so that people started to speculate that he was an unlockable racer with a number of theories on how to unlock him. A regular L is real. It's worth noting that even though Marty appears green in the cage, he isn't actually any different from any of the other thwomps in the castle, and it's just the lighting in the cage giving him this, his nuclear tint, you know? Nuclear. I say it like George W. Nuclear. This can be seen best when the level was brought back in Mario Kart Wii, where they changed the lighting in the cage, making him appear as a normal thwomp. Even though the theories of Marty being unlockable in Mario Kart 64 were false, there are mods out there where you can port a newer version of Marty into Mario Kart 8, and it looks really sick. I love the modding community and their capabilities of bringing dumbass 90s kids' imaginative ideas to life. Berserk and Frenzy were your typical arcade games straight out of the 80s and featured gameplay where you played as an unnamed character going around fighting robots. Classic. The game doesn't seem like it's all that impressive nowadays, but the game has stuck out against others due to its eerie enemy known as Evil Otto and the urban legends surrounding this Walmart logo of a video game enemy. Evil Otto was the center of a bunch of urban legends in the early internet that told of a curse that came from the game and losing to Evil Otto. It said that he would inflict inflict heart issues upon the players, and this came from a story of a kid who lost his life while playing the machine and suffered from a heart condition. This was enough fuel to start a wildfire of conspiracies, and after that, even more unconfirmed deaths started to pop up, launching the game into internet infamy. These claims of several people dying at the hands of Evil Otto is just plain false, but it is a bit more of a fleshed out legend than that of Polybius, since the game actually did exist. And I gotta say, I don't think my heart's gonna explode, but there is something kind of unnerving about Evil Otto, especially when he enters the screen and starts shouting, "Intruder alert!"
Intruder alert, humanoid, intruder.
It's pretty unsettling, but again, I don't think the Dollar General balloon was able to take anybody's life from beyond an arcade machine screen. That kid had previous issues and he was going for a world record, I'm pretty sure. GoldenEye, like other Rare games, was known to have cut content that didn't make it into the final game, most infamously the other cut James Bond characters. GoldenEye, upon release, featured only Pierce Brosnan's Bond, but there were quickly many rumors that the other Bonds up until that point in the films were also unlockable and playable in the game. Our good old friends, they're back, right? Electronic Gaming Monthly, good old EGM. They played into this urban legend with their yearly April Fool's joke articles, showing how to unlock the character screen, and of course, in typical EGM fashion, the requirements to unlock them were damn near impossible. They also included supposedly non-doctored in-game images showing all the Bonds on the screen at once, plus a pretty convincing character select screen with each of the Bonds present. This did nothing but extend the life expectancy of this rumor until finally it was confirmed by Rare developers themselves that there were plans to have all the James Bonds throughout the years playable, but were removed last minute before the game's final release. While they don't pinpoint a very specific reason, they do hint at the fact that they didn't have licensing for these other actors' likenesses in the game, and in the interest of not getting sued by these guys, they don't appear in the final game. At this point, they need to make a GoldenEye Ultimate where you can play as every James Bond and James Bond villain in the series thus far. Imagine Anton Chigurh. I know that's not his name but the same actor. Yeah, you get it. Hey You Pikachu was a game that was pretty ahead of its time, featuring Tamagotchi-like gameplay with a pet Pikachu. Here you could interact with Pikachu directly, with a large way to do this being a VRU, which was a microphone with a large 256-word database that would be picked up and registered in-game. Hey You Pikachu is one of the only two games to use this strange attachment for the N64, and was by far the most popular of the two. Even with the extra attachment as part of the bundle, it still sold well over 1 million units, which was pretty surprising. With the VRU attachment, you could directly communicate with Pikachu, where he would respond in a number of ways, with some reactions being negative, where Pikachu would become visibly upset. There was a rumor for a while that the words Sony and PlayStation were programmed into the VRU to specifically elicit a negative response from Pikachu when these were said by the player. This was believed to be a cheeky way for Nintendo to stoke the console war fires of yesteryears, but it turns out just to be a coincidence where the words Sony and PlayStation just so happened to sound like other words in the VRU database, eliciting Pikachu's negative response. Honestly though, if they remade this, my headcanon would be that Pikachu is like everyone else in 2024 and definitely hates Sony for becoming what they hated, a monopoly at the top of the industry before they destroy themselves like they did with the PS3. Now that's a real reason to hate Sony, and I gotta say, I got permanent Pikachu face anytime Sony makes a move in the industry nowadays. Much like the purple guy animatronic rumors from Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the Balloon Boy from the same game was thought to have an animatronic version in the game as well. This rumor's origins started based on a video that was uploaded in 2015 that supposedly showed a dark version of the Balloon Boy that would be really hard to see in the dark atmosphere of the game, with only his creepy ass eyes and smile being visible. This was also apparently only able to be seen in the mobile version of FNAF 2, which makes the mystery even more obscure. Of course, the theory and the evidence was all proven fake, with no Shadow Balloon Boy being added to the series since. I feel like the design of Shadow Balloon Boy would benefit some of the darker environments in the series, especially since you won't be able to see him until the last minute, making it even more intense. Better yet, probably good he was never in the final FNAF 2 game. You know, that Night 6 is apparently already impossible enough. Yoshi's Story, while not as popular as its predecessor Yoshi's Island, was still a great game and a hidden gem on the N64. Unlike in Super Mario World 2, you're not escorting Baby Mario, but rather he's absent, with you just playing as a slew of Yoshis, with each color acting as the player's lives. In the base game, when you start it up, you only have 6 Yoshi color variants to choose from, with 2 more being unlockable that include black and white Yoshis. While this seems like plenty of Yoshis to go around for how long the game is, there were rumors of another Yoshi being unlockable in the game, which started the purple Yoshi rumor in Yoshi's Story. According to a lot of game guide websites back in the day, the way to unlock a unique color of Yoshi is to collect every single coin in the game, which sounds easier than it actually is, seeing as the game is broken up into paths requiring multiple playthroughs. The rumor was actually believed to be true due to the supporting evidence of an image that came from the beta that shows 2 Yoshi colors, both purple and brown, which obviously didn't make it into the final game, but were at some point planned for the game. Not only this, but in the storybook opening for the game, the pink Yoshi appeared more purple than pink due to the lighting of this section, making players believe that these were hints at the secret Yoshi being unlockable somewhere. However, even to this day, there has been no word of purple Yoshi being found, and if he hasn't been found in the game's files beyond leftovers from the beta, then it's likely he's just a myth. The urban legends and wild-ass theories didn't just stop at Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto series, as fans of the Bully series had some of their own theories as to some of the stuff happening in Bullsworth. A common theory seen online is the existence of werewolves in the game, and nailing down if they exist, and if they do, is there someone in the game who is secretly transforming when Jimmy isn't with them. This rumor started based on a lot of context clues you could find throughout Bullworth, with things like strange x-rays showing a human-like creature with extra stuff going on. Not really sure, but it's definitely not, that's no human. Not only this, but in the insane asylum, the patient's attacks mimic that of a werewolf type of creature, with patients hunching over and jumping on the player, biting them and scratching. This has led many to believe the werewolf must be one of the patients at the asylum, but many also disagree, saying that it's someone much closer to Jimmy's front doorstep, that being Gary Smith. This rumor was mainly started based on the fact the werewolf mask Jimmy can find in the game shares a similar scar down the right eye as Gary has in the game, leading many to believe that at the best Gary is dressing up as a werewolf and got fucked up bad by somebody having a bad night, or at worst Jimmy is wearing a real wolf's face skinned in these scenes. This rumor quickly fell apart after close inspection to the scars on both the werewolf and Gary don't actually match up all that well. There are other theories into the werewolf that terrorizes Bullworth, but nothing concrete has come up yet, but who knows, we're dealing with Rockstar here. If you want to see more about Bully's mysteries and Easter eggs, I highly recommend checking out Nathan NS, who focuses on covering Bully's stranger sides and is really informative while he does it. A great channel and one I use as a resource often when I'm looking at Bully content, so go check him out. If I know anything from finally playing through Bloodborne this past summer and still failing to make it through Elden Ring, I know that this Miyazaki guy is a class act fucking troll. Like, he doesn't even really try to hide it nowadays, but back in the first Dark Souls, it was a little bit less on the nose. In most Souls games, you get a starting item ranging from super useful for new players to items that can save you some money later on, but there was a pendant in the first Dark Souls that trolled an entire community for way too long, and it might still be working to this day to any newcomers to the game. The pendant starting gift simply states in its description, reading, "A simple pendant with no effect. Even so, pleasant memories are crucial to survive on arduous journeys." With how deep some of the mysteries in Souls games go, this seems like it has every reason to be something important, even if just for one part of the game much later on. This led many players to start hitting the forums asking if anyone ever found any use of the pendant, to which there wasn't a lot of response. The pendant is tradable, but for a pretty useless item, and otherwise its description states it does absolutely nothing. I do like the pleasant memories part, as it adds an extra layer into the role-playing part of the game, as even though the pendant doesn't have any buffing effects to your character, if you were truly given a choice of these items in real life and a pendant of your loved ones was a choice, it might be a harder one to make. It's weirdly wholesome in a way, but still, fuck Miyazaki for all his trickery, even something as small as this little starting item here. He also played into the rumor and added a lot more fuel when he was asked personally what his starting gift he'd take in Dark Souls 1, and he simply stated he'd take the pendant or nothing. And what can we say? He's a sentimental, tender-hearted fella, that Miyazaki, you know? If you were one of the earliest adopters of Ocarina of Time, you likely had a much more terrifying experience in the Fire Temple than people who got the game after the first couple of iterations hit the market. If you're not familiar, the music in Ocarina's Fire Temple was changed due to the inclusion of these eerie Muslim chants, although they weren't cut due to the spine-chilling atmosphere they create, but rather due to Nintendo overlooking the chants and going back to remove them to avoid including real-life religion in a Nintendo game. A pretty strict rule they follow over there at Nintendo. The chants actually originally came from a pack of sound effects that was commonly used for video games, with other games even sharing the same chants from the original Fire Temple, including the Egypt level in Cairo Cruisin'. The main rumor that came from this was the initial reasoning for Nintendo's decision to remove the chants, which was first thought to be a response from backlash of the Muslim community, but this was never confirmed and is mostly believed to be a myth. This is because of correspondence in the past with Nintendo employees who have stated they realized the chants were in the game before any backlash came their way and prematurely removed it. I've seen the sentiment online a lot that many prefer the atmosphere the original adds to the level, and I can definitely say it's a lot more stressful to play this version of the Fire Temple. What do you guys think? Which one do you prefer, chants or chantless? Mr. Mix was an early creepypasta that I remember actually freaking me out a little bit when I first ran across it back in the day. It tells of a gamer who is recollecting and inquiring about an old PC typing game by the name of Mr. Mix. The goal of the game was like any other typing game where you had to type whatever words you saw on the screen, and this would then cause Mr. Mix to begin adding ingredients to the bowl with each successful word typed. The goal of the game was very simple, but the author makes it a point to say the difficulty curve was insane, with the WPM metric increasing with every level. In level 1, it's an easily achievable 10 words a minute, but by level 5, you're up to 500 words a minute, impossible for anyone who isn't that robot from iRobot who did that cool little sketch. I always like that scene. Since the 5th level was so difficult to get through, the game was never completed and thus fell into obscurity. That was the case until apparently the ROM was dumped online, where hackers were able to get into the back end to see what lies beyond level 5. From here, the story goes into your typical creepypasta tropes like the game crashing your whole computer, body horror, and of course a surprise guest appearance from a real-life Mr. Mix. For back in the day, the story really wasn't all that bad, and while it was hard to believe, it was a unique take on a video game cursing its users. Maybe it's more just to me that Mr. Mix is a really original idea and would work great today as an indie typing horror game or something. But yeah, Mr. Mix doesn't exist and he can't hurt you, don't worry. As we've seen thus far, these rumors and urban legends rarely turn out to be true, and if they are, it's likely the result of a glitch and not actual content from the final game. However, that changes with this entry focused around a side area in Final Fantasy IX, wherein players hadn't found the content for over a decade after the game was released. This originally started to circulate online after a player took to the GameFAQs forums to discuss a secret mission he hadn't seen before or seen mentioned online by anyone else, and he had found it in a Japanese game guide for the game. They included clear instructions on how to access the area, and the instructions to keep progressing through it were really strangely convoluted. I've never played the game personally, but what I've got from this is that you'd basically have to constantly come and go from a certain area after each boss, which is not a natural sequence in any other part of the game, and there's no real reason anyone would think to do that. Even though the setup for this rumor was like every other fake one we've covered thus far, this one surprisingly turned out to be true, and the fact it was unknown for so long shocked some people. It still shocks some people today. I'm shocked. This was purely due to a number of factors, including shoddy English versions of the game guides, which oddly excluded the side mission, along with the fact that the internet wasn't as popular as it is nowadays to rely on looking up information for games. And it got to a point where nobody really knew to even look for it. It's crazy this went unnoticed for so long, and I feel like it's something like this couldn't happen today because of how dissective everyone plays games nowadays. That and the constant digging through the game's back ends. There's no real hiding from these guys anymore. Luna Game is a series of games made alongside a creepypasta series that focused on the My Little Pony series and the character Luna. These are very simple platformers that would usually end in a Sonic.exe kind of way, where they would crash, often showing shock images along with stuff like this. Thanks to the low production of the games, the developer was able to make quite a few of these games, which are all playable for anyone who is a fan of My Little Pony and also early 2010s video game creepypastas. And I feel like that Venn diagram is almost a damn circle, to be honest. And hey, no judgments, just observations over here. But yeah, there's not much more to say about this one because while the creepypasta itself is in the fiction realm, the very real games are still there to play and provide evidence to these stories. So in a way, this one is real, but also partially not, because they're not actually going to kill you. The ponies aren't going to kill you. It's not often that the name of a boss or enemy is the subject of mystery and rumor, but that's exactly what happened during the pre-release for the remake of Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury, in which a tweet was made claiming to be an official source that stated that Bowser in the game would be named Godslayer Bowser in the Japanese version. While this is definitely a fitting name due to his size, this just wasn't true, and in Japanese pre-release he was denoted as Fury Koopa, of course Koopa standing for Bowser. I gotta say though, Godslayer Bowser has a certain edgy ring to it that I mess with. It sounds like he's ready to show Godzilla who's the best giant reptile in Japan. Now that's something I'd want to see. I'd rather watch all those than these mid-ass Godzilla movies we're getting in the States as of late. Well, besides Godzilla -1, that is. That shit was amazing. During the early pre-release circuit of Luigi's Mansion, many excited fans accidentally mistook the game to be beaten in under 24 hours, kind of similar to how Pikmin works with its day cycle. This mainly spawned from a misinterpretation from the trailer for the game that states Luigi has one night to save Mario, which many took to mean that you needed to beat the game in a day's time. However, this more meant that the game took place all in one night in terms of the story and not time restrictions placed on the players. Another supporting piece of evidence came from the gameplay beta footage that was playable at E3 2001 that showed a pretty different Luigi's Mansion to the one we know. One of the most noticeable changes was the timer located in the bottom right corner that was constantly ticking down, which many took to mean this timer would be constantly counting down during gameplay for a full 24 hours. However, this is just a simple way of limiting attendees' playtime so more people could experience the game waiting in line. I don't know what a Luigi's Mansion with the worry of a time limit would look like, but since it works so well in Pikmin, I'm not counting this idea out yet. Maybe an idea to play around with in Luigi's Mansion 4. You know, gotta reinvent the formula sometimes, and I think it's time for something to change with the Luigi's Mansion formula. It's becoming been there, done that pretty quickly here. GoldenEye had a few more strange mysteries than just the unlockable bonds, and one of the more popular ones told of a secret level located in the game simply called Citadel. It's not known when or who started the rumor, but at some point after the game's release, a rumor started to spread of a missing level within the game, but no one had any idea how to find it. That was until hacker sleuths were able to hack the game using GameShark, in which they were able to replace a level that is able to be loaded in the game with a visibly unfinished new level. This so happens to be the remnant of the suspected Citadel level, which turns out to be a cut level from the final game and appears as more of a test map than a final level, but it could just mean they decided to cut the level early into its development. Not much is known as to why the level was cut, but it seems like the Citadel wouldn't have played any major role in the story and was likely a bonus stage or an extra stage at the end of the game. The Citadel likely wouldn't have tipped the scales for the game's popularity in either direction, but hey, more multiplayer maps the better, and nowadays, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Test Zero is an urban legend surrounding a game that already houses quite a few myths. Final Fantasy VII. We're back. This was a supposed fight that most missed in the game with a specific enemy that can't be found anywhere else in the game. The battle supposedly takes place with a small black dog-like creature named Test Zero. The origins of this mysterious enemy encounter started in the unofficial strategy guide for the game by publisher Versus Books, where they mentioned a secret enemy to fight that is only available in the Japanese version of the game. Apparently in the Japanese version, if you climb down the well in the beginning of the Corel prison, this would give the player a slight chance of triggering this hidden fight. And this turns out to be true and is exclusive to the Japanese release of the game, but instead of being a cut fight, it seems to be more of a testing fight that was accidentally left in the game. This is because the Test Zero enemy doesn't attack the player and has a substantial amount of health. While it's extremely hard to trigger the fight, it is possible in the final Japanese release of Final Fantasy VII, and it became so infamous that the developers brought back a reference to this developer error by bringing a real Test Zero fight to the remake of the game, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Listen, this time though, he isn't some just test subject and is actually ready to fight back. Get ready. This is a really cool Easter egg and makes me wish more developers acknowledged their mistakes like this and made references to them. They even added some explanation when you access Test Zero where it states the oversight of a Shinra developer let this creature out, which is a direct reference to the oversight from the original Test Zero encounter. Team Fortress 2 is a classic in all regards and paved the way for modern-day hero shooters, for the better or for the worse. This player base is so dedicated that they're still awaiting updates to the game like the mysterious 10th class that was rumored for a while back in the day. Of course, no major updates like this will show up in the game, as Valve, besides small updates, doesn't seem to have major plans for large content updates for the game. And it's fair, the game is over a decade old at this point. Persistent players still hold out hope for this mysterious 10th player class to make it into the game one day, with the main candidate being a class from Team Fortress 1 known as the Civilian class. This class is actually in Team Fortress 2's backend, but is very limited, even lacking its own unique player model using that of the Scout. There was a rumor out there that the 10th class was to come in the way of a Guard Dog class, wherein fans of the game released a fake update titled the Guard Dog Update. This was even referenced by Valve themselves, where they responded in the Team Fortress 2 universe, with this contract of sorts being posted to their website. While there were talks from the developers about adding a 10th class at points in the game's popularity, it was eventually decided that any good ideas that would make up a good unique character class would be better used for the subclasses of the classes they already have in the game. So for that sake, and the fact the game is so old at this point, I doubt we'll ever see the 10th spot get filled. And at this point, wouldn't that mess with the meta too much? I don't know, I played Team Fortress 2 a handful of times and I never jived with it, so let me know what you guys think. Would a 10th class fuck it up at this point, or are you guys just ready for something? You're at the faucet waiting for a little bit of something, a little bit of content to drip out of that fucking rusty old piece of shit. Far Cry 5 is a game with a lot of oddities, and considering it deals with cultists, I'd say it's to kind of be expected. With themes like hallucinatory drugs, nuclear warfare, and rednecks, there's a lot to see in the world of Far Cry 5, including a few harder to find Easter eggs. The static torture station sounds like an area in a Tarkov map to me, but this is actually referencing a radio station the player can tune into and hear a pretty strange message from. If you're driving in the northern parts of the map, you can sometimes hear a staticky channel on the radio that will sometimes push through moans and screams to the player. Here's a bit of the audio that's played. I've covered this entry before, probably the last time I covered this Iceberg, and back then I was making the case that this Easter egg is actually spooky and out of place for the game since there was really no explanation for it. And yeah, while it is mysterious and a little creepy, I saw a few comments state that this isn't super unexpected in this world. I mean, you could be driving down the road and hear the dying screams of someone getting maimed by a mountain lion, but the static radio station is supposed to be a little creepy and weird. So yeah, while this is real, I don't think it has all that much to explain, and is probably just a creepy reference to let players not forget where they're at, where they're stuck, even during calmer parts of the game like driving around. Much like the idea that you could revive Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, another popular rumor was floating around online that General Leo's death in Final Fantasy VI wasn't all it was made out to be. For many players, the death of General Leo came out of nowhere and really impacted them to the point that players started the ridiculous rumor circuit where you have to do ridiculous tasks to get him back. But in reality, he was actually able to be obtained. This wasn't included on purpose by developers, but it is a sequence-breaking glitch players can pull off to make the game think that General Leo is still in your party, even replacing the character Banon. The glitch is known as the airship glitch, as it pertains to the sequence breaking by dying and reloading a save after obtaining access to the airship. Even though this is pretty much a foolproof way to rewrite the game's story and keep Leo in your party, it only works up to a certain point in the game where General Leo will suddenly just disappear from your party. The only other way to obtain General Leo is through GameShark codes replacing existing player models with that of General Leo, so it's not impossible to use this to cope with Leo's death, but it's probably best to just accept and grieve effectively. How you gonna react if Grand goes, "There's no airship glitch to get that old bag back"? Kek is a supposedly real Sega Genesis game that also released for other consoles including MS-DOS, NES, and the Game Boy. This was a very rare and obscure game to find even during its initial release in 1993, where it was said to be found in bargain bin stores like Dollar Generals and the like. The legitimacy of Kek is called into question with a lack of evidence besides images of the supposed box art floating around out there, which shows Kek, who looks more like a kid's first foray into character design using Scratch than a Sega Genesis character. But that's him, that's the big man. The original creator of Kek has come forward and identified themselves and stated it was indeed fake, including a brand new animation of Kek as evidence. It seems like this is the end of the Kek urban legend for now, but its popularity has spawned some fan games to come out that would capture what they assume Kek might have been if it had been a real video game. Overall, this one is one of the more grounded in reality ARGs, I guess if you could even call it that, with not a whole lot of information given from the original creator. It seems like a cool experiment to pull off if you have an old project assets you don't have anything else to do with. Kirby Red Diamond sounds more like a Pokemon game than a Kirby game, and that's for good reason. It's not really a Kirby game. Kirby Red Diamond was once thought to be a super obscure Game Boy Advance Kirby game that was a completely original release that fell by the wayside. This all started after fans started to notice copies of Kirby by the title of Kirby Red Diamond that would be listed on auction sites like eBay with this image of the box art. When the seller was inquired about the game, the listings would be quickly taken down, which was the first red flag that something was amiss. After more and more of these listings were noticed and went missing days later, Nintendo themselves were contacted about the game, who responded it is indeed a bootleg, as they'd never developed a game called Kirby Red Diamond. And with a sick-ass name like that, they'd remember if they had, okay? It wasn't until the listing showed up again on Yahoo Auctions, which is hilarious, I didn't even know that existed. There someone was able to buy a copy and share it with the world. As it turns out, the game is nothing more than a cheap, shoddy bootleg of the first Kirby's Adventure on NES ported to Game Boy Advance, and it was one of these obviously bootleg versions of these games that actually put some effort into making them seem like the real product. This was further backed up by the fact that the game supposedly started showing up around the time of the release of Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland for Game Boy Advance, which was a remake of the NES Kirby's Adventure, so perhaps the creator of the bootleg thought they could slide this by people since it was technically the same game. Apparently on the title screen when you load it up it says Red Diamond Kibby's Star.
Hey, who the fuck's Kibby?
The ports of Mortal Kombat from the arcades were never going to capture that initial magic of first walking into an arcade and playing Mortal Kombat for the first time. Turns out there is also some superiority when it comes to which one to play on console, with things like controls and mainly visuals were changed depending on which one you got. The worst by far was the Super Nintendo version, which first and foremost the game quote controlled like a wet towel in a tornado. Another major exemption from the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat was the lack of blood, which is like taking Yoshi out of Yoshi's Island. It's the whole fucking thing. Kids in the arcades in the 80s weren't excited because they got to fight a shirtless ninja with a guy with a giant hat. It was the gore they were after, and without the blood, the game really feels like a shell of itself. This exclusion spawned many rumors from unhappy fans who felt ripped off by this, that there was a secret blood code in the game that would allow players to turn the blood effects back on. The base game simply palette swapped the blood effects to resemble sweat, but to me it seems like these fellers are beating the literal semen out of each other, but that's just me. Unfortunately though, there was no such code amongst the many cheat codes in the Super Nintendo game, and that was just the start of fans realizing just how square Nintendo is and was. The prospect of making it to the top of the castle in Super Mario 64 with or without the 120 stars was already enough of a daunting task to the point where I remember not believing that Yoshi was even up there. This must have been when I was really young, and I remember being blown away the first time I saw him and all his janky glory. Jesus, he's never looked worse. Like many, I was ready to hop aboard and explore the game with my newly obtained toy, but alas, only disappointment filled my heart. This was many players' experience after going through the arduous task of 100%ing the game. You would want a better prize than maxing out your lives and getting a what's up from your pet. The disappointment was immeasurable to the point where rumors began to crop up of a way to ride Yoshi, but no rumors ever worked. After data miners went through the game's back end, they found an animation for a Yoshi egg that initially suggested that maybe Yoshi was going to end up being rideable, or at least play a bigger role in the game than standing there looking like a fucking bozo. It seems like this isn't even the case though, as the file is named Bird Egg, which shares the same name as Hoot's file, meaning this was likely an early way for Hoot to spawn in the game rather than coming out of the tree he'd hatch. And this was likely cut so early that they didn't even change the texture of the egg from a Yoshi egg. Luckily though, in the remake they would allow us to actually play as Yoshi and a couple other dopes, but for fans of the original game, this one still stings even today. The Running Man is a legendary side character that appears in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and maybe even other Nintendo games, but I won't tell. In Ocarina of Time, you can find the Running Man pumping out laps around the Hyrule field where you can actually race him. While you can beat the record time, you can't actually beat the Running Man himself, as they made him impossible to win against in the final game. This caused a lot of tryhards and skeptics to take to the gym and the treadmills to find out if they could actually beat the Running Man naturally. However, no matter what time you hit in the race, the Running Man will always finish at least a second before the player. Through hacking, you can surely smoke this guy in the blink of an eye, right? By equipping turbo speed, or hell, just teleporting to the finish line. Wrong, dumbass. Since there is no programmed victory for the Running Man, somehow he still beats the player in the race, making no matter what you try, this guy will always beat your ass. This is obviously some payback for smoking Koopa the Quick for all those years, man. The real reason there is no victory programmed in apparently is because the developers couldn't think of a good prize, so they left the ability to win completely out of the game, making for one of the most frustrating ends to an urban legend thus far in the Iceberg. You win this one, Running Man, but if I ever see you dressed up like a piano somewhere, you better watch your back, buddy. Kanye Quest 3030 was an indie RPG that was popularized due to its unique take on a role-playing game and its many references to current artists of the time and past. The game seemed like a typical independent game made in RPG Maker, and for a while, it was just that. That was until a player took to the forums in hopes to help out with a secret area they had found within the game. During a section of the game, a lady will ask Kanye what he wants, and by typing in Ascension, you will be teleported to a new area in the game, in which the game informs you that you were just playing a front for the experience you were about to play out now. This was extremely strange, but it did indeed change to a completely new game where you flew around a giant pyramid level as a butterfly with several computer terminals inside. These terminals all contain passwords, which after each correct answer you would ascend to another level of the pyramid itself. The puzzles were hard to solve, so hard that it wasn't until data miners dug up the real passwords that the final part of this mystery was revealed. The game would finally end with a text box asking the player if they'd like to continue on, and prompts for personal information would pop up as the game was gathering players' information for unknown reasons. This was initially thought to be an initiation process for an estranged cult that did its recruiting through strange rapper-inspired RPGs, but in reality this wasn't the case at all. The players' responses actually had no way of storing themselves in the game, meaning no information was actually being exchanged, hence why those attempted to share their information were never actually contacted by anyone. For a long time, it was thought that this mystery would never actually be solved. That is until through a slew of strange events, the original creator was found, who then did an interview and revealed that Kanye Quest was made for a class project in the side area that shook the whole internet, wasn't actually intended to be anything other than an Easter egg to the developer's original game. So in the end, all of the hype around the cult theories fell apart pretty quickly, and the mystery is finally put to rest. If you want to see a more in-depth analysis on this crazy-ass urban legend, I highly recommend checking out Chill Fuel's video on it, which has the most up-to-date information relating to this urban legend. The Bella Goth mystery from the Sims series is still one of the most intriguing and confusing mysteries surrounding a video game in the recent years. If you're unfamiliar, a fan favorite Sim from the Sims 1 named Bella Goth seemingly goes missing in between the timeline of Sims 1 to Sims 2, causing fans to panic and immediately start investigating further into the mystery. The developers purposely spoon-fed information about Bella Goth's disappearance in a number of ways until it was completely left up to the internet to finish the mystery. Although there are a lot of theories that hold a lot of weight, the most likely theory was what Game Theory found out in their video covering the mystery. It seems the most likely theory was that Bella Goth was abducted by aliens and subsequently sent to the past in order for these aliens to carry out their grand plan. In these Sims, you're able to see family trees in which there was a family that spawned from an alien all the way at the beginning, and this abduction most likely results from a member of this family, with the motives of these Sims being the most likely to want Bella gone. All of the evidence directly points to the Caliente sisters being the main culprits in attempts to wed and gold dig her husband, seeing him as a big name in The Sims, helping to find the main town in the first 2 Sims games. There's a lot more about this mystery that I left out for the sake of time, but if you'd like to know more, I highly recommend checking out the Game Theory for the mystery, as it has the most probable solution to this over a decade-old mystery. G-Man is one of the most elusive and mysterious antagonists the world has seen in terms of video games. He serves as the main villain in the Half-Life series, and his origins and identity is still heavily discussed and theorized, with a clear answer still not being out there even today. While there is no definitive answer to who G-Man actually is, there are some theories that are pretty meta and very interesting. One of the most popular theories is the employers of G-Man, which is a theme mentioned in the Half-Life games pertaining to G-Man, which many fans have taken to literally mean his employer's Valve, and it's a meta take on his purpose in the game, serving out as a villain in a video game solely because his employer's Valve told him to, because they needed a villain. We also know that G-Man isn't actually a human, but this is just a form of G-Man who is actually an interdimensional being, with many speculating we can't even comprehend his true form. Till we get a true continuation into the series with Half-Life 3, this mystery will still likely remain unsolved. Just know this guy is something you don't want to mess with. He's even intimidating in Gmod, where I can do literally anything I want to him. So far, the Five Nights at Freddy's rumors have been reworks of already existing characters in the series, but this entry is unique in that it introduces a brand new animatronic to the universe, the 6th animatronic, if you will. In the first Five Nights at Freddy's game, a rumor began that a pretty docile animatronic known as Sparky the Dog could be found in the game. The animatronic was apparently made to be non-aggro and kind of hangs out in the backstage in a random hallway. Sparky the Dog unfortunately turned out to be a hoax by 2 creators on Tumblr, which is unfortunate because if Sparky made it into the game, he 100% would have been my favorite animatronic. How could he not? Look at him. They created Sparky by reusing assets from Freddy's and Bonnie's animatronics, and with the use of Photoshop, they made a pretty convincing image of Sparky here. The legend doesn't exactly end there though, as Sparky the Dog was finally mentioned in some sort of official way, where there was an Easter egg where the animatronic suit can be seen in a scene in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. This really comes full circle on this whole mystery, and even if the movie technically isn't canon, it's still a really cool nod to those who wanted to contribute their own animatronic to the series. As it turns out, the Missing No urban legend we talked about at the beginning of the series, probably about a month ago at this point, was part of a larger urban legend that told of Pokemon known as Pokegods players could obtain in the original games. These were supposedly juiced up, often 3rd or 4th evolutions for already existing Pokemon, but could also be completely new Pokemon that nobody had seen before, which were all supposedly obtainable in Pokemon Red and Blue on Game Boy. The game, of course, unfortunately doesn't include any of these dope-ass Pokegods, but the want for even more Pokemon in the game and back in the day was unmatched, so much so that quite a few fake Pokemon were created. Each of these Pokemon had different methods to obtain them that were, of course, designated to be time wasters to troll curious players and fans. Unfortunately, we would have to wait a while for godlike Pokemon to be introduced into the series, and let me tell you, none of these quote-unquote Pokegods would have made the cut nowadays. Hey, they're not household objects after all. Ha! Nah, I actually really like the trash bag Pokemon. Peekaboo, one of the rumored Pokegods from the last entry, is another name for a Pokemon Meryl, and started from a misinterpretation from a short that played with the film Pokemon the First Movie. This was showcasing the newest generation of Pokemon, and Meryl was one of these new character designs featured for the first time in this short. Since this was the first mention of this new Pokemon without the name of the creature being mentioned until Pokemon Gold and Silver's releases, fans decided to nickname the creature. Many assumed its name was a play on Pikachu, being blue due to how much Meryl resembles Pikachu, specifically being a mouse-like Pokemon, and many were excited to see a new type of evolution for Pikachu, making him water electric, which now that I say that out loud, it probably wouldn't have worked all that well. So not only was this rumor floating around, but Meryl's name on the back of an official trading card made for the release of this short was also misinterpreted as Peekaboo, feeding even more into the rumor, as this was an officially licensed Nintendo product. And they got it wrong. They fell for the fan rumors. From this, Peekaboo picked up steam, and it wasn't until Meryl's real name was revealed later on that this rumor was disproved, with some still believing that Peekaboo is a secret evolutionary tree from Pikachu, although no other evolutions exist for Pikachu or Meryl that we know about, making the possibility of Peekaboo being anything more than just fan interpretations gone wrong. It's just a hoax. It's just straight false. Super Mario World introduced one of my favorite Mario power-ups that still hasn't made a return to the mainline Mario games yet, that being the Cape power-up. We're still waiting on that one, Miyamoto. Hike up your big boy pants and let's get to programming the next one, huh? Several years after the game was released and YouTube was just starting out as a video sharing platform, a video was uploaded showcasing a possible secret power-up no one had ever found before. A video uploaded in 2006 showed a secret exit in the already secret area where you can get power-ups and Yoshi in the game. According to the video, you can enter a secret pipe in between the blocks of the secret area that is hard to hit and trigger, but if successful, it would then unlock a new area on the island north of the secret level with a note block that congratulates the player on finding the laser suit, Tony Stark's Mark III. From there, you get the laser suit, which works the same as the Cape power-up, allowing Mario to fly around, but now he has defenses in which he can shoot lasers out of his newly fashionable Han Solo blaster and his cool new Weapon X helmet. While this power-up is really dope and is a Super Mario World fan's wet dream, unfortunately the video and power-up were fake and never in the game to begin with. Of course not. Nintendo couldn't put something this cool in the game. While this is easy to see as fake nowadays due to the amount of custom mods for Super Mario World out there, back in 2006 this was actually taken at face value. The creator of the hoax simply stated the reason they uploaded the hoax was to see who they could fool it with, which isn't that the point of all these hoaxes? At least the guy has the fucking balls to cut straight to the point and was just like, yeah, I wanted to see how many dummies fell for this. The Shadow of the Colossus final game includes 16 giants to topple and kill throughout your adventure, even though there were many more planned that didn't end up making it into the final game. Of these cut colossi, only one of them was rumored to still be in the game, simply known as the 17th Colossus. The game's creator came out and said that they originally wanted over 40 colossi in the game before scaling it back to 24 due to system limitations. From there, 8 more were cut, which included a phoenix, a giant spider like Titan, a couple dragon titans, and even a monkey titan, among others. It was unknown which of these titans was rumored to be in the game, but the urban legend supposedly told of several methods like climbing the Shrine of Worship, wherein the 17th Colossus would be waiting atop. A much more creepy and eerie one for me personally is a theory where you had to swim out far enough into the ocean until a Colossus would jump scare you into a fight. Unfortunately, there is no 17th Colossus to go against in the game, and this rumor turned out to be a big fat hoax. Too bad too, because a lot of these colossi look really cool. Although it was said developers ended up deciding to go for quality in the boss fights over quantity, so the original vision of 48 colossi to fight might have changed the game for the worse. Although with all of this on the cutting room floor, I think it's high time old Team Ico makes a sequel and puts all these crazy ass boss ideas and brings them to life. After John Madden had enough time being the diva on all the covers of all the Madden games, they decided to start featuring players who were at the top of their game, which was often seen as an accomplishment in of itself. As the years went on, fans started to notice a trend where if a player was featured on the cover of a Madden game, they would either get injured shortly after or their overall performance would decrease in the game of football, making many believe that there was a curse for players appearing on the cover of Madden video games. This started all the way back in the day with Madden 99, where a version that didn't feature John Madden showed player Garrison Hurst, who later would suffer a broken ankle during a game versus the Falcons. From there, the curse can be tracked with every Madden up until the point, with some being a stretch like retirements or small injuries, but there is a through line and it's a little bit odd. I don't think it's anything more than a coincidence, but this was widely believed back in the day when it seemed like it was happening every year with every release of Madden, to the point where fans began to rally to not have their favorite player on the game's cover in fear they would get hurt. It even got to a point where players themselves were refusing the offer to be on the cover out of fear of the curse, and I guess they already got so much going on with the CTE and shit, you know? They really don't need another thing to worry about, like a goddamn curse. Like I said, there were a few years, some years back, where it seemed like the curse was finally lifted, since the opposite was happening to those featured on the cover, like Patty Mahomes on the 2019 cover. Although very recently it seems like the curse may be back in effect, as the latest victim is Christian McCaffrey on the cover of Madden 25, where he has been ruled out of 4 games due to a leg injury. But when I wrote this, I mean, the buddy's probably all healed up and back in the game. Shit, is football even still on? Dumb urban legend or not, you gotta admit, if you were a ball player, you'd be thinking about this shit at night before you sleep, especially if you're in the running to be featured on the next Madden cover. It's pretty easy for me to say I don't think the curse exists, but I'm also not out there 10 toes down with the boys, so who am I to say what's real and what's not? Much like the Mew under the truck urban legend, there was another unassuming and boring piece of environment that players read way too much into. The specific area in question is behind Bill's house, where players were only able to see a small sliver of land in which many believed it would take you to Bill's secret garden, in which you could catch things like the other starting Pokemon you left behind in the beginning of the game. Of course, since Bill's big ass house is in the way, and since he didn't think to build a back door to his backyard, there's no way to get to Bill's backyard without the use of hacks. If you do end up hacking the game and manage to get behind Bill's house, there is really nothing back there but this small sliver of land, and nothing happens back there. No legendary Pokemon, no rare loot drops, and no Bill. It's the worst case scenario. Also, I don't know if Bill would appreciate you snooping around his property like this. He doesn't want you to find the real Professor Oak, who died 2 decades ago, and he hired this new guy acting as Professor Oak off Craigslist, and he's just been going on with it until now. I really didn't know how to end this one clearly, so let's go ahead and move on. Red Dead Redemption 2's world is full of so many crazy dark Easter eggs that if there's a rumor of something strange in the game, chances are it's true. I mean, they went extra dark with this one, so rumors of ghosts haunting the game don't seem too far out. With the success of past Paranormal Rockstar Easter eggs, it was pretty much confirmed by association that Red Dead 2 would include some freaky stuff. And hey, Rockstar didn't disappoint either, as there are numerous ghosts you can investigate and even find within the game, with the most famous one being the passing and subsequent haunting of Agnes Downs. Besides the eerie nature of the Emerald Ranch mystery, the ghost of Agnes Downs is the closest you can get to talking to the paranormal in Red Dead 2, unless you want to try and run down the ghost train for a quick chat with the boatman, or I guess in this case, the train man. The spirit of Agnes can be encountered in the marshes of Lemoyne, where you will start to hear NPCs speaking of seeing strange apparitions in the marshes late at night. After this, if you explore the Blue Water Marsh during night hours and certain weather conditions, you can hear the woes and cries of Agnes, and you can even see her if you're lucky enough. This isn't just a one-off encounter like the Mount Chiliad ghost. Rather, you can encounter Agnes's ghost 16 different unique times, where each time you learn a little bit more about Agnes's backstory and her death, which is, of course, fittingly very dark and grim. In terms of the actual ghost of Agnes, this time around the apparition is an actual 3D model with coffee-stained glow surrounding her. Makes her stick out like a sore thumb in the foggy nights in the marshes. In terms of being creepy with most other things in this game, it depends on how invested and immersed you are in the game, but I think given the right playing environment, diving into the Agnes mystery would be just as creepy as diving into a creepy Nick Crowley. Except in this, you get to play out the creepy mystery and solve it to fulfill your own curiosity. I feel like that's a lot of what makes Red Dead 2 great, is everything you do is fueled by your own curiosity for the most part, unless you mainline the fucking story like a pleb. Then you want to go and bitch that it's not that good of an open world. Did you even look at it? The characters of Overwatch is one of the main reasons it's so popular, and the reason it's still maintaining a player base despite dumbass decisions by Blizzard seemingly every month. A popular urban legend in the game revolves around an interaction between Mercy and Reaper where she states, "This is not what I intended for you, Reyes." Reaper then responds with, "You knew exactly what you were doing." This is a strangely bleak conversation compared to the other conversations between the heroes, as it implies that either Mercy accidentally failed in resurrecting Reyes in his human form, or that she may have done it on purpose, which is even darker. The line in the game doesn't actually exist, however. Many are convinced that the sound clip was cut early on in the game, while others believe it's another case of the Mandela effect. There's similar voice clips in the game between Reaper and Mercy where she questions what happened to Reyes, wherein he responds sarcastically, "You tell me, Doc."
What happened to you? Ready for duty.
With all of this, and the fact developers have confirmed there was never a line like this in the game, cements this one as a modern day case of Mandela effect, making this one fake. Delving back into the world of classic video game creepypastas, we now come across one of the most popular Morrowind creepypastas that spawned a whole new origin story for creepypastas: haunted mods for games. This took the whole trope of finding a strange copy of Ocarina of Time at a garage sale and modernized it to make it more realistic for PC gaming in the early days of modding games. The story told of a strange mod by the name of JCK1166Z.ESP, which the author made it clear that the mod was well known amongst fans of the modding surrounding Morrowind. The mod was made to be very difficult to play as it kills off many of the major players to progress the story in Morrowind, making the blight that occurs inevitable in this version of the game. There is an entity known as the Assassin in the mod who has killed all of these major characters and has set forth the blight's chaos. The assassin takes form as a very dark player model who crawls around on all fours, more beast-like than human. There are a few really unique ideas being played around with in this creepypasta, like the portrait room, where after a grueling trek through really tough enemies and low visibility, you'll stumble across a room that has framed pictures of randomly selected images from the player's current hard drive. This could be hilariously exposing for certain players, or it could be really creepy, like if you were playing and you turned a corner and saw a picture of your dog in the game, like, bro, what'd you do with Greg? Why is he in the game? The story is super unique and has an interesting take on Morrowind's plot, so if anyone's interested in the full story, you can find a lot of retellings of it online, and people have even made mods attempting to recreate the crazy events of the JVK mod with some success. Looking back, this was one of the better video game creepypastas out there, setting the stage for an estranged mod that still kept everything in the realm of possibility within Morrowind, but also keeping it eerie as hell, and telling a half-decent rendition of Morrowind's story while doing it. Super Mario World's post-game content has always intrigued me with just how strange it is. If you complete the secret world, you'll load back into the game for a new game plus of sorts, but instead of playing through the exact same game you just did, the color palette is now switched for the overworld map, and enemies in the levels changed to a unique mode that fans have deemed Fall. Since this new game plus included a fall mode and the main mode was either spring or summer, or maybe both, many believe that there is a third color palette hidden within the game, with the only season left: winter. This seemed likely back in the day before there was any proof discovered by investigating the game's backend files, but unfortunately no Winter World palette exists within the final game. But it is interesting to think what the overworld would look like if it was covered in snow. You know, it's such an iconic map already. And hey, what would the enemies look like, assuming they'd be, you know, Christmas themed probably. One of my favorite parts about the fall theme in the game was the Mario Mask Koopas, which were equally goofy and a little bit eerie at the same time. But I don't know, they could have just thrown these guys in some parkas and called it a day for the winter version, you know what I'm saying? We're now getting down and dirty into some really interesting urban legends surrounding the Pokemon games that didn't give a shit about realism and relied on trickery with photo editing and things like that. I'm of course talking about some rumors that suggested Mario alumni Yoshi and Luigi were obtainable as Pokemon in Red and Blue. These were both started by separate video game news publications, one showing detailed steps on how to evolve a Dragonite into Yoshi, which included 2 players collecting every single Pokemon before trading a Dratini with each other and leveling it up and evolving it into a Dragonite, then trading it back before the player takes their original Dragonite to where you find Mewtwo in the game, and using the Sun Stone, the Dragonite will finally transform into Yoshi. A similar rumor was started around the same time, this time by Nintendo.com themselves, where they posted an article that detailed how to evolve a Lickitung into Luigi from Super Mario Bros. The method for this was way less arduous, as all you had to do was capture a Lickitung with a Master Ball, take it to a certain location, turn your system upside down, and feed the Lickitung a rare candy, and if done right, the main man Luigi should pop up as a usable Pokemon with moves like Wrench and Family Reunion. What? Apparently that move would have brought all of Mario's family into the battle, wherein the other Pokemon would have to fight a baker's dozens of Italians. Unfortunately, both of these were April Fool's jokes, and there was no way to get these legendary Mario characters in Red and Blue. And while it seems very obviously fake today, it wasn't super uncommon for Nintendo to do crossovers like this in their different games. A prime example of this is Mario characters showing up in Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening on Game Boy, which was released around the same time. So I don't think this one was a huge stretch to believe in back in the day. Nintendo ON, or Nintendo On, was an urban legend that was born during the time before the Wii was announced, back when it was nicknamed the Nintendo Revolution. Remember that shit? I do remember a lot of mock-ups for the system that were going around that were clearly faked, but one of the best and most convincing mock-ups was known as the Nintendo On. This was an extremely early YouTube video that replicated a Nintendo presentation ad at the time to a T, making it seem very believable, showing the console itself in 3D animations and even games that were going to come to the console, including Metroid and Mario. The On itself would have been a headset console where it would have a dock of sorts, similar to the Switch dock, that would seemingly charge the headset when not in use. The headset's design is definitely primitive to say the least compared to what we have today, but it's also worth noting that this was shown over a decade before any other VR machines hit the public market, so a little bit ahead of its time. That Miyamoto-san, always ahead of his time. Pussy. With nothing to really compare it to for Nintendo's next console, the On was believed by many, especially since Nintendo were known as innovators, and it definitely seemed like something they might get in early on, and they still haven't technically got in on it. Of course, though, no such thing as the Nintendo On exists, because if it did, we wouldn't have known about it by now, and if it did, it might have gone the way of the Virtual Boy. The technology is just now getting to a point where it's not a super big nuisance to play VR, but over a decade ago, yeah right, buddy. I feel like the skepticism really came in strong when this jank-ass Mario model was shown, because holy shit, what happened to my boy? Listen, the 140p video doesn't hide the fact that this Mario looks like he survived the Chernobyl blast. Misfortune.gb should have been a one-and-done creepypasta. Everyone knows it's fake, but it's still spooky as hell. A Sonic.exe, if you will. However, in this game's case, the provided evidence is just enough to have some people still believe that even a sliver of this creepypasta is true. Misfortune.gb was a supposed Game Boy game that existed only as a glitch in other Game Boy titles and never even actually had a real cartridge of its own. Not only this, but the game is said to tie the realms of video game and reality together, with supposed real cases of people who have played the game ending up seeing the game over screen and suffering real-world consequences. This is said to occur from the music that plays over this nightmarish game over screen, which is just the main enemy standing over the player with the text reading, "I am God here." Listen, I'm not saying it's nightmarish, but that's what the creepypasta would lead you to believe. I see a little dude thinking he's God up in here. The music, even though being output through Game Boy's shitty chiptune audio system, it was said to cause mass depression spikes in anyone who witnessed it, with a few said to have taken their own lives. This is early creepypasta cliche garbage at its best that you typically find in these stories, but for some reason this one stuck to a lot more people than your typical other creepy fake games. Perhaps it was because the game was deemed the scariest game ever made, or the fact that people bought into the real-world consequences of experiencing the Misfortune game over screen. Misfortune broke in my house and stole all of my amiibos, man. I should have never played Misfortune.gb. What the fuck? Listen, all jokes aside, this is very unbelievable. But when you add in the Lavender Town Syndrome aspects of the story, I wasn't believing that a Game Boy soundtrack could drive someone to insanity back then with that one. And with this one, I'm just still not. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Regardless of how fake the story is and the game itself, it has spawned several fan creations, including a game made in RPG Maker, and as of last year, there is a fully functioning recreation of the game on an original Game Boy ROM. I'm glad this one has come full circle finally, and everyone can experience this misfortune, but fortunately, there isn't any of the death and gore like in the original story. Don't worry. You won't be passed on to the next life through a little 8-bit chiptune, you know? Of all the things to take away from Majora's Mask, the sad tale of the Deku Butler and his son's fate is one that sticks in players' minds long after the game's credits play out. The full-stop reality check that this small side story brings to the overall game is enough to stand out against all of the other dark themes presented throughout. If you're unfamiliar, basically, Skull Kid curses the Deku Butler's son's soul to a mask that is permanently attached to Link, making him a Deku scrub for the opening of the game until he lifts the curse by visiting the Happy Mask salesman. After a while, you will naturally run into the Deku Scrub's father, who takes the form as a Deku Butler for the King Deku. You'll actually have several run-ins with him, but during one of these, he will mention how Link in the Deku form reminds him of his son, who he hasn't seen in some time. This is pretty much all we get in the way of the side story, that is until the very end of the game during the credits sequence where we can see the Deku Butler shaking, crying uncontrollably over the corpse of his son. Jesus fucking Christ. This is so subtly dark that it not only made players extremely sad, but it also motivated a whole lot of other players to seek out a way to save the poor Deku kid. Since the song you play to obtain the ability to use the different species masks is the Song of Healing, many assume there was a way to backtrack to the beginning of the game, pre-terminus, where the Deku Kid is located, and play the Song of Healing after learning it, possibly healing him to his original form. The problem is, there is no way to return to this area after you enter Terminus. That is at least what the developers originally intended, walling this area off. However, if you are skilled enough to pull off an insane bomb glitch to levitate Link over the door, allowing him to fall past the door, you can return to the Deku Scrub. Don't worry though, if you can't pull off this, you just have to use a Moon Jump Game Shark code to pull off the same trick. Once here, the Deku Scrub is still here in permanent form. I mean, did we really expect him to get up and walk away from this? Jesus. And when playing the Song of Healing, unfortunately nothing happens to the homie. This seems to be the final answer to the question if you can revive the Butler's son, and unfortunately, even when asked, Nintendo has not responded with any information to as if it was originally even planned in the game or not. For now, like the other entries on this list, we'll just have to accept the Deku Kid's grim fate, just like the Butler had to during the credits. Listen, it's hard now, but I swear to God, it's going to make Grand's demise a little bit easier. Every entry. The Hunter Ghost rumor from the original Luigi's Mansion began like most of the other rumors surrounding this game during its pre-release phase. In an early showcase of the game through an October 2001 Nintendo Power article, the article stated, quote, "When your ghoul bustin' mission takes..." What? Hold on. "When your ghoul bustin' mission takes you to the trophy room, proceed with caution. If you meet up with the ghost of a hunter, he'll want to add Luigi to his collection and bust on..." No. Considering how many themed portrait ghosts there are in the game, and thus how many themed rooms there were, many players were convinced this was hinting at a potential portrait ghost in the Safari Room. However, if you've played Luigi's Mansion, you know there's nothing in the Safari Room besides a giant blue twirler ghost, a giant heart, and this poor leopard Egad hunted and skinned alive just to make a little ambiance. Even after the release, many took this Nintendo Power article to mean that there was a likely portrait ghost in the form of a hunter that would be present in the room but was cut before the final release. However, in more recent times, it's agreed by most that the quote from the Nintendo Power article likely simply played into the theme of the room and was likely just a little too expressive in describing the room, going as far to point out a singular hunter ghost that's not even there. Regardless, the addition of images of the room before the final release of the game show a very different version of the Safari Room, adding even more fuel to the theory that this potential portrait ghost went unused in the final version. There's even full-blown Mandela effect posts like this one on Reddit where a fan who played the game when they were young misremembered the hunter ghost being in the game, with even providing a 3D model mock-up of what they recalled the ghost to look like, which I must say, that's pretty accurate to what he probably would have looked like if he had been included. But other than this, there has been really no solid proof of the hunter ghost being found in the game's back end, so this guy doesn't exist, unfortunately. As mentioned in the previous portal entries on the Iceberg, the cake is not truth, or in layman's terms, it's a damn lie. The cake is the supposed reward GLaDOS taunts the player with throughout their entirety of the first game. If you beat the game, then you know the cake does exist, but is unattainable in the final game due to this cutscene playing out, ending the entire game. Hope you weren't hoping to make a wish or anything, because that's not happening now, buddy. Due to players probably feeling pretty ripped off that they didn't at least get a slice of the promised cake, fans started to develop theories that there was a way to actually get the cake after all, and thus triggering a secret ending to the game. While there was a way to get into the cake room early by clipping out of bounds and entering that way, this theory told of a way to do it naturally where it appears to actually work, and includes methods known as portal bumping, which is defined as a naturally programmed feature that occurs when a portal is placed on an object and another portal is attempted to be placed on the same object. When doing so, the second portal is bumped, so to speak, to the surface located next to it, only if it's portalable. According to this document on Steam breaking down the technique by user Cherry. Utilizing this, it is possible to get into the cake room naturally, and once in there, you won't find much you didn't already see in the final cutscene. That is, except for a companion cube in the corner of the room that is actually usable. This is where the theory stated the trigger for the secret ending cutscene would occur after players placed the cube on the cake and returned to the game normally, allowing the real ending to play out, so to speak. The arm would then crash into the cube, not allowing the final cutscene transition to fade out, and thus triggering the secret ending. This of course will just break the game if you do pull off this trick, which is actually doable, where the mechanical hand will just keep bumping into the box but never actually get to the cake. Of course, that means there is no secret ending where you actually get to grub down on some cake, but hey, at least this is a small way to say fuck you to GLaDOS and get your own little victory, even if it is now your own little perpetual hell of getting to witness science's greatest invention being thwarted by a box. I think that's a pretty good way to summarize the Portal series in general. You win the game by box. You take that how you will. The fact Doki Doki Literature Club yanks the will from the player like some sort of Shyamalan twist should make this next entry no surprise for those who have experienced that game. Team Salvato, known for their first game, Doki Doki, subtly dropped hints throughout the game and its repack known as Doki Doki Literature Club Plus about their next game known as Project Libitina. This may just seem at first look to be a unique way to promote and tease your next project and your current project that's so popular, but Libitina goes much deeper and the game reveals through cryptic messages that Project Libitina may expand the Doki Doki lore beyond what we could have ever expected, really. I'm not going to go into every intricate detail as there's a lot to see here, but there were hints being dropped throughout Doki Doki, including a poem that randomly appears in Act 2. Not only this, but the book Yuri describes that she is reading in the game known as Portrait of Markov ties very heavily into the supposed plot of Project Libitina. The plot, as sparingly revealed eerily by Yuri, tells of a religious camp that conducts experiments on humans, and the long and short of it is that it is rumored that 3 of the 4 girls in Doki Doki Literature Club are actually escapees from this religious camp. The only one that wasn't part of the experiments in Doki Doki was Monica, who was rumored to be a nurse that worked at this camp and witnessed the escape of the girls and is attempting to get them to remember who they actually are. Not only this, but there is a really convincing game theory episode on this where there are several threads that suggest all of the evidence end up pointing to this Project Libitina not only being a new game by the developers, but will expand the Doki Doki Literature Club lore to another level. Unfortunately though, there hasn't been much in the way of announcements or further teasers for the next game, with many fans even worried that the project has been canceled or something like that. But with a foundation like this and many eager fans to see what awaits for your next project, I mean, they'd be insane not to follow through at this point. What's more than likely going on is they're still recovering from the repack of Doki Doki Literature Club in 2021 and taking their time with Project Libitina to make it perfect. I mean, I don't know how big a team this is, but I assume they want to shred some faces with Project Libitina, so it's going to take a little bit more time. Very similar to the Diablo 2 chat gym incident, Harmonix was also in the business of including useless modes to their games, masking as a real game mode. Let me explain. In Rock Band 2, a mode called Awesomeness Detection can be switched on in the game modifier section of the game where the description reads, "Lets Harmonix know that you are awesome. You're a badass. You're cool." Without much more than that to go off of, players assume turning this mode on surely had some sort of effect on the gameplay, with some even assuming it was as obscure as only affecting the player's vocals when playing online, so nobody can know just how terrible you actually sound. However, much like the chat gym, this does absolutely nothing in the game, and in the same ways is here to serve as a troll to players who wanted their awesomeness to be detected. I'm doing an ocular pat down. I detect no awesomeness on you, buddy. Hell, some even took the message of the detector letting Harmonix know of your awesomeness. It was a way to send your data to Harmonix directly. But after a few years, Harmonix employees confirmed that the awesomeness detection did absolutely nothing, saying, quote, "Part of it was us being complete dicks, but the other half of it was seeing all the things people see placebos when they do all this stuff. It was amazing." It seems like this was a time and place thing for developers having a little fun on a slow day in the office, which I assume doesn't exist in the games industry these days. Nonetheless, I don't think these developers ever knew just how impactful some of these trolls would be. You got people thinking they're awesome when they're really not. That's fucked up. Ghosts of Halo sounds like a really cheesy Halo creepypasta that came out in 2012, but this is a rare occurrence of one of these urban legends turning out to be true. This happens in the multiplayer modes, with reports of it coming from Halo 2, 3, and Halo Reach. During multiplayer matches, players have witnessed strange interactions with players who act erratically and don't appear to be normal Spartans. Well, that's because they really aren't Spartans, or at least in your active match anyway, but rather is a result of network pressure where players from other matches would dimension jump, so to speak, and appear as shadow-like Spartans in other completely different multiplayer matches. These ghost Spartans, as they've been deemed, are also very hostile, and they've been known to fight back if provoked, and even some are known to be hostile even if you're not near it, so just watch your head out there. There is a very technical way this happens, and players have figured out a way to pseudo-manually trigger this phenomenon that includes venturing to parts of the multiplayer maps that aren't normal places to be during a match, that the game will reroute the outputs to a completely different match. If you want a deeper explanation of this phenomenon and how to pull it off, I recommend checking out the Ghost of Halo video by Captain KRB. This occurrence was first brought about online after a video of a strange white Spartan was uploaded to YouTube in 2006, simply believed to be a figure that appears solely in the map Lockout. However, it was discovered later that this bug of sorts could occur in any map, and it just so happened to be first noticed by most in the Lockout map. Even though there is a technical explanation for this naturally occurring phenomena, it still doesn't take away from the fear of finding a strange shadow Spartan stalking you in your multiplayer matches. The last thing you might expect is dark rumors of serial killers and murder in a game that looks like this, but these kids' online MMO games were always a festering ground for creepy rumors and strange urban legends that told of cursed users or admins. Webkins was no exception, as there were rumors of a Webkins killer who would go around and kill the players' pets, and in some cases even go as far to brick their computer, rendering it unusable. These rumors began as tall tales of an ex-employee of Webkins, developer Gans, villains who wanted to get back at the company and implemented a number of tricks for players to fall into the killer's trap. The killer's appearance was supposedly a penguin with red eyes, which fed into the rumors that the addition of the killer was added by a developer at a rival company, that being at the time, of course, Club Penguin. While this is so on the nose you'd think you were playing a damn WarioWare game, other stories told of the killer taking form as a strange black box that would appear in the player's rooms. In no circumstance should you ever click the box, and you should leave your room immediately, because if you click the box, it was said a killer would pop out of the box and chop the character's head off. There were even rumors of this mysterious killer sending bombs through the mill, and if you got one, your entire house would go up in an explosion like a bad gas leak, of course also killing your character. While this is honestly pretty funny when you take a step back and realize all of this was rumored to be in a game that again looks like this. But man, if you were young enough to buy into these rumors, it must have been super effective. I gotta say, the whole angle of real life inspired terror attacks is just insane. Imagine you open your mailbox in Animal Crossing and Tom Nook sent you furniture with a pipe bomb attached. I'd never check my mail again, man. Luckily, this was all a giant hoax made to scare the children playing the game, and the effectiveness seemed to have made a lasting impact on people because, hey, I'm talking about it, and I don't even know if I could tell you what a webkin is. What is that, a fucking spider's uncle? Get it? Webkin? You really thought, huh? You really thought it. You thought we'd be covering urban legends and video games again, and you really thought Electronics Gaming Monthly would not be brought up again. Damn, man, when will you learn, dude? Coming off the high of their successful Shenlong ruse with the Street Fighter series, they decided that it was high time that they take the hidden character rumors to the next level and release an article on April Fool's 1998 that claimed Akuma from the Street Fighter series was playable in Resident Evil 2, and the tasks to unlock him were as grueling as ever. The player was tasked with beating both Leon and Claire's stories a total of 6 times while being limited to only using a pistol and knife during said playthroughs. After that, you were to start a 7th playthrough where you would input the name Akuma into the laboratory computer, which would finally unlock a save file with Akuma being the playable character. He would apparently play a lot differently from Leon and Claire. For one, he would use his signature Hadoukens instead of guns, and not only that, but he could also access all areas without the need of keys, with the EGM ad suggesting that Akuma just breaks every door down. He's like that. As far as an EGM prank goes, this one isn't as in-depth as some of their other greatest hits, with it taking up a pretty small real estate on the page, but hey, at least they still included the power trip meter that was completely maxed out for this Akuma rumor. Thank God, man, I couldn't be caught dead being that worthless on the power trip meter. Could you imagine? Bloodborne is a game with a lot of dark shit going on, and for a From Software game, you don't really have to look too much beneath the surface to find this. However, if you do take a look under the hood, deeper into that of Yharnam and its residents, there is only more fucked up shit to find. Take, for example, one of the earliest side missions in the game in which your hunter chats with a girl through a window telling her to relocate to the chapel for safety, in which you go on to find a piece of jewelry from her dead mother who, guess what, you break the news to her. I didn't think I was playing Homicide Cop Simulator right now. I thought this was Bloodborne. It turns out if you do end up sending her to the church, in the end, she wasn't successful in her attempt to reach Sanctuary, as you can find her dead due to a run-in with the big boar enemy. This is what ended up spawning a rumor that there was a way to ensure her safety that included a way of advancing the side mission by not picking up the dead mom's jewelry, and while technically there are several ways to ensure her safety in the game, mainly being never talking to her in the first place, if you do choose to send her to the chapel, she will end up dying, with the other option to send her to the laboratory where she gets subsequently transformed into a kin. Yeah, most of the outcomes for Homegirl here aren't great, but there 100% isn't any way to prevent her boar death in the game if you do choose that path, while some of the other options are just as grim when you consider that the chapel is likely the only place for her and her older sister to find safety in Yharnam. But hey, you should expect something dark from a game where you can fight the Arby's Meat Mountain. I've gone over Gerald Robotnik and Maria Robotnik's death covered in Sonic Adventure 2 and Shadow the Hedgehog in a previous video, so I'll only go into a small bit of detail here to save some time. The basics of this is that Shadow the Hedgehog is a creation of Gerald Robotnik, who was in prison during a gun siege on Gerald's labs, where Maria was able to sacrifice herself to free Shadow from the siege, which ended in her death. The death itself isn't shown in any of the games, but it's 100% implied she was shot to death, with rumors of an extended extended cutscene that shows Maria getting the full "Mr. President, get down" scenario. While this cutscene was rumored for a while to be in the Japanese release of Sonic Adventure 2, it has since been considered a cut missing piece of media that only exists in a small video that is taken off a TV screen of an old trailer for the game. This short cutscene shows Maria taking the actual bullet and falling over, which looks pretty legit, but without me being able to find the original source of the video and legitimizing it, I'm unsure if this footage of this cutscene is legit or not. Whether this was actually made and planned for the final release but was cut due to being too gory, or it was made as a fan creation, it goes to show just how dark Shadow's origin story is, especially when you go into the relationship between Gerald and Shadow after Maria's death. So yeah, this one is still speculation in my book, but if this video is confirmed as legit, I think this theory has more legs than we first thought. Like with many rumors and speculations with the Banjo-Kazooie series and cut content pertaining to the Stop and Swap, Donkey Kong 64 also has its fair share of cut content rumors, with one being particularly mysterious contained within the level Creepy Castle. In this empty room, you'll find a purple balloon floating above a strange out-of-place pillar. This pillar sticks out like a sore thumb, and with there not being anything else in here besides a banana balloon, players were quick to speculate what the strange pillar's purpose was. There has been some comments from developers of the game that stated the pillar's original purpose was eventually cut out of the final game, leading many to believe that this had something to do with the cut, stop, and swap features, with many believing this might be where the ice key would be present. The ice key would have added some sort of content shared between Donkey Kong 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, as there were other instances of the two games connecting in Donkey Kong 64 through cut content like the infamous Banjo-Kazooie fridge and Donkey Kong's house. It wasn't until an excerpt from a German strategy guide forgot to remove the content from their guide showcasing a large gold DK bus statue in the room on the map. This is the only confirmation of anything that would go there, and it seems legit. As if it were fake, it would have been on the strategy guide writers to go through the trouble of illustrating this, all to risk Rareware finding out. The more likely case is this was legitimately what was cut all those years ago, and while we finally know what would have sat atop the pillar, we still don't know what it would have done when collected or what role it would have played in the larger stop and swap picture. Still though, for something as obscure as this small ass pillar in a small ass room and a level in a game with hundreds of other small ass rooms like this, I'd say we got pretty lucky getting as much of an answer as we have now. World of Warcraft's urban legends extended past creepy-ass kids and demonic implications, as the other biggest rumor in World of Warcraft surrounded a locked-away crypt and its original purpose. The crypt is known as the Forgotten Crypt of the Karazhan Crypt. The main gate and the subsequent dungeon could be entered before the 2.0.1 patch to the game by dying near the crypt and walking inside in the spirit realm. At this time, it was still widely unknown as to the reason of this large unused crypt area, and many thinking it was a simple game testing zone that developers simply locked away behind a gate. However, others believed that the crypt was left out due to the disturbing content locked away behind the gate, known as the upside down sinners, which are bodies that are hung upside down underwater as some sort of torturous death. And in the interest of not getting an age rating higher than a T for teen, they decided to lock the area away. It wasn't until Blizzard employees were asked about the area that most of these rumors were put to rest, with Micah Whipple stating the following when asked about the abandoned area. "Oh yeah, I remember that. I haven't seen a screenshot in quite a while. I'm not sure I know the story on it, but knowing our development processes back in the day, there tended to be a lot more stuff made that we just didn't use." I can't imagine the game rating rumor is accurate, because if it was content we wanted to use, we just take out the upside down sinners or whatever the issue was and use it for whatever it was we wanted to do with that space. It's not like they're permanent fixtures. Fun rumor though, more likely we just changed our minds. So it turns out that this was a simple case of creative changes and abandoning the area. Instead of removing it completely, they simply locked it away for curious players to poke at for years to come. I mean, it definitely didn't help that the room held some of the game's more disturbing imagery. That's just going to spark gamers to want to find an answer to the spooky crypt. But nonetheless, there really isn't much here, just a case of cut content. It's pretty rare that we see remnants of cut content in newer games, much less of newer remakes of old games that didn't originally contain said secret or cut content. Probably one of the only cases of this is in the Spyro Reignited trilogy and the Artisan Gate you can find early on in the game's hub. The door is very similar to other estranged doors that have nothing behind them in video games, like the infamous Lego Island door, but this one had more of a reason for being here, not just random doors that lead nowhere. The door is located fairly obviously in the main hub world and can be found pretty soon after starting the game. The door is obviously locked off rip, making many players assume they'd have to do something to unlock the door, whether it be find a key somewhere in the game or achieve 100% to open the door. But alas, none of this seemed to work. Well, alright, caveman brain time, let's burn it down or ram into it. We're a goddamn dragon after all. The door does actually jiggle a little bit when Spyro rams into it, adding even more weight to the fact it should be openable rather than just a decorative piece to fill out the hub world. You can't get into that door naturally in the game at any point, unfortunately, except for clipping into the wall and getting behind the door, which weirdly has collision with walls and a floor behind it. And there was even some reports of there being an empty hallway behind the door, but I have yet to see anything besides this small area you can clip into. The most probable reason this strange door is here is that it was probably originally planned to be used as a future update, similar to how Toys for Bob added in DLC levels to Crash Trilogy Remake. However, this update was never added, and all we have left is this strange red door. I don't know, it's probably just Crash Bandicoot doing the orange justice or something, but hey, we'll really never know now that Toys for Bob closed down. Maybe in a decade we'll get an official comment from a vagabond TFB game developer, but for now the assumption is that this is the remnants of cut DLC content that unfortunately never released. Rest in peace, Crash. It said you can still hear the bass of the music he's dancing to if you get close enough to the door. The idea that a Super Mario Bros. Game has a secret ninth world is nothing new, and started all the way back in the original Super Mario Bros. And has extended to even the relaunch of the series with New Super Mario Bros. DS. Ever since Super Mario World, the idea of a secret extra world at the end of the game didn't seem that out of place, and so the subsequent 2D Mario games were always hit with rumors of a World 9. In New Super Mario Bros. DS's case, it is in an even worse place, as the next game in the New Super Mario Bros. Series did actually have an extra World 9, and many assumed that since the Wii one had it, surely the DS had one as well. The rumor also makes more sense for this specific Mario game, since 2 of the worlds in the game needed secret exits to access, so why wouldn't there be a third extra world at the end of the game? Unfortunately, there is no World 9 in the game, and there isn't even a shred of evidence of anything like this being included in the back end of the game either. Nowadays, it's pretty odd if a 2D Mario platformer doesn't include some sort of extra content or world or even unlockable levels at the end of the game for more skilled players, but back then they were a bit more selective of what games ended up getting that oh so sweet extra content. This could have also been the result of hardware limitations, since an extra World 9 might have not been worth the extra money for the game, as the game is also pretty hefty for a DS game, especially one that launched as early in the console's life as New Super Mario Bros. DS did. Whatever the case, this game doesn't have a World 9, and that's that. Listen, Miyamoto makes the rules after all, and we can all try and be rule breakers in his world, but in this case we can't. He got us. He got us good on this one. EGM may seem like its biggest hits were back in the 90s and early 2000s, but one of their best pranks, known as Mushroom Kingdom Hearts, not only fooled a lot of people, but made a whole lot of other people really mad that it wasn't actually real. This was a small advert for a game being developed called Mushroom Kingdom Hearts, and besides being an absolute slam dunk of a name, the game itself seemed like a no-brainer really. The Kingdom Hearts series is already one of the craziest crossovers we've seen thus far. Why not take that to the next level? I mean, it can't get much cornier than this, right?
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Among the faux teaser for the game, they also released a release date and several details about the game, like it was going to be a Wii exclusive and would release in 2008. Some smaller details stated that the game included over 40 Mario characters, which is getting up there for even Mario characters. Like, that's including EGAD or wart numbers right there, you know? So maybe this should have been red flag number 1. Other than this, as stated by EGM, they didn't have too many details, or deets as they say, and was only provided this logo from Square Enix for pre-release teasers. Even though this was pretty obviously a throwaway April Fool's ad. This spawned a video game idea that fans of both Mario and Kingdom Hearts haven't given up hope on. And like the fake advert states, we all thought the original idea for Kingdom Hearts wouldn't be possible, so what's really stopping this from coming to fruition one day? All I know is they wouldn't really have to work super hard on the dialogue. I mean, shit, if they just took lines from the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, they'd probably be on the same level as the writing in Kingdom Hearts 3. The Danganronpa series is one that is no stranger to rumors and speculation, as I've even talked about some on the channel before, but today let's take a look at the sequels to the first Danganronpa 2 and 3. If you're not aware, Danganronpa is a dark, morbid take on the Phoenix Wright series, so to speak, where you are tasked with solving murders while avoiding your own death at the same time. The characters' deaths either come from getting murdered by other students or being revealed as the killer, in which they endure an execution as punishment for being a no-good murderer. Each character has unique executions that often ties to the character's hobbies and interests and attributes, but each and every one is as morbid as the last. Every new Danganronpa usually features a cast of new characters, sometimes showing older characters in a new light, but they are definitely not afraid to reference their other games in the sequels. Take, for example, the supposed body of Ibuki from Danganronpa 2 being present in Danganronpa 3. Ibuki's fate in Danganronpa 2 is by hanging, and a Reddit user came out with images of what they believe to be a reference to Ibuki's death in Danganronpa 3. The body could be seen during the Tenko Chapashira's dojo section of the game, where it appears to use the same exact sprite of Ibuki's death from the second game. It's still undetermined if these images were hoaxes or actually in the game, but for the time being it seems to be a hoax, as those who've searched the area in the third game see no evidence of Ibuki's body hanging outside the dojo. However, there are theories that the original poster wasn't actually shitposting, but rather may have stumbled upon a 1 in a million trigger that showed this event, and it is actually in the game if triggered right, and nobody else has been able to replicate it yet. With how low the quality the image provided is, it's definitely leaning more hoax to me, but with past references to previous games in the series, it really wouldn't be that surprising if this one actually turned out to be true. While we're in the Danganronpa realm, let's go ahead and hop over to a smaller, more niche rumor surrounding the first Danganronpa game and its release post PSP. Listen, I've played quite a few of the games. I'm familiar with the series. I honestly didn't really know the series started all the way back on PSP and just assumed it started around the time the Vita launched, but turns out the series is a bit older than I had first thought. The series started out by the first release on the PSP releasing in Japan in 2010 before it would be re-released internationally a few years later. With the game's remake came a few more modes, one of which was a post-game school dating simulator mode called Dangan Academy. In this mode, they would feature a new gameplay set where the game acted less like a detective simulator and more like what you'd expect from your typical dating simulator. In this mode, we would get to see the character Usami from Danganronpa 2 appear in the first game alongside Monokuma. If you're not aware, Usami is basically a very cutesy version of Monokuma and in many ways acts as his polar opposite. Usami didn't actually officially appear in the series until Danganronpa 2, which also originally released on PSP in 2012. The remake didn't come out until 2013, a year later, well after the world of Danganronpa 2 was established, allowing the developers to go in and add references to the sequel and the original's remake, including the character Usami. This is kind of where the confusion with this entry comes up and why many people believe Usami was always in the first game, seeing as the releases of Danganronpa are a bit confusing to say the least.
The fuck's a Trigger Happy Havoc?
Whatever the case, this is always cool to see when developers go back and add in more context to the original projects after seeing just how big the series had become since they first developed it, and what characters they went in and added and kind of retconned and pretended like they were always in the universe. Animal Crossing and horror strangely go together more than you might think, and it's not just the overthought strange-ass theories, but rather on the surface level there are still some eerie aspects of the game. That's what makes this next entry an easy urban legend to buy into, especially back in the day of the original GameCube Animal Crossing. That is, of course, Brutus the Bulldog, who originally spawned from a creepypasta online that told of a strange villager that would move into your town if you hadn't played the game in a long time. Let me tell you, my whole town would be filled up with Brutuses at at this point. Brutus Eye? He takes the form of a purple bulldog with yellow and red eyes. Not only is this definitely the creepiest version of a villager, unless, you know, you're scared of clowns or hamburgers or something, but he takes it a step further and apparently sends mail only typed in binary. This fucking nerd, huh? Not only this, but when you visit Brutus's house, he will crash your game, and upon restarting, he'll be gone as if he never even moved in. What Brutus? I've never seen a Brutus. Some accounts have stated that when interacting with Brutus, he will slowly delete your town piece by piece until the game corrupts and you start back at square one. Even though this villager was never seen in the game, the story fit really well with the world of Animal Crossing, and he's even been brought back to fruition in a way with being modded into Animal Crossing New Horizons, where he looks even more intimidating than first described in the creepypasta. If Nintendo ever wised up and added this guy as a creepy secret Easter egg, then Zipper T Bunny could kick rocks for all I care. He's no longer the creepiest thing in Animal Crossing for me. It'd be Brutus, 100%. In the early days of the internet, there were rumors floating around online forums and post boards about a secret chocolate factory level being hidden within the original Super Mario Bros. On NES. This rumor began as a crazed fan rumor that was then reiterated in a game guidebook by the name of How to Win at Nintendo Games, where the author recounts a rumor they heard about a secret chocolate factory level, but he had no idea if it was real or how to access it. Yeah, some guide, dude. At this point in time, I think it's pretty clear that the chocolate factory level never existed and was created as a hoax by a bored fan. There does exist something in Super Mario Bros. On NES that could be interpreted as the hidden chocolate factory level, and it involves hot switching cartridges. Basically, you have to swap out Super Mario Bros. With tennis while the system is still on, then switch it back, corrupting the game and allowing the player to play through new levels or new-ish seeming levels. This could have been the way this rumor started, with some accidentally pulling this method off and assuming they had reached a super secret hidden part of the game, with sometimes the level counter even going up to World 9. Regardless, there was never an intentionally designed chocolate factory level in Mario Bros. That was until someone made a ROM hack for the original Super Mario Bros. That is based on this rumor, having Mario run through their best interpretation of what a chocolate factory would have looked like in the game. Not for nothing either, but a chocolate factory just really wouldn't have fit the theming of the game either, considering there really isn't any distinct level differentials that go that deep. Like, sure, if we're talking about Donkey Kong Country having a chocolate factory, or hell, even Super Mario World, I'd personally feel like it'd be a lot more believable, but yeah, hey, the best you could get in the first game is manipulating the game's code to try and live out your Willy Wonka fantasy. Just don't drink all the fizzy sodies. Similar to Polybius, a later iteration of an urban legend telling of a game that might not exist was known as Kill Switch, and supposedly hit the market in the late 80s. The game was said to have been made by a Czechoslovakian developer and was featured a platformer horror game with two main antagonists. The catch of Kill Switch was upon completing the game ceased to exist, deleting itself from the user's system. This means upon completing the game, the player couldn't experience the other protagonists in the game, allowing for only one playthrough of the game per copy purchased. You better really be sure about who you pick in the beginning. This was then further explained in a press release from the developers in 1990, of course according to the creepypasta, that reads the following. Kill Switch was designed to be a unique playing experience, like reality. It is unrepeatable, unretrievable, and illogical. One might even say ineffable. Death is final, death is complete. The fates of Porto and her beloved Gast are also unknowable as our own. It is the desire of Carvina Corporation that this be so, and we asked our customers to respect that desire. Rest assured, Carvina will continue to provide the highest quality of games to the West, and that Kill Switch is merely one among our many wonders. The story actually didn't originate online at all, but rather in a collection of poems by author Catherine Valente in the book The Melancholy of Mecha Girl, in which the story tells of a game very similar to what was described to be Kill Switch. Since then, the game has had a few fan mock-ups out there with their own unique versions of what the game might have looked like, but with this being a work of fiction, it's likely we'll never see a real legit Kill Switch game. Nonetheless, the concept of Kill Switch is a really intriguing one, and maybe is something future game developers could implement into their games. A game that deletes itself after completing it would need to be freeware probably, because hey, I own what I buy, you know, unless it's an Ubisoft game, of course. So there would be a little tweaking to be done here, but I think it would be a unique take on a game idea if this actually existed, at least beyond the fan-made Kill Switch games anyway. Final Fantasy so far in the Iceberg has been talking about hidden enemies and saving cute girls and generals, but this is where it gets badass with theories of a secret dragon boss in Final Fantasy VI. You can already go mano-y-mano, well, party-y-party, I guess, against up to 8 dragons with mentions of a secret 9th boss dragon named the Tsar Dragon. It was most likely just talk until a promising lead came about before the turn of the century where a guide on how to fight the Tsar Dragon was uploaded to a forum. The guide went into pretty great detail of how you needed to collect all of the magicite pieces, which in the normal game is impossible as you can't have the Odin and Raiden pieces in your inventory at the same time. However, the guide had a workaround for this where you would collect all magicite except for Raiden, then fight the blue dragon. Defeating it by petrifying it would cause the queen to be freed and transform herself into the last piece of magicite. What am I saying? Upon collecting that and defeating the rest of the dragons, you will then be thrusted into a boss rush of all 8 dragons where at the end you would finally face off against the Tsar Dragon. Unfortunately, there is no way to petrify the blue dragon, knocking the legs out from under this theory pretty early on into it, especially if you were going to test it.
I can't fucking petrify this guy. This shit's fake as hell.
While it's not actually in Final Fantasy VI's final release, there is evidence of a real Tsar Dragon in the game's back end with a translated name for the dragon and a fully finished sprite of the dragon as well. With how finished the dragon appears, it seems like this was a last-minute decision to cut him out of the game, and this is even backed up further by the Game Boy Advance release of the game, where they brought back the Tsar Dragon with a different name. He's known as Kaiser Dragon in this iteration of the game, but does use a very similar sprite to the Tsar Dragon from the original release's back end. It's unknown if this was to be a reference to the myth or the developers simply finishing up what they originally planned for the dragon in the original release, but regardless, it's cool to see Tsar Dragon finally fightable so long after the game's original release. Listen, I've trashed the old school model of releasing your game for every console under the sun in my videos before because, well, it's crazy. You can sell these 2 games as the same game. That's bullshit, man. Maybe I'm just salty. I fell for this way too many times as a kid. Regardless, this is still a practice we see today, granted much less, or I guess less obvious, but in some cases, the less technologically advanced versions of these games would exclude content from the more modern console releases. This was the case for certain versions of games like the first Marvel Ultimate Alliance game that included the PS2, PSP, and original Xbox releases of the games. These versions were lacking a couple of characters from the other releases of the games that included Moon Knight and Colossus. It was revealed during the game's release that these characters would have been next-gen exclusive characters, meaning they could be in the game if Activision didn't want to make a couple of doughs, a couple of bucks off of pretty obscure mutants at the time. I mean, let's be honest. Moon Knight, you know, he's got his TV show now. He's a little bit more well known, but you trying to make money off Moon Knight in like 2010? What's even worse is after some time it was revealed that Moon Knight and Colossus are actually in these games files and can be restored to be played by manipulating the game through a strange glitch. Before this was revealed, though, there were many rumors floating around online of how to unlock the 2 missing characters in these versions. Turns out, Activision left it away unintentionally, so get fucked, losers. Also, everybody, including the 2 homies, appear in the 2016 re-release of the game, so at least there's that. Hey, thanks for that one, guy. They could have easily made these guys pre-order bonus content or some shit. You know, you don't hear about too many Persona games when talking about urban legends in video games, but that changed during the international releases of Persona 4, where a strange eye symbol could be seen on the stat screen of certain ultimate personas. If you're unfamiliar, each character in Persona has an ultimate persona and each of their own unique stats as seen on the screen. The strange thing is only certain stat screens will display this weird eye icon that appears to be blinking as the middle circle phases in and out. The eye has been most consistently seen on Susanoo, who is Yosuke's ultimate persona, but it is possible to see it on other personas as well, including Chai, who is Suzaki's ultimate. Theories began to run rampant with what the eye was signifying, if anything at all, with some players believing that it marked when a persona's stats aren't maxed out yet. It was even rumored to be a subtle hint at the next game in some way, but it turns out that the idea that the eye was a glitch was the most accurate. That is because the developers came out and stated that the eye was something they couldn't patch out of the game before the international releases, as they were aware of the glitch due to the game launching earlier in Japan. The eye does have a file in the game simply called Awakening Eye, but other than that, there really isn't much more to this entry. Just a simple glitch that slipped through the cracks and seemed a lot more mysterious than it actually was. The mystery of Yeah Yeah Beavis 1 is a strange rabbit hole, and one that didn't spawn from a creepy tale told throughout the years of a video game that, hey, doesn't even actually exist, but rather seems to be a video game that existence is still heavily questioned even today. The first mention of Yeah Yeah Beavis came from a video game catalog posting from Play It Again in 1989. This was a simple price listing for the game amongst dozens of other video games, but with nothing else but the name and price given, there wasn't much to go on for even knowing what the game looked like. The game reappeared again in another video game catalog by Funko, but after that, the game was never officially mentioned again, with still no visual evidence besides the same information that was originally provided. From this, a lot of theories began to circulate online, with one of the most believed to be the fact that it was a fake placeholder game title to catch plagiarism from other video game sellers who were lazy and just copied and pasted another magazine's listings. However, there have been some deeper dives into the theory that Yeah Yeah Beavis may just be a bad mistranslation of a Japanese exclusive game, and this became more of a reality after YouTube commenter The Cyanator, sorry if I got that wrong, posted a comment on a video discussing the video game, claiming that the game could be a game by the name of Family Trainer Rai Rai Kyonshis Baby Kyonchi no Amida Dapugaki. Holy shit. Hey, just fucking execute me now, guys. Sorry. There is also evidence for the translations to equate to the title Yeah Yeah Beavis, like the Rai Rai in the original title translating to the Yeah Yeah. The only issue is that Beavis isn't fully confirmed to be a direct mistranslation, as the closest they were able to connect this to is the word BB. At the end of the day though, this seems like the most likely theory. I'm of the thought that somebody accidentally slammed an S at the end of BB and boom, we got Yeah Yeah Beavis from a mistranslation of this strange Family Trainer Japanese game. Until we get any further official comments from the literal person who typed up this catalog back in the day, I'd say this is a simple case of bad mistranslation that everyone mistook for its own unique game, but in reality it was this Japanese Family Trainer game. Unfortunately though, there has been no fan mod of what Yeah Yeah Beavis would look like many of the other entries in this Iceberg. Listen, I can only imagine what kind of enthralling gameplay we were missing out with a title like that. Fez was always a pretty intimidating game to get into for me personally, as I'm not that into puzzle games, and I can now see that I wasn't wrong in feeling that way. The Black Monolith from Fez will only send a chill down those spines who had to endure the hell that was trying to solve one of indie gaming's biggest secrets back in the day. If you're unfamiliar, the Black Monolith was an area of the game that was seemingly empty and could only be accessed after lowering the water at the nature hub. It isn't until you beat the game once through that you could even stand a chance of beginning the secret, much less finishing it. That is because you needed an item that allows you to switch to a first-person view, which is needed to line the player up on a certain space on top of this strange platform. From here, you are supposed to input a button combo, From here, you were supposed to input a button combo, which the first was discovered on a treasure map you found earlier in the game. Once inputting the code on the map in the first empty square, a strange black monolith will appear floating above the player. Now, this is where this gets insane for people who were playing this at the time and attempting to solve the second part of this sequence naturally. The treasure map with the first button combo unfortunately had the second button sequence burnt off, so it was up to fans to brute force combo guess until someone somehow ended up getting it. Now, this wasn't as impossible as you might be thinking, as the place where you had to enter the code was pretty obvious since it was the only other empty square. So at that point, it was just up to lining yourself up and slamming in different button combos pretty similar to the original. So yeah, without the die-hard community of fans wanting to get to the bottom of this strange mystery, this one would likely still be an urban legend status. And I just gotta say, I agree with this random forum user's comment, lame by developers low-key. Lego Star Wars doesn't have stuff like this. I'm just gonna judge everything in my life from now on, and with if Lego Star Wars has it or not. That seems like a pretty good way to live life. Mr. Psychic is a character from the original Pokemon games on Game Boy who is a lonely old man who is located in Saffron City. He will end up giving the player a psychic TM, but otherwise he seems like any other typical NPC in the game in that he doesn't do a lot. I mean, He looks like an old man. Leave him alone, right? That was until the theory of Pokegods being obtainable in the game came around, in which Mr. Sidekick was said to be one of the ways to unlock access to these said Pokegods. It was rumored that if you brought Mr. Sidekick any of these legendary birds in the game, whether it be Zapdos, Moltres, or Articuno, he would then reveal to the player the existence of Pokegods and would act as a step in unlocking the ability to start catching these said Pokemon. Some rumors made it even more difficult, stating you needed to have all 150 Pokemon, and other random event triggers like having 3 Geodudes in your party. Mr. Sidekick is no more than a way to get this specific Sidekick TM. I get it's hard to believe someone known as Mr. Sidekick wouldn't serve more of a purpose in the game, but who knows, maybe we just haven't found it yet, you know? Hell, maybe the rumors were wrong. Maybe you need to bring him 15 Lickitongues. I don't know what he'd do with all that tongue action, but with all the Pokemon leaks recently, maybe we should all look into this one. It's the 15 Lickitongues, without a doubt. I have no doubts anymore. In the realm of Five Nights at Freddy's hoaxes and rumors, the 4th game surprisingly didn't have too many surrounding the game, and the most notable one, known as Nightmare JJ, wasn't until the Halloween update when Nightmare BB was added to the game. This was a simple screenshot color palette swap and was done by FNAF tuber GoMotion on YouTube. This was actually pretty convincing for the time, as GoMotion was able to release this hoax the same night as the update, leading many to believe the update also brought an obscure character from FNAF 2 known as JJ, but this time in his nightmare form. Since this, GoMotion has gone on from creating FNAF hoaxes to covering them in detail on their channel, so if this is your type of lane, I highly recommend this channel, because hey, I mean, they know what they're talking about here. In terms of Freddy's 4, this is still one of the most believed hoaxes, and Nightmare JJ has pseudo been accepted into the FNAF lore, with many renders and fan art of Nightmare JJ existing online. You like how I shortened FNAF to Freddy's? Freddy's 1 through 4. Let's have that become the vernacular when we're talking about FNAF. Fuck FNAF, it's Freddy's now. One of the most successful trolls of the early internet forum days came from the classic Game Boy Advance RPG Golden Sun. The rumors of a supposed powerful weapon known as the Wheat Sword was talked about and rumored in forums, but it wasn't until GameFAQs user Ryu Kenshin came up with a game guide on how to obtain the Wheat Sword that the rumor would really begin to get out of control. From the get-go, the idea that a Wheat Sword being the most powerful weapon in the game should have been a telltale sign that this was a hoax, but hey, I'm working in hindsight here, you know? I mean, to be fair, when I first saw this entry, I figured that it was a rumored sword in Minecraft that was the worse than wood version and was made out of wheat or something. So for it to be rumored to be the most powerful weapon in Golden Sun is really hard to believe for me. Regardless, Ryu Kenshin, being in a special kind of evil mood, decided to make a super in-depth guide on how to obtain said Wheat Sword, which is way too long for me to even pretend to recite here in the video. The guide was followed so often that it even had a fake Q&A section with common questions from people who tried the theory and failed. Not only that, but the guide was eventually deleted by moderators of GameFAQs for spreading misinformation about the game and tricking so many players. Nowadays, you can find the guide in its original form restored online, and it just goes to show how much time some people have on their hands, man. I mean, I'm still talking about this Ryu Kenshin person years later, so they definitely ruined enough gamers' days to be immortalized in the Golden Sun fandom. During the Undertale pre-release phase, the game released a demo in which it featured a toy knife the player would use for a weapon in the game, and this caused some players to believe that being a toy knife would be pretty ineffective, that there was probably a real knife in the game somewhere. Not only that, but it was also present in the demo. It wasn't until Toby Fox himself denied the existence of the real knife in the demo that the rumor seemed to die out, but that was just the beginning of the real knife in the Undertale universe. The real knife would later return as an item in reference to these rumors surrounding the demo, but would only be obtainable right before fighting Sans, who subsequently only has 1 HP, making the knife completely useless technically. This sounds like the beginning and end of the real knife rumor, as Toby just made a subtle trolly way to reference the rumor, adding in the desired real knife but making it completely unusable. That is until players found a way to hack the knife earlier into the game, which is very beneficial for pacifist runs actually, as when you are able to kill an enemy by attacking them, their name turns yellow, allowing the player to immediately spare them. This is known as aggressive pacifism. Even though this wasn't the intended purpose of the knife's inclusion by the developer, it's satisfying that players can finally use the knife rumored to be in the demo, even if it's just used as intimidation. Listen man, these motherfucking whimsums need to learn their goddamn lesson, and it's not gonna work unless you got some heat on you, alright? The Mist Stone was a rumored item in the original Pokemon games on Game Boy that acted like the other evolutionary stones in the game, allowing the player to evolve their Pokemon with said item. However, the Mist Stone was said to be better than the other stones, allowing the Pokemon to evolve regardless of type, and could even involve a Pokemon past their final evolution, entering into the Pokegod realm of urban legendary. Of course, the Mist Stone would turn out to be a hoax, but the stone can be found in the ROM hack known as Pokemon Infinite Fusion, where it's still a great item in that game. This is probably going to be the closest we ever get to seeing the Mist Stone in action, although it's still a very unique way to suggest that there are ways to evolve Pokemon well beyond what we thought they could, feeding even more into theories like the aforementioned Pokegod theory. It must have been a wild time to be a Pokemon fan going through these heartbreaking rumors every few years online. Holy shit. Mario Kart Wii was known to have some stuff that didn't make it into the final game, like a couple of racers including PD Piranha and Hammer Bro, but they also had a strange third option for the Mii outfits, which in the final game only had two variations, A and B. The third Mii outfit, known as Mii Outfit C, was rumored to be in the game for a long time, with many insane rumors on how to unlock the mysterious third outfit, and just as many rumors on what the outfit looked like. You can actually mod in the button for the Mii Outfit C on the character selection screen, where you'll see this unique sprite in which the game shows a Mii Racer's outfit with a question mark above it. As seen in this video by MKW Cat, we can see what exactly happens when this option is selected. Since the game is missing data for the Mii costume, the vehicle selection screen appears also with a bunch of question marks, and starting the race will only crash the game since it has nothing to load into the player model. Unfortunately, it seems that this only exists as a placeholder, and the actual Mii Outfit C has never been really revealed. Hell, it might not even exist. However, there are some pretty fun and inventive fan creations of what the outfit might have looked like this penguin suit mock-up by Rathnin on YouTube, or an old school Photoshop image posted to a game forum claiming the outfit was a tuxedo and was unlocked after 100%ing the game. Listen, the true Mii Outfit C was the gross mouth texture on Donkey Kong's foot the whole time. Full jumpsuit, fully covered with the mouth texture, proving it really wasn't a mistake all along. Much like other games we've covered on the list, this entry is no different from entries like Kekrok, where very little of the game is known online and even less in the way of evidence of the game's existence. The game in question is known as Packy, but I'm going to say Patchy because I don't want to get flagged, so Patchy now. The game in question is known as Patchy, and unlike Kekrok's conclusion being that of a hoax made by a 3D artist who reused old assets as a social media project, the existence of Patchy is still not fully known. It is heavily suspected to have been released by infamous bad video game box art publisher Phoenix Games, who is known for their blatant ripoffs of other bigger brands in an attempt to make a quick buck. Their legacy includes such gems as Snow White and the Seven Clever Boys, Lion and the King 2, and most impressively, can't forget it, Krabby Adventure. Patchy was supposed to be Phoenix Games' answer to Pac-Man's success, with very little change about Patchy from Pac-Man, other than a sickly lime green reskin and giant-ass buck teeth. As far as evidence around Patchy's existence, this is the only proof of the game being a thing, with many calling into question if this was a failed project by Phoenix, who only got as far as the box art, or if the whole thing was a hoax to begin with. It has been confirmed that, like many other Phoenix games, the box art for Patchy was stolen from a ray tracing competition in '94 where the theme was video games. This actually goes to support the theory that Patchy is a game lost to time somewhere, or at least it was a planned project by Phoenix Games with them only getting as far as the box art. Or stealing the box art, I guess. I'd be willing to bet this was a project they were planning to work on and just didn't get far enough, as they really don't seem to have a limit on what they were willing to plagiarize. Why would they draw the line at Pac-Man, really? If you're not familiar, Blockland is a Roblox type of game, but more inspired by Lego, as the game's description literally says. It's kind of like playing with Legos on the internet. During the early days of Blockland, there were rumors of a regular boogeyman for the game, or I guess Slenderman, that would haunt players on the servers who look like this. Pretty creepy, right? Renderman was said to be heavily inspired by the Slenderman urban legends and acted as the Blockland version of the cryptid, even having similar abilities to Slenderman like the ability to teleport around. During a Halloween update in 2011, the developers added a chance to see a face in the sky, which many assumed to be the mysterious Renderman's face. But even with this, there has yet to be an official confirmation of Renderman's inclusion in Blockland. Being that the file name for the face also doesn't share any relation to Renderman, it's likely unrelated and just a random asset. But the nature of Blockland has allowed players to add Renderman in via mods in which he shares the same characteristics described in the urban legend. Don't worry guys, Renderman doesn't exist, he can't hurt you. In fact, he's just an edited image of Nicolas Cage making this face, so I don't know, you tell me what's scarier. The Game Boy Advance was a huge deal during its pre-release, with rumors of how far Nintendo was willing to push handheld hardware. With these rumors came claims that Game Boy Advance would be able to support 3D visuals in a handheld, of which hadn't been done yet. As we know now, the final release of Game Boy Advance didn't support any 3D capabilities. However, fans might have been steered away from this idea from a strange posting in August of 2000 on IGN's website. This image is the only existing evidence of the strange game known only by fans as the Purple Yoshi game. The Purple Yoshi game was apparently sent to IGN, wherein they used this as a teaser for users to sign up to their handheld forum boards, where they claimed it's a game screen of sorts, sent to us by our Japanese correspondent. The resolution is exactly that of the Game Boy Advance, and it's possible it might be of an as yet announced Game Boy Advance game featuring a certain Nintendo dinosaur. Or it might just be a mock-up some Japanese publication created as what a Game Boy Advance game could look like. After this, the image would be reposted all over the internet, and the Game Boy Advance's life cycle would come and go without any Purple Yoshi game. The image itself suggests a lot about the game, like the IGN blurb read. This could have easily been a very early concept art for an idea for a Yoshi Safari type of game on the Game Boy Advance. This is clear from the reticle that can be seen on the screen, along with the perspective being reminiscent of the rail shooter Yoshi Safari on Super Nintendo. Not to mention the unique enemies we see here that I honestly don't think we've ever seen since. I don't know if Nintendo ever brought these back out of the vault or not. The Purple Yoshi game's existence is often called into question, with some believing the whole thing to be a hoax from IGN, but considering that this wouldn't be the last time this would happen with IGN, Halo DS ring a bell to anyone? I'm willing to guess IGN was privy to a lot more than we may have believed, at least back then when their reviews meant something for a game's sales. All of that to say, if this is something more than a strange closed tech demo, then we're actually dealing with a full-blown piece of lost media here. Not to say it was a real game that was released at any point, but if the game exists in any capacity which is at least playable as the image would suggest, then it'd be worth finding. I don't know, did anyone actually like Yoshi Safari? I remember I had it, but I never got the Super Scope attachment, so I would always just load up the game to the title screen and imagine what the game was like. Yeah, that sounded a lot more depressing than it should have. I just got the game secondhand or something, and I thought it was a regular Yoshi game, and I realized I fucked up and just never got the Super Scope, so. Final Fantasy. Oh, you mean Grief Simulator Fantasy? Yeah, we're talking about another revive rumor, this time coming from Final Fantasy IV, wherein players were once again clotheslined with the gruesome deaths of Palom and Porum after they turned themselves to stone to stop the room from squishing the entire party. With such a rash decision, players were left shocked that there was nothing they could do to save the two, which of course ended up spawning several rumors on how to possibly prevent their death and other ways that maybe they could cure their stoning in the aftermath. Of these rumors included your typical have a certain item with you, or maxing out both Palom and Porum to their max levels before this happens, but due to the scene needing to happen to progress the story, there is no way to do this in the game. There is a way to go back into the room where Palom and Porum are frozen in time, and by interacting with them, it actually brings up the item screen, so it full well seemed like there might have been something to be able to be done about the pair, but alas, they made the ultimate sacrifice. And as we know, as Final Fantasy has taught us, sacrifices are final. It seems for a while that the popularity of urban legend cryptids like the Bigfoot from San Andreas became so popular that more and more video game cryptids were popping up from more obscure games than that of GTA. Take Carnivores, for example, which is a first-person dinosaur hunting game developed for the PC and released back in 1998. The cryptid from this game we're talking about is known as the Delphius Hills Ghoul and takes the form of a large reptilian creature that stands several feet taller than the player. This began spreading online with many claiming to have encountered the creature, with low grainy photos and videos coming out that provided more questions than actual evidence. Much like the San Andreas Pigsy rumors, this one would inevitably be modded into the game, making deciphering real evidence from modded gameplay pretty difficult. As it stands, the Iceberg creators actually marked this one still as uncertain, but without any proof of the ghoul in the back end, without so much as code mentioning the creature, I think it's safe to chalk this one up to being another myth, albeit a pretty detailed and crazy rabbit hole. There are several great videos covering this topic that go much deeper than I did here today, so if you're interested, I recommend these on the screen here, which you can find links to in the description down below as well. Now we are coming to the part of the iceberg where it gets so obscure I can't find anything relating to the entry title. Like anything at all. Doesn't matter how many iterations of Golden Whistle and Super Mario Bros. 3 into Google there is, there's just no hard evidence, at least online, of this actually being a rumor surrounding Super Mario Bros. 3. That being said, based on what the author of the Iceberg has told other creators covering the Iceberg, it was a rumor that there was a special Golden Whistle in Super Mario Bros. 3 that allowed players to warp to any world they pleased and would have infinite uses. If you don't know, there are only 3 obtainable whistles throughout Super Mario Bros. 3, and they only allow you to warp to an island where then you choose the next world, and a selections of 3 worlds per warp whistle. So in a way, I could totally see how this would have been a small-time rumor that was spread by kids playing this back in the day, mainly since the 3 real warp whistles are extremely hard to find, so unless you knew where to look, I could see some kid going to school thinking he's the hot shit with the warp whistle information. Then Tommy comes over and one-ups him and says, yeah, well, did you know the golden warp whistle was in the game? Fuck you, Tommy. You still have people years later talking about your shitty Super Mario Bros. 3 rumors. Following in the footsteps of the schoolyard rumors of the last entry, this next entry has very similar origins. A rumor that has haunted Sonic to the point of it kind of coming true in a way, came in the way of fans claiming there was a way to get a gun in Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega Genesis. The rumor was super baseless and there isn't a lot of evidence online about this rumor, but there is some belief that the rumor may have helped inspire the more mature themes of Shadow the Hedgehog, where he can be seen nickeled up for most of the game. Of course, this could also be the want to make the series take a darker tone without directly tainting Sonic's name directly in the parents' eyes. Hey, regardless, I think they should just say fuck it at this point, give everyone a gun. Knuckles gets a bazooka in LMG class, fuck it, he's roided up, right? He's big enough at this point. The fact that Yoshi was added into Super Mario Sunshine and was actually rideable by Mario was a huge deal, but like Super Mario 64, for some reason the green dinosaur was still very limited in form in Sunshine. The main detriment to Yoshi is that he can't swim in the game, and considering the game is mostly water, he becomes a real piece of work real quick, I'll say that. Since Yoshi was able to swim in previous titles, it stood to reason that he would have been able to swim in Sunshine, or at least there was a way to get him to be able to swim and not dissolve away like some goddamn cotton candy. This is where the rumor of being able to train Yoshi to swim in Super Mario Sunshine began, in which evidence is pretty sparse as to the actual rumor and how to pull off this so-called training day for Yoshi. It's also worth noting that the Yoshis in Super Mario Sunshine are theorized that they aren't actually real Yoshis, yet creations from Bowser Jr.'s paintbrush, with the main support being that Yoshi appears to dissolve into paint when hitting the water. Whether or not this is a real Yoshi in Sunshine or not, I think it was really lame that it took up to Super Mario Galaxy 2 for us to get a fully stocked, fully loaded Yoshi in a 3D Mario game. Come on, Miyamoto. Before there was Rareware, there was Ultimate Play the Game, manned by the Stamper Brothers. They would later go on to find Rareware and obtain legendary status during the 90s as game developers, but before the glitz and glamour, it was developing small, colorful games like Jetpack and the subject of this entry, Lunar Jetman. I'm only familiar with this style of game, which runs on ZX Spectrum, from having to play Jetpack during Donkey Kong 64 in order to progress, which, hey, for a kid who was hours deep into a 3D Donkey Kong adventure, the jetpack side quests was less than tantalizing, especially since you needed to hit a certain score limit to even progress. However, I never had any experience with Lunar Jetman. The game's box art and advertisements constantly showed the rover with a trailer in tow, but players were quick to notice that there was never any trailer obtainable in the game, so much so that speculation and rumors began on how to get the trailer, but again, no one ever found it. And it wasn't until an article in a ZX Spectrum magazine known as Crash, where a photo was submitted as to what was potentially the first real evidence of the trailer in Lunar Jetman. This was followed by a comment made by the person who submitted it without many details on where they found it, just proving that it exists in the game. Like trying to trust any gaming magazine of yesteryear, this image is of course the product of photo manipulation, as players have searched the back end of the game with no trailer being found. It is kind of odd to include the trailer in all the promotional art and not include it in the game, but perhaps they just needed to fill out the logo space more, and a bunch of players who were bored out of their minds playing Lunar Jetman had enough time to notice that the trailer from the box art wasn't actually in the game. Yeah, I'm a hater because I never played these growing up. This shit hasn't aged well to me. It's always been aged for me too, so if that's telling you anything, I'll pass on Lunar Jetman is what I'm saying. If you've ever dived deeper into San Andreas urban legends beyond the normal ones like Bigfoot and ghost cars, then you'll likely know the significance of the color blue in the game. The Epsilon program, otherwise known as the Epsilon Cult, is a strange cult group that appears in San Andreas that has become a giant mystery, questioning what and who is tied to this cult in the game. The cult's purpose is still questioned, if it has a deeper meaning in San Andreas or if it was truly surface level parody of different religious cults like Scientology. The color blue is the color representing the cult, making the next entry a prime candidate for cult activity. Blueberry is a small town in Red County in the game, and a strange light phenomenon occurs in Blueberry at night where a mysterious blue light glows in several locations located in the town. The phenomenon isn't just tied to the cult just for the color blue, but the area is also very close to the cult's headquarters, making many believe that the town of Blueberry is under control of the Epsilon cult. If this strange light activity isn't tied to the cult, it's also worth noting that the town is exactly at the center of San Andreas' map, so something bizarre has got to be going on here, cult activity or not. Of course, the other theory is that since the town is called Blueberry, this is just a subtle on-the-nose wave for the town to live up to its name. I heard the most recent HD remake did such a terrible job bringing this game back that they fucked up and made the light purple. Nah, that's a joke, but come on, that's not too far off from some of the mistakes they were making for that shit. I heard recently you got updated. Anybody play it? Is it better now? Is it good? Error is a visual novel that was released in Japan in 2000 and featured a more adult story compared to the other visual novels at the time. There was a re-release of the game that has dated all the way up to Nintendo Switch, and it seems to be a classic in the visual novel genre. Focusing on romance, the story is told in branching paths, adding in replay value to see everything the game had to offer. A rumor began to circulate a bit after the first release of the game, in which it was an edit of the game simply titled Error Cruel Version. It was said to have gory, disturbing content within, unlike the other sexual content in the real game, making it adult, and was said to have been handed out at certain conventions in Japan after Error was initially released. The rumor said that there were a certain number of these cruel versions in circulation, and it wasn't known if the player had the cruel version, well, until it was too late. This rumor would come with a few pieces of evidence that would come in the way of photoshopped images, but nothing concrete in terms of proving the existence of this version, like a ROM or hard copy or anything like that. To this day, it hasn't really been confirmed that this version exists, with some confident it was just a creepypasta to scare visual novel fans, but others pull evidence from the developer's first game, Canon, whose cruel version was recently dumped online and actually exists. This may be proof in some eyes that Error's cruel version must be out there in some capacity and just hasn't been dumped online yet. And who knows, it's fully a possibility, but until more headway is made into finding the ROM, this one's still unfortunately up in the air. No pun intended. Layer 7 is home to some insane urban legends, both hilariously ridiculous and some disturbing and grim. The starting entry in this layer is the latter, as we talk about the Columbine shooting and the rumor that one of the shooters, Dylan Klebold, had a custom Doom map that he made to replicate Columbine High School to practice carrying out the attack. This was because of the media's fear to demonize video games, and Doom was at the forefront of it since it was revealed after the attack, and the shooters were huge fans of Doom, with them even making their own maps. The mass media coverage and fallout for video games after the tragedy only helped to fuel this theory that a Columbine map existed as a custom map mod for Doom and is floating out there somewhere. While it is true that there were Doom maps created by the shooters out there, they are nothing more than the starting stages of a custom map, and definitely not anything like the intricate details of Columbine High School like the rumors had stated. The main deterrent against the existence of this map too, especially at the time, was the need for 2 floors to replicate the school's layout, which wasn't possible in Doom until the My House mod dropped a few years ago. Listen, I feel a little weird going even this far into details of a possible Doom map mod that would have been used for practice in a real life tragedy like this. Now imagine being the people who actually made the real custom map mod that now exists. How do you explain that one to someone who walks in on you designing that map?
I told you it's not ready yet.
Paper Mario Sticker Star isn't remembered for a lot other than being the worst game in the whole series, and yeah, I played it, and yeah, it wasn't the best, but hey, it still had some cool ideas here and there. Listen, the writing wasn't the best, it didn't really stick out amongst the others in the series, and the abysmal battle system that was boring 10 battles into the game. By the end of it, there's not much more meat left on this bone when you look at it as a Paper Mario game. That is, except for one mystery that has yet to be solved, and is one of the sole reasons the game is even talked about in a sense today. In the Shy Guy Jungle level, you'll run across a large dump with mounds of garbage that Mario will have to clear out in order to progress further into the level. If you are the curious type, you can go around the garbage before getting rid of it and find different notes hidden in the trash with your typical dry Paper Mario jokes. However, there is one note that has confused players since it was found, and it still doesn't have a very definitive answer online. One of the notes in the pile has a code that reads XD3RB8HH9CR2FL16. Immediately, players assume that this was a code that could be inputted into either the eShop or Club Nintendo for a special prize, but alas, plugging in the code in both places returns errors. The origin and purpose of the code has yet to be discovered, and efforts to ask developers about the code has returned no answers, because why would you want to admit you worked on Paper Mario Sticker Star? Most theories have defaulted to a developer adding in a random serial key in the game to troll players, or that someone actually got to the code first and redeemed it, whatever it was, and never came forward to reveal what it did. This theory is backed up by the fact that sometimes when the code was inputted, it would return an error stating that the code has already been inputted before. Hey, listen, whatever the code was, it wasn't worth it unless it unlocked a better Paper Mario game, you know what I'm saying? Usually in these icebergs, the last layer will hit some pretty insanely ridiculous conspiracy theory levels of crazy, but hear me out on this one, alright? NBA Jam was released in arcades in 1980s and was followed up by the tragic news of NBA player Drazen Petrovic passing away in a car accident just a few months later. The urban legend states that the arcade machine for NBA Jam would just randomly play the announcer saying Petrovic's last name. This would often repeat and happen during times where Petrovic wasn't even in the current game or on the screen.
Petrovic!
NBA Jam developers have stated that they've even seen the phenomenon firsthand in the following statement. We had already finished making NBA Jam when Drazen Petrovic died. The game had already shipped and he was on the nets, so we had all of these coin-op machines lying around, and one night we were playing Mortal Kombat and there was a jam machine next to it. And all of a sudden the game started calling out Petrovic, Petrovic, and this had only happened after Petrovic had died. Everyone started freaking out. Something weird was going on with the software, and to this day, if you have an original NBA Jam, every once in a while, it'll just yell out Petrovic. It's wild. It turns out that this is an actual occurrence in the original NBA Jam cabinets, but it's up to the spectator to assume if it's something paranormal or a simple programming error that just so happened to coincidentally line up with Petrovic's unfortunate death. I would like to see if anyone experienced this occurrence in the months between the game's release and Petrovic's death, but this would have likely not been noticed as much before his death and would have been written off as a simple glitch or something. It might be a little bit of a stretch, but hey, if anyone out there had an original cabinet of NBA Jam and had experienced this weird audio glitch, let me know your story down below in the comments. This story intrigues me because I don't believe it's actually the ghost of Petrovic haunting the arcade machines, but I do think it is an interesting showcase of how coincidental life can be sometimes. If you've never heard of the video game Action 52, it is a prerequisite class to take before we start talking about Cheetah. So to recap, Action 52 was a compilation cart of 52 games in one cartridge back on the NES. It promised 52 quality games that could stand up to the best of them on NES, and it sold itself as such with a much higher price tag than your typical NES games at the time. Nowadays, it's easy to see this as a scam, as there are hundreds of these 200 plus game cheap knockoff consoles on websites like Wish and Temu, but back in the day, the promise of 52 games for the price of a few NES games was quite alluring to kids who only had a few NES games in their collection to begin with. Of course, the game was bootleg as bootleg could be, featuring 52 of the absolute most hog shit games you could ever play, if you can even call them games. Hell, most of the games don't even load properly, and when they do, if you're not immediately assaulted with glitches, the actual game underneath is boring as fuck. That was except for the last game, the 52nd game, which showed some promise and hope from the developers to start a larger franchise from this abysmal release. That, of course, is Cheetah, and the developers liked the work on the first game so much they decided to continue on with the Cheetah series and started development on Cheetah 2. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for the game industry, active prizes went down before Cheetah 2 could officially release. It wasn't until the late 90s where a stockpile of around 1,000 copies of Cheetah was found and sold off, circulating the game online with the ROM existing online, saving the game from falling into lost media obscurity. Even with the game out there and playable, it was still extremely bad and buggy, with a huge bug in the game that would freeze the game before the final level gets to play out, barring anyone from seeing the full game. Theories started to circulate around how to get past this freeze glitch, and there was actually a few rumors that worked, which included methods like turning the power on and off quickly while the game is on. Luckily today, most ROMs of Cheetah 2 comes with a patch that allows players to progress naturally to the 5th and final level. So it's not all bad at the end of the day, as we finally get to see Cheetah 2 in its full glory, and guess what? It's still a piece of shit. Not unlike Nintendo games nowadays, the Pokemon games were always targets of leaks, and I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, we all heard of the huge Pokemon leak that happened recently. I'll never look at Typhlosion Diddy Combs the same again, you know what I'm saying? Before it was the super creepy leaks like what we've seen recently, it was the games that were the target of leaks back then, and leaking the contents of said games. A rumor that started around the time of Pokemon Black and White's pre-release and subsequent leak that happened early enough before sprites were even seen in the game was an item known as the swimming goggles. This item would apparently put any non-water type Pokemon holding it to sleep, while if a water type was holding it, it would boost stats like accuracy and special attack. As the game came out and data miners searched the back end of the game, no such item existed, and nailing down the origin of this rumor is even difficult, making this rumor one of the more obscure ones surrounding the Pokemon games. Before the release of Link to the Past on Super Nintendo, there were rumors of a third NES Zelda being developed and started immediately after the development of Adventures of Link. Of course, with hindsight, we can see the remnants of this early project in Link to the Past on Super Nintendo, but this hasn't stopped the rumor that there was a fully playable third Zelda on NES titled The Legend of Zelda 3, The Triforce Saga. This rumor really got legs in October of 2005, where an eBay listing was posted claiming to be selling an original beta cartridge of the infamous Zelda 3 on NES. The listing simply had an image with a blank box art tag with text reading the game's title and Nintendo's copyrights and the year. Other than this, there was another image attached which showed the apparent title screen taken off of a television screen. One of the first major journalist websites to cover this phenomenon was joystick.com, who claimed that a person by the username Knight7, who apparently had worked at the video game development company Silicon Knights, was the person who actually ended up winning the bid at $3,000 for the listing of the cartridge. Pretty much insulted by this claim, development company Silicon Knights reached out to Joystick to put things right and stated that they never purchased the Zelda 3 cartridge and they had no one employed under them with the online username Knight7 and asked for Joystick to correct the article's information. I don't know, this could either be heavy damage control or actual fear of Nintendo. Either way, Nintendo's the goddamn Yakuza in the games industry. Holy shit. I mean, tell me some of their practices as of late haven't been ramping up to mob-type reactions. I wouldn't be surprised if the guy who leaks Metroid Prime 4 gets castrated at this point. Let's be honest. But anyway, at this point, it's considered that this whole listing and cartridge was a complete hoax, especially since it's common knowledge that Nintendo went ahead with the development of the next Zelda on the next console at the time being that of the Super Nintendo. So yeah, if there is one of these cartridges out there that actually has this strange Zelda 3 beta on it, it has to be super early in the game's development and is probably not a game at all, but I'd be willing to bet this whole thing was fake from the get-go. Unlike all of Capcom's other secrets and Easter eggs in their games, one stands out for being very strange and technically unsolved. This comes from Mega Man 9, where developers were pretty vocal about a secret that players had yet to find located in the game's endless attack mode. This mode is meant to test a player's stamina, putting up levels back to back endlessly until the players die. I, for one, would have probably had a high score of 5. I was never that great at Mega Man, to be honest. With the tease from developers put in place, it was up to players to push the endless mode to the limits and see just how far they could get in order to find this strange secret. Seeing as the mode will actually go all the way up to 99,999 before it no longer counts up, with a pretty much impossible task ahead of them, players went into the game's code and manually changed the level count without finding a whole lot either. If there even is a secret, as a lot of fans are convinced that Capcom's developers were trolling the whole time and there was no secret in an effort to push the players to keep playing the endless mode in search of nothing. Others have assumed that there is a secret, but it's so insignificant that it's hardly noticeable, with a few theories assuming it's something as small as a kill screen, which basically kills a run and resets the player back to the main screen. Yeah, some fucking secret, I know, right? I don't really know what to think of this, but considering there has been a lot of effort into trying to find the secret, I'd assume it is something as small as a kill screen or nothing at all. It wouldn't be the first time developers would troll their player base, but this one just seems odd and kind of unnecessary, or they could have at least added a bit more context to it when teasing it online. Y2K is an indie RPG game that amassed a fan base due to its intriguing storytelling and pop culture references. Look at that, homie's running through the Full House living room. I could spot that shit from a mile away. Besides being a pretty competent RPG, it is known for the debauchery surrounding the game's endings and which ones actually exist within the game and which ones don't. The entry itself is referring to the supposed cut third ending to the game and rumors surrounding if it's actually in the game or not, which sounds like a lot easier task to prove than it actually is. I actually had some trouble on this entry as far as research, as I've never played the game, but that was until a viewer and YouTuber known as Linguistic Spaceship sent me an email preemptively explaining the entry in hopes I'd cover it with accurate information. So a huge shout out to Linguistic Spaceship for the information on this entry. They also have a video explaining the endings of the game further, so highly recommend checking that out if this entry interests you at all. In order to get the most direct information to you, the viewer, from someone who clearly knows nothing of what they're talking about, I will read some of the information from the email sent my way. I hope that's cool with Linguistic Spaceship, as I don't know if I could have explained it any better in my own words, so here we go. Here's what happened. Axe Studios told about the third ending's existence, and a few people tried to data mine it. This data mining was effectively just glorified save editing. They found an ending, however considered it cut content, and after that, they said it just doesn't exist. The problem is that Andrew from Axe Studio has continuously insisted the third ending's existence, and in a lost stream on the Discord said that there are no cut endings in the game. Additionally, there is confusion on what Ending 3 even is. It is confirmed to neither be the one involving Proto-Ultima Alex, and neither the one in the Beta Frankton location where Alex fights Essentia and Wilfred. However, the one with Proto-Ultima Alex is relevant in some way. As Andrew Allenson said, so in the past I've talked about hidden content in Yik that hasn't been found yet. People have come to know it as the third ending, which in of itself has taken on a lot of meaning I didn't entirely anticipate. The stuff on YouTube is not that content. That content will make more sense when it's all contextualized with what you'll learn in version 1.5. I could say it has to do with the cut ending hidden inside the code that many have mistaken as the original ending of the game. So when it comes to the idea of there isn't a hidden ending in the game's code, this is incorrect. There's 2 endings hidden in the game's files. The beta Frankton one isn't in 1.0 but was later added in 1.25, and supposedly a beta branch from 2019, but I can't really verify that. So it seems like there is a lot of confusion surrounding the endings of the Ick and which ones are actually in the game, with Spaceship here stating that there is actually a 3rd ending in the game, pulling from what developers have said, and considering the ending as cut content in the game's universe and not actually real life cut content. The game seems very meta from the get-go, and this bleeds into the endings with an almost needlessly complicated way to reveal said endings, and this is in no way just on the game developer's part, as there was some misinformation spread out there through a Variety article about the game's supposed cut content. Anyway, this entry already feels a little bit heavy-handed, so let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Thanks again, Linguistic Spaceship, for the information on this. In the modern world of indie fighters that seem to each have their own rosters of heavy-hitting characters, the existence of Mugen might not seem like all that today, but the idea of the game back then was innovative and was the building bricks for a lot of these modern indie fighting games we see. The game began development in the late 90s, but the first full release didn't come out until 2011, with the forefront of the game being adding in custom content, making it possible to fight as anyone as long as someone made the character. This went further than adding in modded characters to say Smash Bros or something, but rather these custom characters can not only become so powerful they are impossible to beat, but they are too powerful for the game in some instances, making it dangerous to fight against these fighters for your computer's sake. Some of these fighters would become known as cheats or cheaties, with different tiers of how bad these cheats were to go against, with some of the higher tiers having the capability to crash the game. Mathras, the subject of this entry, was supposed to be the boogeyman fighter amongst these cheats, and was apparently the most powerful malware fighter in the game. There were some rumors that when Mathras was being developed, that the computer he was tested out on caused a blackout to the surrounding town for 24 hours. This was followed by a screenshot off screen that showed Mathras in game, assuming they were able to keep Mathras under control before he took down the whole power grid in Texas. Of course, this is probably just a hoax, but a very unique take on a video game hoax at that, with the risk not of losing your life, but of losing your entire setup. You tell me which is worse. There is a whole world and fan base around Mugen, and for a game that I didn't even know existed before this entry, it's got a lot going on under the hood. So if any of this intrigued you, it looks like there is some fun to be had here. Listen, I can't wait to fight as Al Borland against Steamboat Willie. That's going to be the match for the ages. SimCity was always above my pay grade in terms of games I enjoyed playing. It was complicated when I was younger, and since I never found it interesting to go into city planning, I never wanted to play a game about that. However, to some, this is everything they find satisfying in a video game, often being praised for its endless creative options when building a city. Unless you were smart, at least in my mind, then you would likely struggle to keep a thriving city up without at least a few hiccups like soaring crime rates, unemployment, and most importantly, death. When all of this stuff was almost guaranteed to happen to any scrub getting into SimCity, there was a man who was determined to build the perfect SimCity. This isn't some easy task of trial and error over a few months either, but dedication that took years of real-world mathematics and crazy-ass equations to get everything as functional as possible. Vincent Ocasla was determined to build the most high-functioning city in SimCity 3000 called Magnasanti. The city runs like a dream with 0% unemployment, 0% crime rates, and a town whose only transportation is subway systems. You got a little car, you got a little Tesla, go fuck yourself. Magnasanti became infamous after Vincent uploaded a video covering the build of the town and details how everything generally works to his YouTube account, where it blew up for being the most impressive SimCity many had ever seen, even claiming that Vincent was the first one to finally beat SimCity 3000. As for how this is an urban legend, I believe it is referencing the idea that a city like this was once thought to be impossible in SimCity, but hey, with enough dedication and equations I'd eat a bullet for instead of solving, anything is possible. Today, big builds in games like Minecraft are nothing new, but back in the day, getting something impressive to work was very impressive, and Magnasanti is now solidified as a legendary piece of SimCity history. If you leave a bunch of chimpanzees in a room with a Nintendo Switch, how long before they put it down and realize it's high time for the Switch 2? Where the fuck is that thing? How about the question of leaving a bunch of AI to fight each other with no input from a human and seeing what comes of it a few years later? A player actually tested this by accidentally leaving a bot lobby open in Quake 3 and left it running for 4 years before realizing that he never checked back in on it. When logging back into the server, he expected to see a bunch of enemies fighting as he'd left it 4 years prior. However, to his surprise, the exact opposite was happening. The AI bots had ceased fire and were simply standing still, staring at each other. Upon the player killing one of the AI, the other AI would open fire on the player before the server itself finally crashed after 4 whole years. The player had assumed they had stumbled across a strange phenomena where the NPCs and subsequently the unique AI that made them up in Quake 3 had a way to adapt to the matches in different ways, ultimately after enough time declaring peace and ending this needless violence. This was seen as the bots in Quake 3 discovering world peace by simply stopping fighting and becoming non-aggro was the best way for their survival. While this all sounds intriguing and somewhat possible, there is little to no evidence out there that this ever happened. Much less the AI in Quake 3, while adaptive, isn't going to get to a point where they become sentient enough to think of world peace. Even though this entry is a hoax with the way AI is advancing, I wouldn't be surprised to see it implemented in some crazy ways like this in the not so distant future. Video games are about to get real scary, and not for the same reasons as they are traditionally. Soon the Goombas will start sidestepping Mario, then what are you gonna do? Alright man, we're getting to the last few entries here and they're not holding back. Yeah, at one point in time it was believed amongst the chaos of the war against weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had built a supercomputer from PS2 hardware. This started in the early 2000s when WorldNet Daily, a far-right publication, reported that Saddam had a cache of over 4,000 PlayStation 2s in which he meant to build a supercomputer out of. The article reads, "A single PlayStation can generate up to 75 million polygons per second, extremely useful in military design and modeling applications. Bundled PlayStation computers could also be used to calculate ballistic data for long-range missiles, or in the design of nuclear weapons." Yeah, you know what else can calculate ballistic data? A fucking computer. The article report then goes on to read, "An integrated bundle of 12 to 15 PlayStations could provide enough power to control an Iraqi unmanned aerial vehicle or a UAV." Which, come on now, next thing you're gonna tell me is I can turn my PS5 into an AC-130? Yeah, this would be some pretty quality shit posting in today's age, but since this article doesn't read as satirical in any way, it's believed that WorldNet Daily felt confident enough in this rumor to publish this article. And hey, almost 2 decades after the death of Saddam Hussein, we're still talking about his sick PS2 collection, amongst other things, but man, that's a lot of PS2s. As mentioned earlier in the video, the rumors and hoaxes surrounding Geno and Smash Bros. As far as Melee were pretty prominent. It wasn't until Super Smash Bros. Brawl where the hoaxes began to gain some legs, as fake videos were coming out showing Geno and other characters who weren't actually in the game in the roster. This specific video was uploaded to YouTube and subsequently posted to Smashboards, stating they found a hidden way to unlock Geno in Brawl. The video shows the player going through the notifications in the game where it reveals they've unlocked a secret character. They then go to the character roster and scrolls through the random tab until Geno himself shows up. From there, they load into a match and the game freezes after, with the uploader stating that's as far as they could get with this character. This came out to be a hoax pretty soon after the video was uploaded, as admitted to by the creator themselves. While the original video isn't up anymore, there have been several re-uploads of the video, with each one seemingly being taken down one after the other, so I don't know what's going on there, but perhaps it's the creator just trying to backpedal their hoax. Whatever the case, this was one of the steps in the huge staircase that was Geno hoaxes in Smash Brothers. A lot of people like to say Waluigi got shafted in the game, and while he certainly did, I think Geno is one of the last characters that fans wanted from the get-go who's still not in the game. The addition of Pokemon in the Smash Bros. Series as items added a whole new meta of hoping you get a strong Pokemon like Snorlax and not some loser like Goldeen who literally does nothing. This is the focus of this entry, as players were so upset when they got Goldeen that there surely had to be a catch with the Pokemon. Looking at Goldeen's trophy, the description reads, "Goldeen's horn drill is so strong that it can KO an enemy with one strike if it connects. This was taken to literally mean that Goldeen had a chance to hit this nasty horn drill move that would one-hit KO any opposing player no matter the damage percentage. It was rumored to happen very rarely, but if you were lucky enough, it was one of the best Pokemon to get. Of course, anyone who's played Melee with items on long enough knows that Goldeen is a piece of shit. Like, I think an actual piece of shit would do more of the other players in this thing. The description was simply referencing the move in Pokemon games, and it wasn't meant to be taken literally to mean in Smash Bros. Melee. But hey, at least it wasn't Magikarp. That guy doesn't have a move in or out of Smash Bros. Melee to lean on, you know what I'm saying? I don't have to tell you guys how big a phenomenon Pokemon Go was. I mean, look at this.
Pokemon go to the polls.
Yeah, I still can't believe that happened. Pokemon Go is still going on and a good time to pop back into. It's definitely nowhere near as popular as during its height. According to fans from the beginning of Pokemon Go's popularity, there was a rumor going around that you could catch Arceus on the real-life moon, like going in a rocket ship to go to the moon to catch an Arceus. While it's not unlike the Pokemon Emerald myth we talked about earlier in the Iceberg, this myth would take a lot more time and money to prove wrong. This rumor apparently spawned from an April Fool's joke pulled by none other than Niantic themselves, but I haven't been able to find any actual posting showing this, just posts of people remembering seeing it. While this is pretty obviously an April Fool's joke, some players took it literally and just accepted the fact that they'll never get Arceus because who's going to the moon for that? There is a pretty in-depth Reddit post of why this whole thing wouldn't technically have worked with how the game works, so if you want to read more into that, that's there. But yeah, this one is no more than a hilarious take on video game rumors and myths, and could really only happen with a game like Pokemon Go. Thank you all so much for sticking around and watching the full compilation all the way through, or listening all the way through. Next year, we will dive back into even more icebergs like this, but for now, I hope you enjoyed the video. Instead of asking to subscribe if you enjoyed the video or leave a like I usually do, I wanted to take the time real quick at the end of this video to thank all of you for the support on the channel over the past year. It's been very exciting for me personally, for my content to finally get out to people who enjoy it, and this past year, I've learned a lot about video editing and how to run a YouTube channel and stuff like that. So I just really wanted to say thank you guys for everything. I hope you all have a great holiday season, and I'll see you all back here again in the new year. Peace.